Buckle up. We are heading into the final hours of voting and the first results in one of the most consequential midterm elections ever.
It's the high-stakes finish to a fever-pitch campaign.
Are you ready to win this election?
I love to win.
Voters making big choices in a nation on edge.
With high prices,
crime is rising.
the constant threat of gun violence,
the woman's right to choose.
What's happening across the U.S. could shake up the balance of power in Congress and shape the next race for the White House.
So speak out, get engaged, vote, vote, vote.
Tonight, Democrats are fighting to hold on to the Senate, knowing a loss of just one seat could cost them the majority.
We need a senator that understands what Pennsylvania's going through, not some guy that has 10 gigantic mansions.
The poster child for the far-left radical part of the Democratic Party, John Fetterman.
Republicans are aiming to win back the House and take back the Speaker's gavel.
We must change direction in Washington.
Everything is at stake.
Both parties hoping to expand their influence by winning governor's offices across the nation.
We will never, ever surrender to the woke agenda.
Governor DeSantis only cares about the White House. He doesn't give a damn about your house.
It's a critical test of the current president's agenda.
We'll get it done because we're already getting it done.
And the former president's grip on the GOP.
Welcome to the new Republican Party.
Will this election set the wheels in motion for a Biden-Trump rematch?
Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans have made their choice, full of anger, violence, hate, and division.
Watching our country go to hell, we may have to do it again.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Night in America. The races for Congress, the contest for governor, and the future of American democracy.
We're taking our state back by storm.
Our democracy is on this ballot.
The people are choosing, the world is watching, and anything is possible until the last vote.
And we are live in Washington on a very suspenseful night in American politics. Voters are deciding control of the United States Congress and the direction of the country over the next 2 years. Welcome to CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America. I'm Jake Tapper. This is the first major election since President Biden took office, and it's the first chance for voters nationwide to weigh in on his record at a moment when so many Americans are struggling with high inflation and economic anxiety. Republicans believe that will work to their advantage as they fight to win the 218 House seats they need to reclaim the majority. That's 5 more seats than they have now. The battle will take place in 82 key House races, competitive contests that could go either way. In the closely divided Senate, Republicans need 51 seats to take back control. That's only 1 more seat than they have now. We're watching 13 key races that will be crucial to the fight for the Senate. Another factor in this election, former President Donald Trump, who has endorsed a slew of Republicans who support his false claims about the 2020 election. Some of them could have influence over certifying the results in 2024 or refusing to do so if they win tonight. That includes some of the candidates for governor and races playing out in 36 states across the nation, among them the pivotal battlegrounds of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Florida. Covering all of this tonight, Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, Chris Wallace, and our entire election team. John King is over at the Magic Wall. He'll help us make sense of the results by mapping out the races district by district. As we await the first votes, Casey Hunt is standing by. She's following all 35 Senate contests, including the crucial key races. Boris Sanchez will be reporting results from those 36 governors contests across the U.S. David Chalian's here, too. He's getting ready to roll out the first exit polls on what voters are thinking. And Brianna Keeler's at our voting desk, keeping tabs on how the ballots are being counted in each state and any issues at polling places. We also have correspondents spread out across the country at candidates' headquarters and at vote counting centers. They're also right here in Washington, D.C. First, let's go to Manu Raju. He's at the headquarters of House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. Manu, how confident is McCarthy feeling right now?
Extremely confident, Jake. In fact, for the last couple of weeks, I'm told Kevin McCarthy has been working on a victory speech that he plans to deliver tonight. They believe that they will take the majority potentially as soon as 11 p.m. Eastern time. That is what they are looking at the time where they believe that McCarthy may come out and deliver some remarks, have been prepared, some off-the-cuff remarks as well. We do expect to hear from some other Republican officials through the course of the night. Ronna McDaniel, the RNC chairwoman, is one who could talk, as well as Newt Gingrich, the former House Speaker. Now, McCarthy has been raising an enormous sums of money. He has traveled, in fact, to 40 states over the last several weeks, and including today in Virginia, 2 districts in which they believe could help them take back the majority. But McCarthy and his team, I'm told, Jake, have set the bar at 20 seats. That is more than enough to take back the majority, but they believe they clear that margins, also significant in tonight's results.
All right, Manu, thanks so much. Now let's go to one of the most important battlegrounds tonight, Pennsylvania. Jessica Dean's in Pittsburgh at the headquarters of Democratic Senate candidate and current Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Jessica, the battle for control of the Senate could hinge on this race. What is the thinking right now in the Fetterman campaign headquarters?
Yeah, it certainly could, Jake. And across the country, Democrats are playing a lot of defense. But here is the rare chance where they could play a little offense. It's an open Senate seat. A Republican, Pat Toomey, is retiring, and Democrats would certainly love to pick this up. And I talked to several campaign sources late this afternoon, and one of them acknowledging, look, this is a jump ball. We know this is an incredibly tight race, but what they are confident in is that they closed it out as strongly as they possibly could. The campaign really feels like the last 5 days in particular have been very, very good for them. They highlight the Oprah Winfrey endorsement that came late Thursday and then dominated the local news cycle here in Pennsylvania on Friday. Then they had the rally with former President Obama and President Biden here in Philadelphia, and then one here in Pittsburgh with Obama. And they really feel like that has really lifted and given them a lot of momentum heading into today, especially with suburban women. That was a demographic that came up again and again when I was talking to them. One more thing that the campaign about, Jake, is that they believe that Mehmet Oz, the Republican challenger here, who's really pitched himself as an independent voice, as a moderate, undercut that message by appearing at the rally with President Trump over the weekend. Doug Mastriano, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, also there as well. Jake.
All right, Jessica Dean in Pittsburgh, thanks so much. All 435 House seats are being decided in this election, but only the most competitive races will ultimately determine which party wins control. House Republicans must win 30 of those competitive seats to reclaim the majority. House Democrats must win 53 of those competitive seats. So Democrats face a much more difficult challenge. They have fewer seats in the safe column. We're going to see if they can meet that challenge as the results come in. And let's make our first trip right now to John King at the Magic Wall to take a look at the balance of power and the state of play here when it comes to the House of Representatives. John.
Brand new map, Jake, because the 2020 census begets redistricting, which gets you the 2020 map. But just focus on this map to begin with. This is the current House. This is the prior map. So the district lines have been changed quite a bit. But that's the math you need to remember. Republicans essentially need a net gain of only 5. The historical average is 30 if you go back to Ronald Reagan's days. 30, for midterm election. President's first midterm election. 37 if you start the clock at Bill Clinton, when most people think our polarized politics started to begin. So you're looking at this map across the country. You mentioned those competitive races. First, let's bring them up this way and just lay them out, just to show they are coast to coast, right? You have competitive House districts from coast to coast. But here's another way to look at it, the way you just brought it up. And we get into how this map tells you here, look at all that blue. That tells you Democrats are on defense, defending way more districts. Look at the guide down here. 57 of these districts have incumbent Democrats. 20 of them, only 20, have incumbent Republicans. You have 4 new districts, no incumbent, recently redrawn, and a race down here in Texas with 2 incumbents. But think about that. Democrats are defending nearly 3 times as many seats in a Democratic president's first midterm year. They go from the northeast corner of Maine all the way down to Southern California. Ranked choice voting in Maine and Alaska, we may not know the results of those seats for quite some time, but just think about Republicans need a net gain of 5. Jake, it's possible. They could get it right here. Manu was talking about the Republican optimism tonight, that maybe by 11 o'clock tonight they will know. Well, there are so many places we will get results early on and we can watch them. Let me close this off. Let me get rid of the line so you can see it. Again, in the Commonwealth, in the state of New Hampshire, 2 competitive House districts. There also a very competitive Senate race. So we could learn early on right here in New Hampshire. Can these 2 Democrats, these are white working class districts, can they hang on? Can they be competitive? We'll get early clues there. Then you drop down from there. Just in the state of New York. We have 10 competitive districts in the state of New York, 7 of them are Democrats on defense right there. And if you come down to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 17 districts across the Commonwealth, but you see 4 districts in blue right here again. The 4 competitive districts in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which has a governor's race and a Senate race as well, all Democrats. So, Jake, we could get early clues as you come down. And then, if we haven't figured it out by then, the Commonwealth of Virginia also. An upscale Democratic suburban district here just across the bridge in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. Another suburban district down here, big change in the demographics of this district as well. Can Jennifer Wexton hold on? Can Elaine Luria hold on down there? So we have a number of examples, even though it could take us quite some time to get to the final House math. These races in the East are going to tell us quite a bit, and they stretch down. Again, you can start in the East Coast, go across the Midwest, all the way here, that the Democrats are on defense so much out here. The Democrats have dominated the West Coast for a generation. Look, competitive seats in Washington, in Oregon, a number in California as well. Democrats on defense, Jake, their challenge tonight, upend history.
Yeah, it's exciting, John King. We don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of fun because it so rarely happens. Dana Bash, as we prepare for the evening, what are you looking for?
I'll pick up where John left off, which is in Virginia, because particularly it's Virginia's 2nd congressional district. Elaine Luria, who is an incumbent Democrat, people have gotten to know her because she was and is a member of the January 6th committee. She is in a district that has flipped back and forth over the past 20 years. And she was also a so-called majority maker in 2018. She was part of the wave of Democrats who helped pick up the House for them. She has spent about $11 million in a small congressional district in a race. And she's been working as hard as she possibly can up against a very, very sour mood. We will know early on because polls close at 7 o'clock, and they tend to tabulate them pretty fast in Virginia, whether or not she is going to survive. And that could be, actually, will likely be a telltale for other like-minded districts around the country.
Dana, I will see your Virginia 2 and raise you New York 17. That's a congressional district in the Hudson Valley, just north of New York. It's an area that Biden won 2 years ago by 10 points. What's especially interesting about it, Jake, is that Sean Patrick Maloney, the chairman of the House Democratic Campaign Committee, the DCCC, is running there, and Republicans have gone in heavy. They've spent millions of dollars. It was still thought Maloney's going to win, but it got sufficiently tight that in the final weeks, that Maloney's committee, the DCCC, put $600,000 into Maloney's race rather than some of the other races. A lot of the other Democrats not happy about that. If Maloney should lose, it'll be the first time that one House party has taken out the other House party's campaign chairman since 1980.
You know what I think is so interesting about tonight? This is one of the rare times when both parties are like, I don't know what's going to happen with the Senate. And that kind of uncertainty, I think, is partly about what I consider tonight to be this split screen moment. The top of the ticket in the governor's race and then the Senate race in a lot of these states are not rowing in the same direction. So when you look at a state like Georgia, for example, if you have Brian Kemp running well ahead of Stacey Abrams, what does that do to a very tight Senate contest? You could tell the same story in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, in Nevada. Lots of the key Senate races tonight, there's something totally different happening at the top of the ticket. And I think that's going to be something both parties are looking at.
Yeah, I mean, so speaking of that, I mean, one of the places I'm watching really closely is Pennsylvania for exactly that reason, because we are more than likely, Democrats feel very confident about their gubernatorial candidate in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, over the Republican Doug Mastriano. But the Senate race really could go very, very differently. And, you know, I've been talking to sources throughout the afternoon, and there's a couple things to watch. This is going to be one of the critical Senate races. We're going to start to get the vote count in early, but we expect it to take potentially days to actually count. That's partly because of Philadelphia County, but both my Democratic and Republican sources are really watching for turnout in Philadelphia, and they're also looking for margin in the Philadelphia suburbs, which, Jake, I know you know very well, as do I, having grown up there, because they're really looking for particularly white suburban women and how they're voting to try to see how the night's going.
And that's going to be, that demographic is going to be one of the key questions all night long in Philadelphia or in the Philadelphia collar counties, in Virginia's 2nd district that I was talking about, all over. They went towards Joe Biden and the Democrats last time around. The question is whether Republicans can get them back.
Fascinating stuff coming up as we stand by for the first exit polls on what is on the mind of the voters. We're going to break down the newest numbers on early voting in key battleground states. We're finding some surprises. Stay with us on this election night in America. Welcome back. Congress, control of Congress, it's up for grabs as we head into the final hours of voting across the country in this momentous midterm election. We're back in the CNN Election Center. Right now, we have a new breakdown of early voting in key battleground states, and we're finding some interesting twists. Brianna Keeler is at our voting desk with that. Brianna.
Jake, more than 45 million ballots were cast before Election Day in 47 states. And here's what we know about where those early votes are coming from. You can see here on the map the states that have cast the most early votes. Texas has the highest count with more than 5.4 million votes. Next is Florida with more than 4.9, 4.7 in California, 2.5 in Georgia, and 2.1 million in North Carolina. So these are all the states with more than 2 million ballots cast. And here's what we can tell you about who is voting. In Pennsylvania, we see a pretty typical divide between the parties when it comes to pre-election day ballots. 69% of votes so far from registered Democrats, 21% from Republicans. And that is roughly the same breakdown that we saw in Pennsylvania in 2020, with 66% of early votes from Democrats and 23% from Republicans. But then take a look at this. There are several states seeing a rise in early voting from Republicans. In Ohio, Republicans make up 28% of early votes. That is up 5% from 2020, as you see here. And in Florida, Republicans are outpacing Democrats, making up 43% of early votes. That is also up 5% from 2020. So we're going to see what kind of impact these pre-election votes will have as results start coming in tonight, Jake.
All right, Brianna, now let's go live to our battleground correspondent. Sarah Seidner is at a voting location in Tempe, Arizona. Sarah, what kind of turnout are you seeing there?
It has tripled in the past couple of hours. The line here on ASU campus. We're in Tempe, Arizona. That is part of Maricopa County, the largest and most populous county in Arizona. What we do know is that typically about 85% of voters vote early. So this line is indication that there are quite a few people left that want to get their vote in today. There are a lot of folks here who are students. There are a lot of folks here who are first-time voters. And, you know, we are talking to them about some of the different issues that they have come here to vote about. There are lots of concerns about a lot of different things. So, you know, and you have people here that are constantly, you know, saying you've got to be 75 feet. You've got people who are constantly making sure that people feel safe. But, you know, we've got different voters from different parts of the state, or of the county, because you can go anywhere. Okay, so we're a little close. So we've been doing this all day long, talking to different people. I apologize for that. We got a little bit too close. But you can see they're serious about making sure that people feel safe here as they vote, Jake.
All right, Sarah Seidner. Let's go now to Nevada. Gary Tuckman is at a voting site in Las Vegas. Gary, how busy is it where you are?
Jake, we picked a busy place, not only because of the intense interest in three major races here in Nevada, but we are in a mall just east of the Las Vegas Strip in Clark County. So you can come here, you can shop, you can eat, you can ride kiddie rides, you can go to the movie theater, and you can cast ballots. And that's what lots of people are doing here. Just about 5 minutes ago, when I walked down that line, you see there were more than 100 people waiting to vote in the 25 stations here. And the people are talking to us about 5 major issues when we just talked to them. No particular order: the economy, crime, reproductive rights, the border, and Trump, both pro and anti-Trump. Now, is this precinct busier than normal? Is it less busy than normal? There's no way to know in Nevada by the individual precincts, because unlike most states, you can go to any voting center in the county you live in. There are 17 counties in Nevada, Clark County being the most populated. More than 70% of the population lives here, but they make it very convenient to vote. And also to vote early. Even before the polling places open today, 34% of the registered voters in the state of Nevada already have had their ballots received by early in-person voting, which lasted in 2 weeks, and mail-in voting. In this state, if you register to vote, you automatically receive a mail-in ballot. Those ballots have to be received by this Saturday if they're postmarked by today. The polls are open for another 4 hours here in the state of Nevada.
All right,
Jake,
Gary
back to you.
Tuchman, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we should point out two of the big battleground states here when it comes to control of the Senate are in the states we just went to, Nevada and Arizona.
Right, 35 Senate elections in all. We have identified, again, through our friends at Inside Elections as well, we view 8 most competitive seats. There are others that could come into play. You get surprised sometimes in a midterm election. The 8 most competitive seats, though, are evenly divided right now in terms of the 4 are held by Republicans, 4 are held by Democrats. But 6 of these 8 states were carried by Joe Biden 2 years ago. So again, Democrats won these states just 2 years ago statewide.
Narrowly in 3 of them.
Some of them quite narrowly. You're absolutely right. So you look at the terrain here, and again, it stretches from New Hampshire over to Nevada and Arizona. But the best way to look at this, especially early on as we wait, we talked a few minutes ago, Jake, about how the Democrats have such little room for error when it comes to the House, only a 5-seat pad, if you will. They have no room. Absolutely no room for error. In a Democratic president's first midterm, with those headwinds of inflation in your face, the historical average, again, back to Reagan, is you lose 2. So Democrats could have a good night by historical standards and only lose 1. That would give Republicans the Senate.
That's all they need.
Yeah, that's why this is so fascinating. So think about the chess throughout the night, right? Republicans suddenly, of late in this campaign, think we have a chance in New Hampshire, right? So let's bring it down to this map here, right? So if this is a hypothetical early on, but if Don Bolduc were to pick up New Hampshire, then Democrats are down to 49. Then what do they have to do to keep the majority? They have to pick up a piece, right? If you lose a piece, you have to pick up a piece. This is their best hope, the very competitive Pennsylvania Senate race, your home state. This, like New Hampshire, will be decided in the suburbs. Let's hypothetically say that the Democrats can get that. Okay, then they're back to 50-50. But then you go through these competitive races in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada. Republicans say keep an eye on Colorado and Washington State tonight. The Democratic hope, Jake, is for some kind of a surprise in a state, carried by Trump, North Carolina, carried by Trump, Ohio, carried by Biden, Wisconsin. Democrats are hoping that they have an upset up their sleeve. It would be remarkable if they do, but very close races, all 3 of those. So what's going to happen as we count the votes tonight is to just follow the chess, right? So let's go back to where we are so people aren't confused. You come back to where we are at 50-50. Here's how we rank them heading into the election night, right? Toss up Pennsylvania, toss up Georgia, toss up Nevada, lean Republican in Wisconsin, Ohio, and North Carolina. And then again, you have these states out west. If the most vulnerable Democrat is where Gary Tuchman is, right? The Democrats are very worried about this one. And again, if Republicans take one away, Adam Loxelt is the candidate there. Democrats are down in this scenario down to 48. And so that's because the toss-ups are taken away.
And can I just say one thing about Nevada? I believe this is the first election statewide in Nevada in decades that Harry Reid, the former Senate Majority Leader, is not alive. And he had that state. It was a well-oiled machine. He had close ties to the unions. He was able to eke out victories, narrow ones, but every time he's not there anymore.
It's an excellent point because that's one of that has been up to this point one of the exceptions to the rules in the sense that the national political parties and even state political parties, their influence has deteriorated, largely going back to the Citizens United campaign finance decision. If you can flood a ton of money in, from anywhere, the state parties or the national parties are diminished. But you're right, Harry Reid managed to keep that network together. And that's what a lot of Democrats are worried about. Do you have a good early vote operation? Do you have a good turnout operation on Election Day? Are you keeping close track of everybody? That will be one of the tests of all these places. Now, Democrats promised to surprise us out there. I colored that red just in this hypothetical. I want to come back here. Just keep coming back.
It's a toss-up.
Where we are. It's a toss-up. Democrats say they're going to surprise us. They say, remember, Donald Trump made inroads among Latino voters.
Right.
That could matter in the Senate race here. It could matter in the Senate race here. It could matter in Senate races everywhere. Even
Colorado, too.
Colorado as well, in the Denver suburbs. Even in places where Latino population is 6% or 12% or 15%, a swing constituency can matter quite a bit. Democrats say they're going to surprise us, and they learned the lesson of 2020. That's why we count votes. But the challenging part about this map is that the president has absolutely no room for error. So if you see one of the blues turn red, then you look at the map all night. Okay, which one of the reds can turn blue? We're going to be watching this play out across the country. Republicans are very confident they will get at least 1. Some Republicans are looking for 2 or 3. But these will all come down. Suburbs in Pennsylvania, suburbs in Georgia, outside Atlanta, Maricopa County, Clark County. This election will be decided like all close ones in the suburbs.
Yeah, and it is nerve-wracking. It's exciting. We're getting closer to the first exit polls on the issues driving voters. What's on your mind? But first, we're going to take a look at the Biden and the Trump factors in this election. Which one of them will have a bigger impact on the outcome? We'll talk about that when we're back in a moment.
Live pictures of the U.S. Capitol on this tense midterm election night with control of Congress on the line. I'm Anderson Cooper, along with our political team. We'll be tracking the votes as they come in for as long as it takes. Let's go back to Brianna Keeler at the voting desk. A lot could hinge, obviously, on key battlegrounds out west.
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. Let's take a look at two key western states, Arizona and Nevada, and why we might not get final tallies there for days. In Arizona, polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but no results will be released until 10 p.m., an hour later. And we could see results from Maricopa County even later. So what's been going on in Maricopa County? Earlier today, Arizona officials said tabulating machines at about 20% of their 223 voting locations were rejecting ballots as voting got underway. File this under technical difficulties, but we just learned from election officials that this problem has been resolved and all of those votes will, of course, be counted. State officials are expecting the majority of ballot processing will be done by this weekend, meaning if there are some tight races in Arizona, we may not actually have final results for a few days here. Then in Nevada, this is the first midterm election with universal mail-in voting. It's a method that was first put in place due to COVID in 2020. It means that everyone in the state is sent a ballot in the mail. To be clear here, everyone receives one. They don't have to use it. Voters can still go to the polls in person today. We don't have too many details from election officials about what order ballots will be reported tonight, which means it could take longer to project the winners. And even though election workers started processing and counting mail ballots on October 24th, Nevada will continue to accept mail ballots that are postmarked on or before today through November 12th. Anderson.
All right. Thanks very much. Former President Trump will be among those watching the returns from Arizona and Nevada very closely, two of the states where he challenged his 2020 election laws. Kristen Holmes is at Trump's home base at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. So what are you hearing from inside the Trump camp tonight about his focus?
Well, it might be 2022, but the focus is largely on 2024 and that third presidential run, which we are expecting Trump to make an announcement on just a week from today. What they are looking at is how many seats the House picks up, which of Trump's endorsed candidates, both in the Senate as well as gubernatorial, actually pick up their seats as well. How big is a red wave that can give him the momentum he needs going into that expected announcement next week? They are also particularly watching which races they believe Trump will be given credit for. That is the Senate races in Arizona, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. That is, of course, if Republicans do take those seats. Now, there is one other race that they're watching very closely, and that is the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. A big victory for DeSantis could give DeSantis the momentum he needs with allies and donors following this election. I talked to one source who said that they believe that they've encouraged Trump to actually announce earlier than later because of this. As we know, DeSantis is considered the most formidable opponent to Donald Trump should they both run in 2024. And I got to say, in this interview that I just listened to, Trump essentially says that DeSantis, he has no idea if he's running, but there's no tiff. But then he follows that up by saying that if he does run, he might reveal some details he knows about him. So clearly there seems like a veiled threat on the eve of the election.
Yeah, not even so veiled, really. Really, pretty much ripped that veil right off. Thanks so much here with the team in New York. I mean, it is interesting, Gloria, to see what candidates have wanted to be close with Joe Biden on the Democratic side and what candidates have, wanted to be seen with Trump and which ones did it. Well, Mehmet Oz was at a rally with Trump, but did not mention Trump's name once.
And you kind of wonder why, I guess they couldn't avoid it, but you kind of wonder why Trump was even there, since Mehmet Oz has been trying to move to the center and virtually erased Trump from his campaign. But if Trump says, I'm coming, there's really nothing you can do about it. But Biden, for example, hasn't been in Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. These are very tight races. They don't think he's going to help them much over there. But whatever happens, and thanks to Scott Jennings for this, we know that Donald Trump is going to take credit for any victories, because here's what he just told News Nation, was it? If I win, if they win, meaning his candidates that he's endorsed, I should get all the credit. If they lose, I should not be blamed at all. But it'll probably be just the opposite.
Sort of.
There you
philosophy,
go.
if you can do it.
I raise my kids to think about
the
life
difference
exactly that way.
The difference between the Biden situation and the Trump situation is he honestly can take credit for those candidates being the nominees. in those states. Mehmet Oz wouldn't be the nominee but for Donald Trump. Masters in Arizona, Herschel Walker, he sort of orchestrated that. J.D. Vance in Ohio. So he is responsible for those candidates.
Except if they lose.
Right. Well, but if he's going to get responsibility for them, I'm sure Dave and others will make sure he does. If
Blame
Republicans, Republicans lose that. In Biden's case, it is very much. I mean, I went through this in 2010 when I was working for President Obama. The president becomes the fulcrum of the attack against the governing party. And so candidates often don't want them, particularly in these swing states. Biden's numbers in these swing states and swing districts are actually lower than his national numbers, which aren't that high. And so it's not advantageous for candidates to be with him.
But Biden was quite welcome in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, and he was there with Obama. Look, I think that we had hoped that you could kind of throw Trump to the wolves and be done with him. He's come back leading the pack. And that's going to be a problem going forward. But I think tonight what I'm excited about is that people on the ground are still fighting. Polls have been wrong. Guys, polls have been wrong. Polls were wrong in 2016. Polls were wrong in 2018. And I think you guys might see some surprises tonight when you think about in Wisconsin. Mandela Barnes, they're closed and strong. They're fighting back. They're coming on. You might even have a surprise in North Carolina. I think we've got to take a step back and let the voters do their thing tonight. It's not about Donald Trump. It's not about Biden. It's about the voters.
Listen, I agree. I think Van's overly optimistic, right? I'm here to help you tonight when you're falling down. There's going to be a lot of postmortem work done tomorrow, this next coming days about Trump, about Biden, right? I think it's interesting to see how much the former president spent on some of these candidates, right? He has $120 million in the bank. How much did he spend in Pennsylvania? I know, in some of these races, he could have thrown in cash. He didn't choose to throw in cash. If they lose, are people going to, point to him and say, you're sitting on $120 million. You didn't spend any money to help support Mehmet Oz or J.D. Vance or any of these candidates. So I think that's going to be important to look at.
Compared to what?
Compared to Scott's former boss,
yeah.
Mitch McConnell raised and spent close to $300 million for candidates. Kevin McCarthy, the same, right? Raising money and really putting effort into it. So I think if you're going to, ascribe credit, if there's a big win tonight for Republicans, I think McCarthy, I think Scott at the NRSC, and I think Kevin McCarthy and Tom Emmers, the NRCC, should
But
get all
I think
the
what's remarkable to Axelrod's point is I expect Republicans to do well tonight. I think the Senate, there's many, many paths of Republicans taking back the majority. But that is actually with the worst candidates than what we would have liked to have seen recruited.
And that's because of Donald Trump.
Because of Donald Trump. Doug Ducey not getting into the Senate race. Kristen Nunu not getting into the New Hampshire Senate race. Having some of these more vulnerable ones like Blake Masters in Arizona, Mehmet Oz instead of Dave McCormick, I still anticipate will do well. But you kind of have to even take a step back and realize Republicans could have been in an even stronger place if not for Donald Trump.
Well, as Mitch McConnell says, candidate quality was not the greatest. But if it turns out to be a wave, then it's a wave.
I think this candidate quality narrative, it's been viewed through the lens of did the Republicans get the best candidates? And obviously some of these candidates have had challenges, but nobody has stopped to ask themselves, were the Democratic candidates in these races the best candidates? Some of these Democratic incumbents extremely weak. I mean, out in Washington State, we're basically in a dead heat race according to the polls at the last minute here. Tiffany Smollett was a great contrast out there against Murray. Cortez Masto, not all that compelling. Hassan was not all that compelling. I mean, Fetterman. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of challenge. And so everybody's been focused on the Republicans. Yeah. The Democrats have had their own, and no one wants to talk about it.
Because some of our candidates may not be the most exciting people in the world, but they aren't crazy people. I think what the challenge that you have right now, if you're just going to be honest, is the Democrats' big problem is we have what appear to be some out-of-touch elites. That's what the knock is on us. But on the other side, it's like out-of-their-mind populists who are literally scaring people, not believing in the election, not believing in the Constitution, and that is the difference. And so I think that when McConnell, who is certainly no squish, says that you got candidate quality problems, you do. You really do.
When you talk about crazy, let's make sure you put an asterisk next to John Fetterman. Just remember
that. Come on. John Fetterman is a beloved, respected Democrat. He's done well. And the only reason you guys have a shot at him is because he has a health issue.
No, the only reason I have a shot at him is because of his policies. He's against fracking, which is hugely important in Pennsylvania. He voted against, he voted against the guy who's going to be the governor, was the attorney general in Pennsylvania. 200 times plus to free people.
I can't wait for
the
polls to close so you stop campaigning in this.
Exactly. and you can't say one good thing. You can't say one good thing about Oz, though. That's why you have to attack Fetterman. Look, here's the reality.
Are you going to filibuster?
I think
there is a bit of a recruitment problem on the Dems. I mean, Ron Johnson was the most vulnerable Republican, and Mandela Barnes is not the person, the strongest candidate. Was too progressive.
Here's the deal. That may well be true. Wait till tonight. He is closing strong.
North Carolina as
He's
well.
closing
Ted Budd
strong.
was not supposed to be a strong candidate.
Beasley, I think, is an extraordinary candidate. I think the Democratic
Why
Party.
didn't the Democrats support her? Why didn't Obama go there?
I do not know, but I tell you what, Beasley could be the sleeper tonight. She's African American. She's an unbelievable candidate. She didn't get support from the party. But look, I will stand with our candidates from here to eternity. You can't stand with some of the people in your own party, and you know it.
The elephant in the room is Joe Biden's lack of popularity here. Yeah. You know, these candidates, you may say they're bad, whatever. It's hard to overcome a president with popularity in the low 40s. That's just it. So you're pushing the ball up the hill the entire time. You may have great candidates, but you're not going to be swept away.
There is going to be a debate within the Democratic Party if Wisconsin goes down, if Pennsylvania goes down, about whether a more center-left candidate could have done better than the candidates who were promoted by the progressive wing of the party.
This point you made is you can analyze these races a lot of different ways, and it's all sort of gut feel on candidate quality. But the fundamentals of elections really don't change. If the president's in the low 40s, if the right track, wrong track is 30 to 70, if 2/3 of the country thinks we're in a recession, if inflation is raging, the gravity of that means a lot more than our gut feelings about these campaigns.
We'll soon get the first clues about how this night may unfold when we roll out our exit polls. Next, we'll zero in on top battlegrounds that will decide control of the Senate, including the key race in Georgia. All ahead. Stay with us.
It is election night in America, and control of the United States Congress is one of the top prizes tonight. Welcome back. We're keeping tabs on voter turnout across the United States, especially, of course, in the key battlegrounds that will decide which party wins the Senate. Brianna Keeler's at our voting desk looking at two of those critical states and how their early votes will be counted. Brianna.
Jake, let's take a closer look at Pennsylvania and Georgia, two states that voted for Trump in 2016 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. In Pennsylvania, the early vote ballot processing couldn't start until today, but there's less than half the amount of mail ballots to count as there was 2 years ago. So that, along with marathon counting, meaning no stopping until the counting is done, should help get results in sooner. But in Philadelphia, officials have reinstated a process just this morning called poll book reconciliation, comparing mail ballots with poll books from Election Day to ensure people have not voted twice. Just to be totally clear, election officials have not encountered any double votes in the county over the last 3 elections. So they're doing this really to prevent claims of voter fraud from Republicans. And it is something that could slow down reporting of results there. But keep in mind, there are fewer mail ballots than there were in 2020. So let's go now to Georgia, where they are seeing record early turnout for a midterm election. More than 2.5 million votes already cast. That is a 500,000 more than the 2 million plus in the 2018 midterms. Tonight, Georgia might be one of those states where the Republicans take an early lead, but then as the night goes on, that lead could narrow or flip in favor of Democrats. That is what we saw in 2020, but there are fewer mail ballots than 2 years ago, so that count could be faster tonight, Jake.
All right, Brianna, thanks so much. I'm back here at the Magic Wall with John King. And John, one of the things that our viewers need to keep an eye out for is that sometimes, because every state counts their early votes differently, it might seem as though somebody is taking a lead in a state when it's really just the early votes were counted or not counted, and that creates an illusion that that person is in the lead. And it could be favoring Democrats or it could be favoring Republicans, depending on the state.
And we lived through this on election night 2020, which is why we will urge everybody. We're going to be very cautious tonight. We're going to explain things as closely and as carefully as we can. And we're going to urge you to be patient because, to your point, let's go back in time and let's look at the 2020 presidential election. And you bring it up here. This is the end result. And I know there are conspiracies out there. There's no dispute about this because these votes were counted fairly and over time. It took until Saturday and beyond after the election day to get it done. But let's go back in time and remind people what happened. This is 9 o'clock on election night 2020. At this point, You have Joe Biden leading in Florida. I'm sorry, Donald Trump leading in Florida, Donald Trump leading in Michigan, Joe Biden leading in Texas, Joe Biden leading in Ohio, right? So that's...
And North Carolina.
And North Carolina. We'll get more as we go through. So let's play this out as we go through. Now we're going to move forward till midnight, right? So Trump is now Florida, but let's come off the map and look again. What do you still have? You still have Donald Trump leading in Pennsylvania and in Georgia and in Nevada and in Wisconsin and in Michigan, right? And he holds Utah in the end. But so you watch this play out here, right? So then again, so what's happening here? These states are counting their election day ballots first and faster. Election day voting tends to favor Republicans. So you just need to wait it out. Then you move forward. This is noon the next day. What has happened? Donald Trump's still leading in Pennsylvania and still leading in Georgia. Biden has taken Michigan, taken the lead in Wisconsin, and out here in Nevada and Arizona. This is 12 noon, the day after the election. So then you move forward to Friday, right? A full 2 days later. What has happened? They've just been counting votes. Nothing nefarious happened. Joe Biden went ahead in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and then, of course, you come out. The election. This is when we called the election, Saturday morning at 11:25 a.m., and this is where it ended up when they finished the count, right? So look at this. Look at the difference, though, right? You see the vote count there, and even then, even after we called the election, it takes days to count them out. Make that turn off. There we go. They count even more votes. It just takes time. Nothing nefarious happened. And so you can look at it from the sense of Pennsylvania on Election Day 2020, and again, come back in time.
Because they were still counting, I know Pennsylvania pretty well, right. They were still counting in Philadelphia, the most populous county in the entire Commonwealth, and they were counting and counting and counting. They weren't inventing votes. No. They were counting legal, lawful votes, and it took a long time.
And to the point, Brianna just made an important point. There were more mail-in ballots then because of the COVID pandemic. There are fewer this year. That doesn't mean it won't take a long time to count. And they were counting everywhere. There were just more to count in Philadelphia because it's the most populous part of the thing. But again, if you just look, this is election night, 9 o'clock, right? Joe Biden's ahead. So then you come forward a little bit more. Wow, midnight, right? This is midnight as we move into Wednesday. Donald Trump is ahead. Then you come the next day, noon. Donald Trump is ahead. And this is when he starts saying, even before this, stop the count.
Stop the count.
Stop the count. We're done.
Well, he said, he lied and said people were still voting. Right. Nobody was voting. They were counting.
They were counting. They were counting ballots that had been cast and received with Republican and Democratic election observers watching it all play out, as happens all the time, which is what you want. And so, but look, even at noon on Friday, November 6th, right, this is when Joe Biden goes ahead for the first time. And then you see that's by 9,000 votes there. And then by Saturday morning, when we called it, it grew to 28,000 votes. And by the time they were done counting in Pennsylvania, it got to 81,000.
So let's go back to 9 p.m. in Pennsylvania, okay? Because we're going to have a 9 p.m. in Pennsylvania here, too. 9 p.m. Pennsylvania, this was what it was?
This is what it was. Biden's ahead at 9 o'clock. The first results that came in. But it was a little bit later when you had Bannon by midnight.
So this is midnight. And it is entirely possible, again, that at midnight tonight, the result in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will suggest that the Republican is in the lead for the Senate and the Republican is lead for the governor's office.
There are also 4 competitive House races there, 2 over here and 2 over here. It is possible. It is quite possible.
But the votes will not have all been counted.
No, and we will know that, and we will report that as transparently as we get the information from the state officials. We will be able to show you the outstanding vote throughout the night. And we're making an example here of a state that started out with the red mirage, if you will.
Let's go back. Can you do Ohio? Do Ohio.
Look like, sure, we can do Ohio. We come out. Let's come all the way out. Let me go back to the beginning here. And if you bring up Ohio on
election night, Ohio, Joe Biden was up by 10 percentage points at 9 p.m. Ultimately, we knew, and we had been telling people, do not think that the early results in Ohio are going to be the final results, indicative of the final results, because we know there are a lot of early votes, and they're disproportionately for Democrats.
They're allowed to count the mail-in ballots here. Some states are allowed to process those, clear them, make sure they're legal.
Texas and Ohio.
Right, and they do the count quickly. So we were getting texts on election night 2020, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. Wow, Joe Biden's going to win Ohio and Texas. And you're kind of responding to people, a lot of votes to count.
So again, because there are competitive races in Ohio tonight, where there might be a blue mirage in Ohio tonight.
You could see 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, your Democrats are leading somewhere, and we're going to be here, just as we're going to do in the states where the Republicans are leading, saying just these are votes. They're votes. They're fair, freely, perfectly counted votes. But it's not contextual. We don't have the full picture yet, which is what happens over time as you count the votes and you get to the end. And, the same thing that Donald Trump complains about in Pennsylvania happened in Ohio. He won in Ohio. He lost in Pennsylvania because of what? Math.
Right. But oddly, he didn't have any issue with it in Ohio and Texas, and Joe Biden did not claim that he had been cheated out of Ohio and Texas. Right. Because one of them acknowledges the math and one of them does not. We're now just minutes away from unveiling our first exit polls with insights into what is on your mind, the minds of voters as you cast your ballots. That is coming up next on this election night in America. Right now, a heated midterm battle for Congress is underway across the United States. Democrats and Republicans competing for the power to control the agenda in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate. I'm Jake Tapper in the CNN Election Center, and we're counting down to the first votes on this election night in America. And our first exit poll results are coming in right now. We're just moments away from bringing you crucial early clues about how this night might play out. President Biden has acknowledged that he and the Democrats are fighting against the tide since the party in power traditionally loses seats in the midterms. Republicans need to win 218 seats to reclaim the majority in the House, 5 more seats than they have now. It's likely to all come down to 82 key House races, competitive contests that could go either way. In the closely divided Senate, Republicans need 51 seats to take back control. That's only 1 more seat than they have now. 13 key Senate races will be crucial in deciding which party is in charge of the chamber. We're also following, of course, the 36 governors' contests across the country, including key races in the critical battlegrounds of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Florida. Here in the CNN Election Center, Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, and Chris Wallace are watching all the important contests. John King's at the Magic Wall. He's getting ready to break down the results, state by state, district by district. Casey Hunt is on the Senate beat. She's following all 35 Senate contests, including the crucial key races. And Boris Sanchez is watching those 36 governors' contests across the U.S. At any moment, David Chalian will bring us the first exit polls on what is on the minds of voters. And Brianna Keeler's at our voting desk, watching for any problems at our polling places. Our correspondents are out in force as well, of course, at candidates' headquarters and other key locations across the country. Right now, let's go to Phil Mattingly. He's over at the White House. And Phil, obviously President Biden has a lot riding on what's going to happen today and in the following days. How is he spending these last few hours? What's on his mind?
You know, Jake, over the course of the day, the president has been behind closed doors, called into a couple radio shows, trying to boost some turnout in certain places, spoken to Democratic campaign chiefs, both to thank them for their work and also to ply them for information, I'm told. Now, the president and his actual political team are separated. The political team is a few feet away from the West Wing in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. And the president is planning to watch returns with his senior team tonight, likely in the residence at some point. And what they're watching right now more than anything else is a handful of those battleground Senate races. When you talk to White House officials, they are keenly aware that between the history and the economic headwinds, the House is likely not going to be held, but they do feel like there is a fighting chance to hang on to the Senate, and they believe that's a reflection of the work that they've done over the course of the last 2 years. Now, keep in mind, the president has made very clear several times over the course of the last few weeks that he believes this is not, in fact, a referendum on his administration. This is a choice between 2 parties, and the White House is trying to echo that, circulating a memo I obtained earlier today, 2 close allies, trying to make the point that the president and his agenda, particularly his agenda, remain popular in isolation. The problem, however, as Democrats have discovered over the course of the last several months, that when inflation remains during 4-decade highs, and some people don't necessarily grapple with everything that's in that agenda, they face real problems. Right now, the White House believes that there will be losses. They hope, at least, to stem some of those losses when it comes to the Senate, Jake.
All right, Phil Mattingly at the White House. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny now in the critical battleground of Georgia. And Jeff, you're at the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker. That's another state that's going to be key to deciding control. What's the mindset of the Walker camp this evening?
Well, Jake, it's kind of ironic that Herschel Walker's best chance to avoid a runoff election tonight and win outright has less to do with his Democratic rival, Senator Raphael Warnock, than with a Republican on the ticket. Of course, that Republican would be Governor Brian Kemp. All Republicans here all day long, even some Democrats privately, will say that Governor Kemp is in command of this race. They believe that there will not be a runoff election on that side in that contest. And the question is how many Kemp voters, how much Republican strength out there could spill over into the Senate race here.
year. Of course, this Senate race has been one of the most competitive in the country, the second most expensive, just right after Pennsylvania. Senator Raphael Warnock, a Democrat who, of course, was elected just at the beginning of January 2021, right after President Biden narrowly won Georgia, has been tied now to this Biden administration. That's what the Walker campaign has been counting on. But again, the question to avoid a runoff election, how much support can they get from Brian Kemp? So really here in Georgia tonight, with one more hour left to vote, Jake, 2.5 million people have already voted. Officials say that they believe about the same number of people will vote today on Election Day. So ironically, the Walker campaign is actually talking a lot to the Kemp fellow Republican campaign tonight, hoping they can pull them over the edge. But of course, we'll see one more hour to vote here in Georgia. Jake.
All right, David Chalian. I'm sorry. Let's go to David Chalian. Thanks to Jeff Zelling. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has our first exit polls. David, what's on the minds of the voters?
Yeah, Jake, first I just want to say these are preliminary initial exit poll results. These are surveys that we've done of voters who voted on Election Day, as well as the tens of millions of voters who voted prior to Election Day. This is a representative sample of the overall electorate. So we want to take a look at what the national environment looks like for voters voting in this midterm election. Feelings about the way things are going in the U.S. This is a bleak picture from this electorate. Look down here. 39% dissatisfied, 34% are downright angry. That's 73%, 3/4 of the electorate tell us they're dissatisfied or angry. Only 5% enthusiastic, 20% satisfied. Joe Biden's approval rating, a key marker in midterm elections. 45% of those voting in this midterm election nationally, 45% approve of the job Biden's doing, 54% disapprove. This kind of looks like what we've seen in a lot of the pre-election polling. He is upside down and he's well below 50% approval. What about Biden as a factor in your vote? Well, he is a factor for about half of those voting today. 18%, though, say the factor is they're supporting Biden with their vote today. 32%, a third of people voting in this election, say they're doing so to oppose Joe Biden. 48%, the other half roughly, say Biden's not a factor at all. And how about Biden policies? Are they helping or hurting the country? Well, according to these early preliminary exit polls, and again, some of these numbers may shift as we get more survey data in, 46% of the electorate says Biden's policies are hurting the country. That's compared to 36%, a smaller portion, who say his policies are helping. 16% say they're not making a difference at all.
David Chalian, some brutal numbers for President Biden right there, Dan. And I have to say, the last one is, to me, the most significant. A plurality, 46% say Biden's policies are hurting the country. 16% not making a difference, which isn't exactly a resounding endorsement either. That's 62% of the people out there who think that his policies are hurting the country or they're not making any difference.
And a third saying that they are using their vote, even though Joe Biden's not on the ballot, to show their opposition to him with regard to Congress or others. To me, though, the whole ball game is that first one. You know, we've covered politics for a long time, and yes, there are things that change a lot. One thing that has never changed is what we call right track, wrong track, whether people just feel good or not about the country. Yeah. And the fact that almost 75%, so 3/4 of Americans are either dissatisfied or downright angry, that is brutal.
You know what this is lining up? Like 3 first-term midterm elections. The first midterm after a new president, 94, Clinton, 2010, Obama, 2018, Trump. And in all of those cases, the president's party, 2 times Democrats, 1 Republican, lost between 40 and 63 seats. When people are unhappy with the state of the country and they don't think the president is helping, they think he's hurting, they take it out on the president's party. And I don't know that we're going to see 40 to 63 seats lost, but it doesn't bode well for the Democrats.
And sometimes it's really that simple. I think the candidates and campaigns want to often make it about all kinds of other stuff. But when Americans are unhappy, and in this case, we know they are unhappy about the state of the economy and their pocketbooks, it really kind of boils down to that. And the party in power gets penalized for the sour mood that this electorate is.
Well, I mean, in the reality here, I mean, this number, it's so 25% of people are enthusiastic or satisfied. That means that there are a heck of a lot of Democrats out there who are dissatisfied or angry.
Absolutely. Let's go. David Chalian has some more numbers from the exit polls. David.
Jake, we're taking a look at the issues that are driving voters' decisions in this election. We asked folks in the exit poll, and again, this is preliminary information. We'll get more as the night goes on. What was the most important issue to your vote? Inflation for 32% of the electorate. This is a national look at those showing up to vote today. Interestingly, abortion, 27% of the electorate said it was the most important issue to their vote. That's sort of a closer second than we've seen in a lot of pre-election polling. Crime at 12%, gun policy at the same place, 12%, and immigration down to 10%. But let's dig into that issue number one, inflation. We asked folks, what is the condition of the nation's economy? What you see here is that 3/4 of the electorate, 36% say not so good, poor 39%. Add that together, 75% of the electorate today says thumbs down on the state of the nation's economy. We also asked, has inflation caused harm to your family or hardship to your family? 20% of voters today across the country tell us severe hardship. Another 58% tell us moderate hardship. So that's combined together, nearly 8 in 10 voters are experiencing some kind of hardship. 22% say no hardship. And we asked, how does your financial situation compare to what it was 2 years ago? Sort of the classic political question. 46% of voters in this election across the country are telling us their financial situation is worse than 2 years ago. 35% say about the same. Only 18% say better. And gas prices specifically, as you guys know, the Biden White House has been focused on gas prices every day. Yes, 61% of voters in this election across the country tell us gas prices has been a financial hardship for them. 38% say no, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Dana Bash, I mean, again, 75% of the country says the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. 78% of those in the exit poll say the inflation has caused their family severe or moderate hardship. Again, brutal numbers.
Brutal numbers. The first poll that David showed us, which obviously does have inflation at the top, we all know that it's not a surprise. The second one being abortion, and 27% of people saying that that is the most important issue to your vote. Talk to Democrats on the campaign trail in the White House. They say that's the reason why a lot of Democratic candidates are even in the game right now. Not that it's really going to change the outcome ultimately of control, but it at least keeps Democratic candidates.
Well, and what's so interesting is that, and I must say, I am surprised that abortion turns out to be the most important issue for so many people. But Democrats, last time I checked, had spent 10 times more on advertising on abortion than they had on inflation. And I think they're going to look back on that. I mean, clearly, there was a Dobbs mirage. They thought that the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade was going to be a silver bullet and it was going to carry them to victory. But it turns out inflation was the key issue.
I would describe the Dobbs scenario as a mirage. I mean, I think when you talk to Republicans, end of the summer, and Democrats, it was very, very real. It totally changed the dynamic. Democrats will say they had to hit the gas on abortion, maximize that because of what we're seeing in the exits. A full quarter of the electorate came out to vote on that issue. But the problem is the one thing that sticks around throughout all of this is the economy, and that is what is rearing back to the forefront for so many.
Well, what I thought was pretty interesting here, which David Chalian pointed out, is that the numbers in these exits do not line up with what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet.
And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even in here. It's not to say that it's not an issue for people, but it doesn't even come close.
Well, I do think that when we looked at the exits where people said, I'm unhappy about the direction the country's going, I'm angry. I wonder how many of that is people who are angry about the state of our politics.
Oh, the state of our politics.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Well, it's tough to read these poll numbers without more detail. Obviously, abortion, 27%. We don't know that they're all supportive of abortion rights.
I'll tell you, though, the partisans think those are all
Sure, and it might make a difference in Pennsylvania, Michigan, et cetera. We're closing in on the first vote tallies of this election night. Straight ahead, a new round of exit polls revealing who turned out to vote and how Donald Trump factored into their choices. Stay with us.
Tonight, voters delivering their verdict on whether Democrats keep control of the House and Senate or hand the keys to Republicans. We're back with CNN's live coverage of Election Night in America. I'm Anderson Cooper, along with our political team. I want to go to the battleground of Pennsylvania. Brian Todd is at a voting location in Gibsonia outside of Pittsburgh. Brian?
Right, Anderson. We're at the post 5 o'clock rush here in Allegheny County. The line getting a little longer at this polling place. Officials here telling us they're expecting more and more people to come after they get off of work now. So this could get very busy. Voter turnout very, very high in Allegheny County from everything we're told from officials here and countywide. We also have some information to report to you from the county spokesperson who told us that the sheriff of Allegheny County not long ago had to take out a cease and desist order for at least 3 people and possibly more who were going around to polling places, according to officials, and posing as election polling security people in an attempt to possibly interfere with some of the voting going on. They issued a cease and desist order. They were trying to find those at least 3 people, possibly more, but they have not been able to find them yet. It's the kind of nuisance activity that, officials here in Allegheny County and all over the country are trying to, nip in the bud before it gets to be too much of a problem. But we were told that they did try to find these 3 individuals posing as election security people, possibly interfering. Was it a case of voter intimidation? We're trying to get some more information on that, but that's just one of the kind of nuisance issues that they've had to deal with. But we are told that the turnout here in Allegheny County, very, very high. And of course, the mail-in balloting is extremely high in Allegheny County, maybe the highest in Pennsylvania. And we're getting officials saying that about 156,000 people have filed mail-in ballots. So that could make a huge difference later on in the evening, Anderson.
Yeah. All right, Brian, we'll check in with you a little bit later. I want to go back to David Chalian with a new batch of exit polls. David, what are you seeing?
Hey, Anderson, we're taking a look at sort of the composition of the electorate, different demographics, and what the electorate sort of looks like. We'll first look at this by race. According to these early preliminary exit polls, and again, these numbers will shift as the night goes on a little bit, 76% of voters today across the country, nationally, are white. 9% black, 10% Latino, 2% Asian, 1% Native American, 2% other racial and ethnic groups. I just want to note here, 76% white is significantly a whiter electorate than we saw in the presidential election back in 2020, when 67% of the electorate was white, and when black voters made up 13% of the electorate. So this is a whiter electorate that we're seeing than we saw 2 years ago. Among age groups, 10% say they are 18 to 29-year-olds make up 10% of the electorate, 20% 30 to 44, 36% 45 to 64, 34% are senior citizens. This, too, is a much older electorate than we saw 2 years ago in the presidential, when only 22% of the electorate was 65 and older. We also take a look at the education divide, a crucial sort of line in the American political landscape. 40% of voters today across the country are white voters with a college degree. 36% are white voters without a college degree. 11% voters of color with a college degree. 13% voters of color without a college degree. And finally, just the party makeup, partisan ID here, how people identify. 35% of voters in this election today are Republican. 34% self-identify as Democrat, and 31% self-identify as independent. So a roughly split electorate between D's, R's, and independents, Anderson.
Interesting to see, David Chalian. Thanks very much. David Axelrod, you've looked at a lot of exit polls. What are you reading that?
Well, first of all, this is nationwide, so it's a little hard to particularize to the key contests here. I think overall, Democrats would like to see a better turnout among African Americans, among younger voters. That had been the hope, and that had been the concern. And right now, you're seeing in Philadelphia and other cities where there are, in states where there are key races, efforts going there. That would be my main takeaway from that. But again, it could be somewhat different in the battleground states where there's a real effort to try and motivate key constituencies.
I would say also that independent number, I think, is very significant, right? A third of the electorate going out today independent. Most of those are predicted to break for Republicans. So like in Nevada, I know there's a strong independent turnout in Reno and Las Vegas right now. That's not good for the Democrats at this point in time.
Yeah, that's not good. I just want to say,
Vance just got real quiet.
Yeah, I'm like, somebody.
buddy.
Yeah. I'm gonna
No,
get you, dude.
you look at all these things together.
Well, wait. I'll say something to make you feel better. Exit polls are really interesting.
Yes.
It is a bit of a witch's cauldron. This is a national sample.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe this gets. I mean, I'm not optimistic for you.
I'm saying if we assume that that's right, and we have no reason not to assume that it's right, since it's our folks and our folks are best in the world, that's not good for Democrats. I'm just going to say it because
that independent number alone by itself. Look at that.
But Van,
yes.
5 o'clock
Sure.
exit polls. You know what? These are going to be very close races.
Sure.
I would, this is interesting. It's a good thing to talk about while we're waiting for people to actually have their votes begin counted. I would not overemphasize this. I do know that some of these things were concerns about minority voters, about young voters.
Latino,
and yes,
too.
independent voters have been breaking. They broke 4 years ago. 4 Democrats, they're breaking against them now.
Van, finish your thought.
I think the concern that we've had as Democrats, we need those young people to come out with great passion. That looks like maybe that didn't happen. If it didn't happen, that's not good for us. We need the African Americans out there. If they're not there, that's not good. And we think the independents may not go. So I just want to be honest. If that's what's going on, that'd make me very happy. What do you think?
My question is, what's the comparison with Latino voters to last time around? Because everything we're seeing in the polls is that Democrats are losing some altitude with Latino voters. So we have to see how that turns out. On the age issue, I mean, this means that like 70% of people voting, perhaps, are over 45.
That's
that's not good for,
the
for
18
Democrats.
to 29 vote. That to me signals that the Democrats focusing so heavily on Roe, thinking that was going to be an animating issue with younger voters, was probably not the case. And it actually signals that a lot of folks just stayed in. To me, that signals distrust that, frankly, politics in general is going to solve the state of our country. The fact that my generation isn't coming out in a big way, I think, is concerning.
Back to the
Mostly for
demographic.
your party.
Back to the demographic splits. Obviously, that's a national sample, but these Hispanic splits and can really have an outsized role in some of these campaigns. You look at some of the races in Texas, Arizona, the Republican numbers in Miami-Dade. I mean, Florida, it strikes me, could blow up huge for Republicans tonight.
Yeah.
And so you've got key races, and as you said, this number of Hispanics that are gravitating towards the Republican, that is going to be, as we head into 2024, if that trend continues, it really is an earthquake for how we analyze these elections.
After months of anticipation, we expect the first midterm votes to be reported in the next hour. Next, we'll lay out the stakes in the 36 governor's races across the country, including contests featuring some diehard 2020 election deniers.
If you're just joining us, we are live in Washington, D.C. We are awaiting the first election results of the night in the fights for control of the U.S. House and Senate. This is CNN's live coverage of election night in America. Our correspondents are in the field across the country. They're covering the final hours of voting in the biggest battleground states. Let's go to Wisconsin. Lucy Kafanov is at a voting site in the suburbs of Milwaukee. Lucy, how are the lines there?
The lines are incredibly long. You can see people stretching, waiting to vote. That line goes in past 2 rooms into a library where folks are actually casting their ballots. It is also stretching in the other direction, out the door outside. Now, we are in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, a suburb west of Milwaukee, population roughly 48,000 people. This area tends to lean more Democratic these days, but in the past, folks have voted for Republicans and Democrats and Libertarians. The former Republican governor, Scott Walker, is actually from this area. Now, we've been speaking to the election officials here, and they say this is unprecedented turnout for a midterm. It is double than what they've seen even in a presidential election, which tends to bring out a lot more people. They have also reported double absentee voter turnout in terms of the ballots that they've received. And we have not even hit the after work rush. That is only starting now. It's about 4:30 p.m. local time here. And so it's a sign of just how seriously people are taking this midterm election. The balance of power of the Senate hangs in the balance here. Remains to be seen, of course, which way the state will go.
That's right. Of course, they also have a big governor's race there in Wisconsin. Lucy, thanks so much. Let's go to Nevada, another key and critical battleground state where we find Gary Tuchman. Gary, that's a line of voters behind you? That's not to play blackjack, that's voters.
not to play blackjack and we're in a shopping mall, so it's not to buy ice cream, it's not to shop, it's not to go to the movie theater. It is to vote. We've seen up to 100 people waiting to vote here at the Boulevard Mall, which is just to the east of the Las Vegas Strip. This is the most populated county in the state of Nevada. 70% of the 3.1 million people in the state live in this county, and this is one of the most busy polling places. And with us are two voters who we're about to talk to. This is Alexis Minicini on the left, Tracy Ray on the right. I want to ask you first, because you're the lady, Alexis, tell me what made you decide to come out and vote today.
Sure. So I moved to Nevada in April of 2020 at the height of the pandemic. And ever since then, you know, the politics of the pandemic, if you will, have really encouraged me to become more politically involved.
And more left of center scale or more right of center scale?
More left of center scale, to protect the rights that I feel are important to me.
What rights are those the most important?
The most important ones, maybe not for Nevada, but abortion rights, as well as the right to vote and, free speech, making my voice heard.
Tracy Ray, are you from elsewhere also, or are you from Nevada?
Born and raised here.
You're born and raised here. And you were telling me that you used to be a Democrat, now you're a Republican.
I've moved in that direction.
You moved in that direction. What's the reason you came here today, the most important reason?
Well, crime, inflation. Crime and inflation are pretty big in my book.
You say you're more left of center or right of center? Am I guessing right of center?
Little more right.
Okay, so last question I'm going to ask you. We have three big races here: Senate, Governor, Secretary of State. There are other big races too, but those are the three major races. In the Senate race, who are you voting for, Democrat or Republican?
Democrat.
Republican.
Okay. Split decision here in this line of about 100 people. These are new friends who've just met each other, and I hope they stay friends. Jake, back to you.
All right, Gary, thanks so much. Let's talk about the governor's races. They have a big one in Nevada because, John, we're looking at the fact that in 6 states that went for Joe Biden, that voted for Joe Biden just 2 years ago, it is possible that when tonight is over or the week is over, those 6 states not only have Republican governors, but some of them will have governors, Republican governors, who are all in on Donald Trump's election lies.
Right, and those states will be critical again in 2024 and for the foreseeable future in American politics when it comes to picking a president. And think about the Dobbs decision. We'll see how it impacts votes tonight. But abortion is now a state's issue as well. So abortion rights, election denial, administration of democracy. Let's just walk through some of them. One is your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro favored in the polls, but we'll see if the polls holds up. Doug Mastriano, as election denial as you can get, tried to help Donald Trump essentially steal Pennsylvania.
He was there on January 6th.
And he was there on January 6th. To this day, says Donald Trump, won in Pennsylvania in 2020, and he just simply didn't.
And in Pennsylvania, the governor appoints the Secretary of State, which means a guy who lies about the election could appoint somebody who lies about the election and doesn't allow democracy to flourish.
Correct. So when you come down to whether it's county absentee ballots certifying, even if the legislators, the governor has to sign the papers that send the electoral college votes to Washington. So that's just one of them, right? Then you come over to the state of Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer, your Democratic incumbent. Remember, Joe Biden considered her a potential running mate back then. If she can survive in this climate, she will be considered a national Democratic star as we go to 2024 and beyond, but running against another election denier, also somebody who was very restrictive on abortion rights in the primaries, tried to moderate that a little bit in the general. But here, another one, Michigan, one of the key battleground states.
And they have an abortion referendum on the ballot as well.
They do as well, to make the right to an abortion part of the Constitution in the state of Michigan. But there you go, another battleground state, another election denier. You move across here. Tony Evers, the Democratic incumbent in Wisconsin, running against Tim Michels. Tim Michels, in the final weeks of the campaign, said, if you elect me, Republicans will never lose another election in Wisconsin. Imagine that. Now, is that just confidence, or is that you elect me, Republicans will never lose another election in Wisconsin? So in this climate, a statement like that certainly piques interest. So again, someone who has questioned the results of 2020, making a statement like that in one of the ultimate battleground states. Donald Trump won it by 20,000 votes in 2016. Joe Biden won it by 20,000 votes and change in 2020.
People forget what a battleground Wisconsin is, but it really is.
It's one of the most competitive states in American politics. You could argue the most, but it's one of the most. And again, you have a Democratic governor, just like Whitmer across in Michigan, fighting in this climate to hold office. And democracy is very much on the ballot in Wisconsin. So then you move out to the West. We just talked to Gary Tuchman. Here, Sheriff Joe Lombardo running against the Democratic incumbent, Steve Sisolak. And again, Joe Lombardo says Donald Trump. won in 2020.
Which, of course, he did not.
He did not. He did not. And so you have it in Nevada as well. And again, a very close, competitive state. The Democrats thought was shifting their way, but it's purple, and it's at play in presidential elections.
Yeah.
And you have it. And then you come here. This is probably the poster child of the new Trump candidates running in 2022, and that is the former broadcaster Kari Lake, who, again, says Donald Trump won in Arizona, that Arizona was stolen from Donald Trump. It was not. And the irony of this matchup, or maybe the grace of this matchup, running against the current Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, the Democrat who certified the Arizona results in 2020. And so, again, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all states absolutely critical to the citizens of those states, but pivotal in American presidential politics. They will be for the foreseeable future.
One other point on Arizona, which is, if we could just go back to that for one second. So, yes, Kari Lake, a big election liar, who has said that if she had been governor in 2020, she would not have certified the state. The Republican governor, currently Republican governor, Doug Ducey, did. But one thing I've heard Democrats say about Arizona, as opposed to all the other states, this is the only state, they say, where abortion laws actually changed post-Hobbs, like post-Dobbs. Sorry, Katie Hobbs. But post-Dobbs, it now became illegal in Arizona. Where these other battleground states, it pretty much stayed status quo.
And so you guys are just going through the exit polls. You raised that question. That's one of the things I would say the preponderance of what you went through the exit polls is not good news for the Democrats and Joe Biden.
Definitely not.
The views about the economy, the track of the country, what kind of mood are people in. That abortion number was much higher than in our national poll. Our last national poll had economy inflation at 51 and abortion at 15. So if abortion is rising as an issue, at least in some places, this is one of the places. Let's go back to the 2020 presidential election in Arizona. I mean, this is it. This is where it is decided in Maricopa County. And what is Maricopa County? It is Phoenix and the giant, fast-growing suburbs around here, where you do have a lot of, you would say, moderate voters, moderate Republican voters, inclined to vote for George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, and maybe for Kari Lake on issues like inflation, smaller government, crime, and taxes. But the abortion issue, will that play in the suburbs? So that was one thing that jumped out to me. The bones of the exit polls, what we've seen so far, not good news for the president and the Democrats. But if it's 27% nationally, abortion as an issue, as we go state by, we'll want to see as we go state by state, what is it in the suburbs in Arizona and a place like that. So you can look at a big picture. Those early numbers did not look good for the Democrats, but sometimes there are little pieces within a poll. Then you go to the American suburbs, which will decide these close elections, so we'll see.
And maybe in the American suburbs, it's bigger than 27% as a percentage, and maybe it actually has makes a difference in terms of the margins. We're nearing a significant moment on this election night. The first votes are about to come in. We're also standing by for new exit polls with a new read on the issues that voters care most about. And all of that is coming up and much more. Stay with us.
Looking at a sun setting in Washington, D.C., a metaphor probably in there somewhere, but I'm not going to do that. In Congress could get a shakeup tonight, depending on what voters across the nation are deciding right now. We've got new exit poll information to share with you on the issues voters care most about. David Callahan has that. David?
Anderson, this is sort of like a Venus and Mars election. I want to show you, we were able to look at the most important issue just sort of among the people across the country who said they voted for the Republican candidate in their House of Representatives election. So among those voting for Republicans today in this election, inflation, 47% say most important issue. Nothing else comes close. Immigration at 14%, crime at 13%, abortion at 11%, gun policy at 8%. Now I want to show you the other side of the equation. Among those voting for the Democrat in their House of Representatives election today, 40 mirrors what we just saw on the Republican side. 15% say gun policy, 15% say inflation, 11% crime, 6% immigration. Now, about that abortion issue, now we were going to look nationally at all voters, okay? Everyone voting today, according to these exit polls, we asked, should abortion be legal in all cases, illegal in all cases? 30% say abortion should be legal in all cases. 30% say abortion should be legal in most cases. 27% illegal in most cases, 9% illegal in all cases. This is that 60-40 issue in favor of abortion rights, why Democrats thought it might be wise for them to lean into this. Then we asked, what are your feelings about Roe versus Wade being overturned? And you see that same 60-40 split. 16% enthusiastic and 21% satisfied. That's 37% total there. But look at this. 21% dissatisfied, and 4 in 10 voters today in this election are downright angry about Roe v. Wade being overturned.
David Chalian, fascinating to see that. Alyssa, I mean, it's really just the tale of two Americas.
Yeah, it's split screen America. I mean, completely different motivating factors. We knew Republicans were going to be motivated around the economy. I think Democrats failed to really deliver a coherent message around the economy and why folks should turn out for them on that issue, that things were going the right way. So most of the ads did focus on reproductive rights. So I'm not surprised that that was the motivating factor getting folks out to the poll. But the numbers are kind of a stunning breakdown. If you think about it, our country's basically broken into 3 different blocks on how you view the abortion issue. And there's really not a whole lot of overlap between the two parties.
And I think what's interesting is that only 9% of voters say never in any circumstances. And you have so many Republicans now out over their skis with such an extreme position saying that people should, but shouldn't be able to get those services. And I don't think that now we can kind of in the cold, political calculation say it wasn't wise to focus on abortion. But it was terrifying to have the Supreme Court come down and wipe out rights for people and to abandon American women to, sometimes horrific fates. And so it wasn't just calculation. Sometimes you actually believe in stuff. Sometimes you actually care about issues and people. And then that was why I think we leaned in so hard on abortion.
But Van, I think these numbers actually show that the Democrats had a point focusing on abortion. When you look at the difference between Democrats and Republicans, I mean, among Democrats, 44%, abortion the most important issue. They needed to talk about other issues that also appeal to independent voters. But when you look at, if you're trying to get your base out, this wasn't a bad issue to talk about.
I'll go back to David Chalian with more. David?
Anderson, we're also going to take a look here at the Trump factor. We talked a little earlier about the Biden factor in this election. So now we're taking a look at these exit polls and what they tell us about the Trump factor in this election. Again, this is the national exit poll, people voting for the House of Representatives. These are preliminary numbers, but 16% of people going to the polls today or voted in advance of today say their vote was to support Donald Trump. 28% say their vote was to oppose Donald Trump. And a majority, 54%, say Trump was not a factor. How about Trump's standing with the electorate today in these midterm elections? Just the opinion of him overall. 37% of voters in this midterm election have a favorable view of Donald Trump. 60% of voters in this midterm election across the country have an unfavorable view. We also tried to get a sense of how that compares to how people view the Republican Party. 43% of voters in this election have a favorable view of the Republican Party. A majority, 53%, have an unfavorable view of the party. And then we asked, is the Republican Party too extreme? A slim majority, 54%, say yes, it is too extreme. 44% say no, the Republican Party is not too extreme.
Let's check in with David Urban. What do you think?
Yeah, so listen, I think, interestingly, Donald Trump has been uncharacteristically quiet until maybe 48 hours ago, right? I think we were talking about this until he kind of popped up on the screen and maybe I'm going to run for president, maybe I'm not. And then recently in the past 24 hours, he's been just kind of trying to steal the narrative again. So it's not surprising to me that people say Trump didn't really play into anybody's facts. He's been on Truth Social, been otherwise absent. And Democrats are smart because I think they've figured this out. They can't just run against Trump. So they've been kind of quiet about it as well. So those numbers aren't surprising.
Yeah, although I have to say, I look at these numbers and a similar number of people said that they're voting to express support for Trump and oppose him as the numbers were for Biden, a sitting president. So Donald Trump has really been a big piece of this, even though he's been quiet. And I think one of the reasons that you have so many people saying the Republican Party is extreme, the fact that he pushed candidates forward who were judged primarily by their ability, their willingness to deny the last election. And with it came all kinds of other stuff.
Sorry. But Biden's unfavorability, we knew was high going into this. We knew that was going to affect the midterms. But it's interesting to note that Trump's is even higher at a time as he's toying with, or even lower. I'm sorry. Yes. And I think that's the fact that Republicans are still expected to do better despite the leader of the party being even less favorable than the sitting president is interesting.
Yeah, and well, I mean, they've done it before. In 20, Trump was losing, and we obviously picked up seats in the House. If you're just looking this through the lens of Biden and Trump in this potential rematch, which no one's excited about, but I mean, sitting here tonight, Trump is sitting at 37-60, Biden is sitting at 45-54. A question that potential opponents of Donald Trump in the upcoming primary are going to say is, well, should I tell my voters it's not a sure bet that he would beat Joe Biden. Can I raise a point, by the way, about the abortion question? I didn't get a chance a minute ago, and legal in all cases is 30%. That is the Democratic position. Every other position on here, legal in most cases, that's the Lindsey Graham position. Illegal in most cases, some Republicans, illegal in all. So the Democratic position is legal in all cases, 30. Everything else is some variance of a Republican position.
Republicans didn't want the Lindsey Graham position.
A lot of Republicans do like that position.
Well,
15 weeks and the 3 exceptions.
Excuse me, but they didn't want to vote on it before the election, if you'll recall.
What do you mean vote on
They
it?
did. Well, Lindsey Graham.
Ben, I just want to correct the record here. Safe, legal, and rare is where 80% of Americans are. Okay, most Americans are in some reasonable place in the middle. Are there extremists in both parties that say, no exceptions, whatever? But the reality is the Democratic position is much more reflective of where Americans are coming from. Listen, Lindsey Graham went out there and tried to raise that. He got left at the altar by your party. So I don't think you can pretend you're in a better place than we are.
Is there a Democrat in this country that ran on a single limitation on abortion in a major race?
Sure.
No,
Where?
Tim Ryan didn't even. I expected Tim Ryan.
In the Senate vote, by the way, Scott's right. In the Senate vote, which was taken, every senator voted for abortion.
I asked
No
Val
limits
Demings today if she believed in any abortion, including in the 3rd trimester, and she said no.
Fetterman did not. Demings did not. 30% of the country, legal in all cases. Everything else is a Republican position.
Scott, the position of most Democrats is the position that is the majority position in this country, which is this is primarily a decision between a woman and her doctor. B, that most of these decisions are made early in pregnancies, not late, and that there should be exceptions even in later in pregnancy when a woman's health is involved. And so that's the mainstream position. I don't honestly think you're going to want to go into a general election in 2024 arguing what you're arguing here, and we'll see how.
But nobody can articulate a single limitation that a Democrat candidate laid out in this election. What you're saying sounds reasonable.
Every Democrat pretty much embraced Roe versus Wade, which had limitations.
Exactly. What was the Senate vote on the Schumer bill? I mean, the Democratic candidates, when asked over and over, could not articulate a limit.
They said Roe.
But you know what Roe versus Wade was, right?
I'm familiar with it.
Yes, it had limitations. It basically
Schumer bill did not, though.
Right.
Roe versus Wade had limitations, and they reflect generally what people feel in this country.
I don't believe a statewide candidate.
Which is why, by the way, in this and every other survey you see, about 2/3 of the country were unhappy with that decision.
It's also,
but it would be interesting as a strategist if you want to go in there.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
Argue.
No. All Democrats
but
had
let me say
to
one thing about
support
Trump,
Roe.
if I can.
Yeah.
Can I just say one word about Trump?
I want to add something too on Trump.
The problem for the Republican Party is that you can't live with Trump and you can't live without him. Candidates can't get nominated without him, and you can't win a lot of general elections with him. The reason your candidates are struggling in places where they maybe shouldn't be struggling is because he nominated people primarily on their fealty to him, and it's created a big problem for you.
The one interesting thing also about Trump on this exit poll is that 54% of people said Trump was not a factor. That will disappoint Donald Trump tremendously, since he thinks if his candidates win, he should be given credit. But if I'm a 2024 candidate, and I think you were talking about this a little bit, Scott, and I see that unfavorable rating for Donald Trump, and you think of a Trump-Biden potential matchup, I would be saying this is the only guy who can lose this election.
I think there's going to make it through the primary. That's what we're all.
But I think there's
the more candidates there are, the more likely he is to make it through the primary.
To Gloria's point, though, I think that there's a certain governor of Florida who's going to, skate to re-election tonight, who's going to see these numbers and think maybe I should consider getting in. Yeah, I think this is very vulnerable.
There are a lot of Republicans who would say, how could we possibly lose to Biden again? You look at this and you can see how it could happen right here.
We're on the brink of getting the first votes of the night. Stay with us. Election night in America. This is CNN. Looking at a sun setting in Washington, D.C., a metaphor probably in there somewhere, but I'm not going to do that. In Congress could get a shakeup tonight, depending on what voters across the nation are deciding right now. We've got new exit poll information to share with you on the issues voters care most about. David Callahan has that. David?
Anderson, this is sort of like a Venus and Mars election. I want to show you, we were able to look at the most important issue just sort of among the people across the country who said they voted for the Republican candidate in their House of Representatives election. So among those voting for Republicans today in this election, inflation, 47% say most important issue. Nothing else comes close. Immigration at 14%, crime at 13%, abortion at 11%, gun policy at 8%. Now I want to show you the other side of the equation. Among those voting for the Democrat in their House of Representatives election today, 40 mirrors what we just saw on the Republican side. 15% say gun policy, 15% say inflation, 11% crime, 6% immigration. Now, about that abortion issue, now we were going to look nationally at all voters, okay? Everyone voting today, according to these exit polls, we asked, should abortion be legal in all cases, illegal in all cases? 30% say abortion should be legal in all cases. 30% say abortion should be legal in most cases. 27% illegal in most cases, 9% illegal in all cases. This is that 60-40 issue in favor of abortion rights, why Democrats thought it might be wise for them to lean into this. Then we asked, what are your feelings about Roe versus Wade being overturned? And you see that same 60-40 split. 16% enthusiastic and 21% satisfied. That's 37% total there. But look at this, 21% dissatisfied, and 4 in 10 voters today in this election are downright angry about Roe v. Wade being overturned.
David Callahan, fascinating to see that. Alyssa, I mean, it's really just the tale of two Americas.
Yeah, it's split screen America. I mean, completely different motivating factors. We knew Republicans were going to be motivated around the economy. I think Democrats failed to really deliver a coherent message around the economy and why folks should turn out for them on that issue, that things were going the right way. So most of the ads did focus on reproductive rights. So I'm not surprised that that was the motivating factor getting folks out to the poll. But the numbers are kind of a stunning breakdown. If you think about it, our country's basically broken into 3 different blocks on how you view the abortion issue. And there's really not a whole lot of overlap between the two parties.
And I think what's interesting is that only 9% of voters say never in any circumstances. And you have so many Republicans now out over their skis with such an extreme position saying that people shouldn't be able to get those services. And I don't think that now we can kind of in the cold, political calculation say it wasn't wise to focus on abortion. But it was terrifying to have the Supreme Court come down and wipe out rights for people and to abandon American women to, sometimes horrific fates. And so it wasn't just calculation. Sometimes you actually believe in stuff. Sometimes you actually care about issues and people. And then that was why I think we leaned in so hard on abortion.
But Van, I think these numbers actually show that the Democrats had a point focusing on abortion. When you look at the difference between Democrats and Republicans, I mean, among Democrats, 44%, abortion the most important issue. They needed to talk about other issues that also appeal to independent voters. But when you look at, if you're trying to get your base out, this wasn't a bad issue to talk about.
We'll go back to David Callahan with more. David?
Anderson, we're also going to take a look here at the Trump factor. We talked a little earlier about the Biden factor in this election. So now we're taking a look at these exit polls and what they tell us about the Trump factor in this election. Again, this is the national exit poll, people voting for the House of Representatives. These are preliminary numbers, but 16% of people going to the polls today or voted in advance of today say their vote was to support Donald Trump. 28% say their vote was to oppose Donald Trump. And a majority, 54%, say Trump was not a factor. How about Trump's standing with the electorate today in these midterm elections? Just the opinion of him overall. 37% of voters in this midterm election have a favorable view of Donald Trump. 60% of voters in this midterm election across the country have an unfavorable view. We also tried to get a sense of how that compares to how people view the Republican Party. 43% of voters in this election have a favorable view of the Republican Party. A majority, 53%, have an unfavorable view of the party. And then we asked, is the Republican Party too extreme? A slim majority, 54%, say yes, it is too extreme. 44% say no, the Republican Party is not too extreme.
Let's check in with David Urban. What do you think?
Yeah, so listen, I think, interestingly, Donald Trump has been uncharacteristically quiet until maybe 48 hours ago, right? I think we were talking about this until he kind of popped up on the screen and maybe I'm going to run for president, maybe I'm not. And then recently in the past 24 hours, he's been just kind of trying to steal the narrative again. So it's not surprising to me that people say Trump didn't really play into anybody's facts. He's been on Truth Social, been otherwise absent. And Democrats are smart because I think they've figured this out. They can't just run against Trump. So they've been kind of quiet about it as well. So those numbers aren't surprising.
Yeah, although I have to say, I look at these numbers, and a similar number of people said that, they're voting to express support for Trump and oppose him as the numbers were for Biden, a sitting president. So Donald Trump has really been a big piece of this, even though he's been quiet. And I think one of the reasons that you have so many people saying the Republican Party is extreme, the fact that he pushed candidates forward who were judged primarily by their ability, their willingness to deny the last election. And with it came all kinds of other stuff.
Sorry. But Biden's unfavorability, we knew was high going into this. We knew that was going to affect the midterms. But it's interesting to note that Trump's is even higher at a time as he's toying with, or even lower. I'm sorry. Yes. And I think that's the fact that Republicans are still expected to do better despite the leader of the party being even less favorable than the sitting president is interesting.
Yeah, and well, I mean, they've done it before. In 20, Trump was losing, and we obviously picked up seats in the House. If you're just looking this through the lens of Biden and Trump in this potential rematch, which no one's excited about, but I mean, sitting here tonight, Trump is sitting at 37-60, Biden is sitting at 45-54. A question that potential opponents of Donald Trump in the upcoming primary are going to say is, well, should I tell my voters it's not a sure bet that he would beat Joe Biden? Can I raise a point, by the way, about the abortion question? I didn't get a chance a minute ago, and legal in all cases is 30%. That is the Democratic position. Every other position on here, legal in most cases, that's the Lindsey Graham position. Illegal in most cases, some Republicans, illegal in all. So the Democratic position is legal in all cases, 30. Everything else is some variance of a Republican position.
Republicans didn't want the Lindsey Graham position.
A lot of Republicans do like that position.
Well,
15 weeks and the three exceptions.
But they didn't want to vote on it before the election, if you'll recall.
What do you mean vote on it?
They did. Well, Lindsey Graham.
Ben, I just want to correct the record here. Safe, legal, and rare is where 80% of Americans are. Okay, most Americans are in some reasonable place in the middle. Are there extremists in both parties that say, no exceptions, whatever? But the reality is the Democratic position is much more reflective of where Americans are coming from. Listen, Lindsey Graham went out there and tried to raise that. He got left at the altar by your party. So I don't think you can pretend you're in a better place than we are.
Is there a Democrat in this country that ran on a single limitation on abortion in a major race?
Sure.
No, Tim Ryan didn't even. I expected
Tim Ryan. In the Senate vote, by the way, Scott's right. In the Senate vote, which was taken, every senator voted for abortion.
I asked Val Demings today if she believed in any abortion, including in the third trimester, and she said no.
Fetterman did not. Demings did not. 30% of the country, legal in all cases. Everything else is a Republican position.
Scott, the position of most Democrats is the position that is the majority position in this country, which is this is primarily a decision between a woman and her doctor. B, that most of these decisions are made early in pregnancies, not late, and that there should be exceptions even in later in pregnancy when a woman's health is involved. And so that's the mainstream position. I don't honestly think you're going to want to go into a general election in 2024 arguing what you're arguing here, and we'll see how.
But nobody can articulate a single limitation that a Democrat candidate laid out in this election. What you're saying sounds reasonable.
Every Democrat pretty much embraced Roe versus Wade, which had limitations.
Exactly. What was the Senate vote on the Schumer bill? I mean, the Democratic candidates, when asked over and over, could not articulate a limit.
They said Roe.
But you know what Roe versus Wade was, right?
I'm familiar with it.
Yes, it had limitations. It basically
Schumer bill did not, though.
Right.
Roe versus Wade had limitations, and they reflect generally what people feel in this country.
I don't believe a statewide candidate.
Which is why, by the way, in this and every other survey you see, about 2/3 of the country were unhappy with that decision.
It's also,
but it would be interesting as a strategist if you want to go in there.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
Argue.
No.
But let me say one thing about Trump, if I can.
Yeah.
Can I just say one word about Trump?
I want to add something too on Trump.
The problem for the Republican Party is that you can't live with Trump and you can't live without him. Candidates can't get nominated without him, and you can't win a lot of general elections with him. The reason your candidates are struggling in places where they maybe shouldn't be struggling is because he nominated people primarily on their fealty to him, and it's created a big problem for you.
The one interesting thing also about Trump on this exit poll is that 54% of people said Trump was not a factor. That will disappoint Donald Trump tremendously, since he thinks if his candidates win, he should be given credit. But if I'm a 2024 candidate, and I think you were talking about this a little bit, Scott, and I see that unfavorable rating for Donald Trump, and you think of a Trump-Biden potential matchup, I would be saying this is the only guy who can lose this election.
I think they're going to make it through the primary. That's what we're all
But I think the more candidates there are, the more likely he is to make it through the primary.
Exactly.
To Gloria's point, though, I think that there's a certain governor of Florida who's going to, skate to re-election tonight, who's going to see these numbers and think maybe I should consider getting in. Yeah, I think this is very vulnerable.
There are a lot of Republicans who would say, how could we possibly lose to Biden again? You look at this and you can see how it could happen right here.
We're on the brink of getting the first votes of the night. Stay with us. Election Night in America. This is CNN.
It's a high-stakes night here in Washington, D.C., as voters across the United States are having their say about control of Congress and so much more. We're standing by now for the first votes this hour. I'm Jake Tapper with our team in the CNN Election Center, and we are nearing our first chance to make projections in the critical fight for control of Congress. At 7 p.m. Eastern, voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Some polling places in Indiana and Kentucky are closing right now, and votes from those areas could start coming in at any moment. This is what it would take for Republicans to take back the House. They need to win 218 seats to win the majority. That's 5 more seats than they have now. The battle will take place in 82 key House races, competitive contests that really could go either way. In the closely divided Senate, Republicans need 51 seats to take back control. That's only 1 more seat than they already have. We're watching 13 key races that will be crucial to the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. We're also following the 36 governors contests across the country, including key races in a number of critical battlegrounds. Our election team is in position for a very busy night, including Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, and Chris Wallace. Over at the Magic Wall, John King is standing by. He'll track the results and give us perspective on the votes that have not yet been reported. Casey Hunt's following all 35 Senate contests, including the crucial key races, as we get closer to the first results. And Boris Sanchez is watching those 36 governors contests across the United States. David Chalian will soon share more exit poll information as polling places close. And Brianna Keeler is at our voting desk, keeping us up to date on how and when the ballots are counted in each state. Our election team is fanned out across the United States, including at the headquarters of the top candidates. Right now, let's go to 2 of the top battlegrounds in the fight for the Senate. Kate Baldwin is in Pennsylvania at the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz. And Kate, what are you hearing there in Newtown from Oz's campaign headquarters about their expectations for the night?
Well, I'll tell you, Jake, Mehmet Oz's campaign, they are describing it as feeling a continued sense of confidence, if you will. That's how they're describing it to me as they wait for votes to be counted here in Pennsylvania. And from another source, a Republican close to the campaign, describing the feeling as cautiously optimistic, but still nervous, saying that they feel good, that they really left it all in the field. Now, the campaign believes that they closed out this race on a high note, pointing to the big crowd that they saw in the Philadelphia suburbs last night with the final rally that Mehmet Oz held. We were there, we saw it. And they also believe that in the end, the campaign is pointing to at this point, Jake, that they believe that they have gotten into the good position that they believe that they are in because of one factor specifically, the contrast that they drew in their message, the contrast of balance, bringing balance to Washington, and contrasting that, as Mehmet Oz describes it over and over again, as extremism on both sides. That is what the campaign says they feel good about. And a source telling CNN they believe the message really resonated with voters and that they've defined Fetterman in a way that stuck with voters. We'll see tonight, Jake.
All right, Kate Baldwin at Oz headquarters in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Let's go to another important race in Georgia. Eva McKend is at the headquarters of Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. He is running for re-election in a very, very tough fight. What's the mood there among the Warnock campaign folks?
Well, Jake, Georgia Democrats will tell you they always knew that this race was going to be incredibly close. What we have seen, though, is Republican newcomer, former NFL star Herschel Walker, really mount an aggressive challenge. And Warnock is trying to stave off that challenge. Notably, he has been confident in the last several weeks, but Warnock has been telling his supporters, look, we do not want this to go into overtime. He has 2 ads up in the state saying just that. The Democrats need to come out and vote to avoid a December runoff. If neither Walker or Warnock get above 50%, then this goes for another several weeks. That is something that they are trying to avoid. You don't hear Walker talking about a potential runoff as much, but Warnock is. I asked him about this. Why is this a concern? He says, listen, and he reiterated this again today, that he is prepared to win tonight. But that he's also prepared for this possibility as well. You know, his potential success in this state really, I think, underscores the challenge that Georgia Democrats face. Really, it is a test. His potential success is a test to see if Georgia Democrats can pull out a victory, even though that this is a difficult midterm map for Democrats across the country. If Warnock wins here, it will illustrate that the way that he has run his campaign, really focusing on his bipartisan credentials, can work in a state that is so competitive like this one, Jake.
All right, Eva McKend in Atlanta at the headquarters of Senator Raphael Warnock. We have another snapshot for you now on what is on the minds of voters. Let's go back to David Chalian, who has exit polls. David.
Jake, we are looking at these preliminary exit polls. I just want to make sure everyone understands some of these numbers will change throughout the evening. Also, this exit poll does represent voters who voted before Election Day in absentee by mail vote or early in-person vote, as well as Election Day voters. We wanted to take a look at how confident people feel about their votes being fairly and accurately counted in this election. Obviously, a big conversation. Very confident, 50%. Of voters nationwide in this midterm election, very confident that their state elections are fair and accurate. 30% somewhat confident, so 8 and 10 have a level of confidence. 13% not very confident, 6% not at all confident. We also wanted to ask the straight-up question, do you believe Joe Biden was legitimately elected president back in 2020? You see the results here. 63% of voters across the country, yes, believe Joe Biden was indeed legitimately elected. But a third of voters in this election do not believe that Joe Biden was the legitimately elected president in 2020, which brings in this concern about democracy. Do you think that democracy in the United States is secure or threatened? 9% say it's very secure. 19% voters nationwide, somewhat secure. 33% somewhat threatened. And the plurality, 37% of voters today believe that U.S. democracy is very threatened, Jake.
David Chalian, thanks so much. That is a shocking number, Dana Bash. 1/3 of the American people think that Joe Biden did not legitimately win the presidency in 2022. He did, of course, win legitimately the presidency in 2020. I mean, it's almost as if 1/3 of the country believes that the moon landing was faked.
It's soul crushing. It is. Not because of who we're talking about, but because of what we're talking about. We're talking about truth and facts and reality. And this is just the latest piece of evidence that the former president has been able to convince most of his supporters that it's not true, that he did not lose the election.
Well, you know, I mean, I think the other part of this to me is that I hear all the time from Republicans, oh, this is just a fringe view. This is not a dominant view. 34% of the country, that's a lot of people. That is millions and millions of people. And I don't see really a lot of people owning up to that and doing anything about it. I think it's deeply problematic for the country. But in spite of that, it's somewhat surprising that 80% or so of the country also thinks the elections are being run
That's a good
well or fairly. I mean, I think both things are happening at the same time, which is just bizarre.
You know, my first election, and I go back a ways, as a kid, was Kennedy-Nixon in 1960. Very close election. Real questions as to whether Kennedy stole Illinois, whether he and Johnson stole Texas. But after the election was over, there was never any doubt. John Kennedy was the president. And from then until now, 62 years, I'd say 60 years, but from 2020 on, suddenly this new issue has come up, to my knowledge, where there is a real doubt as to whether the president is really the president and whether the election was fair or was stolen. It's a paradigm shift in my lifetime.
One thing that I would just underscore here, though, is that we should remember this is just people who voted today that we're surveying in these exit polls, which is not, of course, representative of the entire country. But I do think it underscores the importance of leadership or lack thereof, right? I mean, there have been so many questions, and there's a reason why many people will ask. I mean, I've spent years on Capitol Hill in hallways asking Republicans, why are you not condemning this, standing up to it? Why are you going along with this? You know, I think it really shows the impact of the silence of so many Republican candidates who've gone along with the way Donald Trump has presented this.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, if a majority of Republicans in Washington and governor's offices throughout the country were able to say, you know, of course Joe Biden was legitimately elected, that would maybe make a difference. But they're not. They're pretty quiet about it, most of them. David Chalian, you have more for us now on the exit polls.
Jake, just a little while ago, we were looking at the Republican Party and whether voters thought the party was too extreme or not. We learned that a majority of voters in this election did think 54% thought the Republican Party was too extreme. We asked that about the Democratic Party as well. And guess what? A slim majority of voters in this election, 51%, roughly equal here, think that the Democratic Party is too extreme. 47% say no, it is not. We also wanted to test some issues and ask, which party do you trust to handle some of these top issues? So which party do you trust to handle inflation? 54% of voters in this election, a majority, trust the Republican Party on inflation. 42% the Democrats. Which party do you trust to handle abortion? It's sort of the reverse here. 52% Democrats are trusted to handle the issue of abortion. 43% Republican. And which party do you trust to handle crime? This is back to a Republican advantage among voters in this election, according to these exit polls. 52% trust the Republicans on crime. 42%, Jake, trust the Democrats on the issue.
All right, David Chalian with exit polls. So do I have that right? Majorities of the voters think that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are too extreme?
I don't think that should be a huge surprise. Look, most Americans think these
Welcome
parties,
to America in 2022.
Yeah, they just think these parties are too in the pocket of their extreme camps. And even when they cast their ballot for one party or the other, it doesn't necessarily signal a wholesale approval.
But just do the math for me on this. So 40% think that the other party's too extreme, and then there's like 10 to 15% that just think that both parties are too extreme.
Because for people who think that the other party is look, I think it's that people are well aware of the times that they're living in, that these are very, very polarized times. So even if they are part of that polarization, they can see it, which there's no question adds to the despair that people are feeling about how this country is going.
The other interesting finding here, I think, is the one on crime. You figure that people are going to think Republicans inflation, Democrats abortion, but the Republicans were really effective in the last couple of months of this campaign in hammering Democrats as soft on crime. It made a big difference in Pennsylvania. Oz did it to Fetterman. Big difference in Wisconsin, where Johnson has done it to Mandela Barnes, and it's really made a big difference in New York State in the governor's race, where Lee Zeldin, in a state that there hasn't been a Republican governor since 2006, with George Pataki, Zeldin might beat Kathy Hochul tonight.
But, to go back quickly, and they did it at the right time, too, Chris, right at the end of the campaign. To go back to your point about the extremism here, I think it also underscores, the people that are engaged in our political system are the people that are on the most extremes. There are a lot of people who don't vote, who don't show up, and they're the people that are just turned off by the entire thing. And what you're left with is the most extreme on each side.
Very interesting. So this election night really gets going soon with the first big round of poll closings and results. That includes Battleground Georgia. We're going to go there live next. Stay with us. This is the night when voters are deciding whether or not to reshape the political landscape here in Washington, D.C. We are back with our live coverage of this very important midterm election. Let's check in on voting in the key battleground state of Arizona. Sarah Seidner is at a voting location in Tempe, Arizona. And Sarah, it's a few more hours before the polls close there. What are you seeing?
The lines have gotten really long here on the Arizona State University campus. They have now quadrupled from when we initially started here this morning. Lots of folks out here, a lot of students out here, but we're also starting to see some folks who aren't students who are voting at this location. And here in Maricopa County, you can vote anywhere because they're able to print out the ballot that marks exactly who you are and has all the issues and people that you need to vote for in your specific area. Now, I do want to give you an update because there were some voting issues in Maricopa County this morning that somebody basically put out to the public. Now they've investigated it, and what they found is that some of the printers at about a fifth of the locations, the 223 vote centers, were not having ink that was dark enough to mark the ballots. They have fixed that in 41 vote centers so far, according to Maricopa County spokesperson Fields Mosley. Now, we are learning that there are less than 30 that still need to be fixed. But what the county wants everyone to know is that no matter what happens, even if there's a problem with the tabulation machine that isn't printing properly, that doesn't have the proper ink, that they are going to count your vote. You can either take your ballot and put it into that machine, which has a lockbox, and they will pick it up and they will take it to the tabulation center, or they will take your ballot to the tabulation center and make sure that your vote is counted. They have been saying that over and over and over again. They do understand that people are concerned about this, that this is blown up on social media, but they are being very clear that no one, not a single voter, will be disenfranchised, that your vote will be counted. Jake?
All right. Well, transparency is always the key to clearing up situations like that. Sarah Seidner, thanks so much. Let's go to our voting desk now. Brianna Keeler. Brianna, you're looking at two other key battlegrounds, Georgia and Pennsylvania.
That's right, because there are two states, Jake, that could keep us on the edge of our seats tonight. In Cobb County, Georgia, officials have extended the deadline for more than 1,000 absentee ballots. They weren't sent out due to procedural errors, and those ballots will now be accepted until November 14th. Also, there are 6 precincts statewide that have been ordered to stay open past the 7 p.m. deadline, 2 in Cobb County, 2 in DeKalb County in the Atlanta area, and 2 other precincts in smaller counties, all because those polling locations opened late this morning. Something to watch in Georgia. Candidates in nearly every race must get more than 50% of the vote to win. Any race that doesn't meet that threshold will go to a runoff election between the top 2 candidates. That will be held this year on December 6th. And then in Pennsylvania, Luzerne County polls will stay open until 10 p.m. tonight after a county judge said voters there were disenfranchised and denied the fundamental right to vote through no fault of their own. This was the result of a paper shortage, which resulted in the inability to print paper ballots there. In Philadelphia, an election official said nearly 3,600 mail ballots are at risk of being rejected because of incorrect information, missing dates, or secrecy envelopes. People who were not able to cure their ballots at City Hall, that means go there to fix the mistakes they made, can still vote in person today. And the Philadelphia City Commissioner tells CNN that more than 100,000 mail ballots have been received throughout the county and are being processed, Jake.
All right, Brianna, thanks so much. I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall to take a look at some of the Senate races we're going to be keeping an eye on, and also the governor's races. John, what do you got for us?
So I want to follow up what Brianna said in just a minute, but first, if I could just ask you guys to turn this way for 1 second, I just want to show it. Those are your very first votes of the 2022 midterms.
We just saw it pop in.
They're coming in now in these 4 congressional districts in Indiana. They're very early votes. We'll get back to them a bit later. They're not in competitive districts. They're in what are
competitive district is right there.
Right there. You're right. The district that has Gary, Indiana, is right next to it.
We're keeping an eye on that one.
That's good. But you see, that's our first votes, and that's the wonder of democracy, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. And I wanted to point that out to be a little bit of the crank in the room following Brianna there. Stay off social media, people, if you're trying to figure out, are there really issues with votings? Trust your local officials. Trust us here. Trust a news source that you know and trust, to be honest about this. They're doing their jobs and they're doing it right. So what was Brianna just talking about? She was talking about Cobb County, Georgia. That is right up here, just outside of Atlanta. It matters, right? It's 7% of the state population. Joe Biden carried it by 14 points. So in the race for Senate, in the race for governor, in any race in this area, Cobb County matters. You heard Brianna talking about polling places staying open. Georgia did a very good job counting its votes in 2020. It will do a very good job counting its votes tonight, whether we're talking at the county level or the statewide level. If polls are being left open or if they're doing some things, it's because if something little happened. Somebody had a problem with their password, like happens to us every day at the office, right?
Right.
Or if one of the machines
running out of ink in Maricopa County.
Running out of ink in Maricopa County. Life happens even in elections, but you have to trust people. She also talked about Luzerne County. This is critical again. You have a big governor's race. You have a big Senate race. You have competitive House races. This is a county Donald Trump won by 14 points. Absolutely critical to Mehmet Oz tonight, a place where if Doug Mastriano is going to be competitive in the race for governor, it happens to be here tonight. You see Wilkes-Barre here, the more rural areas as you get out here. Let's just use the 2020 map to show this and come into the presidential area. This is Trump country right here. And so they're going to leave the polls open until 10 o'clock because there were some issues this morning. That's what a good judge does. That's what a good county election official does.
And look, it's a Republican county, and the fact of the matter is the judge did the right thing. There was a paper shortage. He wants to make sure no one's disenfranchised. He's holding the polls open in that one county, Luzerne County, until 10 o'clock. Great. God bless. It's not a conspiracy.
Right. And that's why we're just, look, we're going to take our time tonight going through the results, but when you see there are, in the case of Arizona, there are Republicans, including the former president's son, tweeting up this conspiracy storm already about the vote count.
And the former president himself as well.
Yeah, in Arizona. Trust the people who do this. If there are, again, both parties have observers in the room whenever anything like this is coming up. And so they can go to court, they can raise their hand, they can protest. This is being done fairly and as it goes. And I just wanted to come back here. Let's just take a peek. Let's just show votes. Because
you can't resist.
Right. This is what we like to do, right? So you have a vote here. The incumbent is up 68%. It's only 3% of the vote. It's a Republican district. The incumbent here is likely to win. Let's just move up to Indiana's 5th district. Victoria Spartz is the
first Ukrainian-born member of Congress.
Right. She is leading in her district. We're doing this for a reason. These are not competitive districts, but this is how it works. Jim Banks, a key member of the House Republican leadership, if the Republicans do take the House tonight, Jim Banks will be a name. If you don't live in Indiana and you haven't heard it before, you will be hearing a lot in the weeks and months ahead. A conservative rising star. We'll see if there are competitive elections, whether he wins or loses. But in the Republican leadership here and again,
these are all red seats.
Right,
the one battleground that we're looking for is this one, and there's nothing in there yet.
Right, nothing yet, and we're still waiting here. The polls have not closed here yet. In this part of the state, the polls are still open, at least in parts of this district, so you won't get any of the results. And Gary, Indiana, I've been doing this for a while, tends to be slow counting the votes. There are quirks and stuff, but they count them, they come in.
Can we go to Philly for a second?
Yes, we can.
So we had an inaccurate graphic about some ballots in Philly that were not going to be counted because they'd been filled out incorrectly. The graphic said 36,000. It's actually 3,600. There's actually 3,600 ballots that were filled out incorrectly. And if you're concerned that yours is one of them, the voting is still open in Philadelphia. You can go figure it out and vote.
And again, most of this is a minor issue. The great, he says he's retired now because he doesn't like what his party does anymore about elections. But Ben Ginsburg, the Republican attorney who represented George W. Bush and Bush v. Gore, was here earlier. He says most of them are, people forgot to put the date on the outside envelope, right? So you open it up. If the signature's right, the address is right, the date's right on the inside, then that's a legal ballot. If there's no date on the outside, then you get inside and the address is wrong or the signature seems wrong, then you set it aside and the Democrat and the Republican and the independent person in the room sort it out over time.
Right.
So many of these can be cured. That's the ballot term for fixed. Just you come down, verified. You come down and verify, you show your ID, that's me, I'm sorry, I forgot to fill out the date. You fill it in and it's done.
Yep. And we're going to be doing this all night. We're nearing the first big round of poll closings. We're also getting our first snapshot of what voters are thinking in a make or break battleground, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, home to that key Fetterman-Oz Senate race. We have a new round of exit polls. That's next. Stay with us.
Direction of Congress and the future of the Biden agenda are in the hands of voters right now. I'm Anderson Cooper. We are heading into the first big round of poll closings on this election night, tracking all the key contests and battlegrounds. We want to go to one of the top battleground, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Jason Carroll outside a ballot processing center in Philadelphia. Jason, you're learning about some frustration among officials there.
Right, that's right. This is the processing center where all the votes coming out of Philadelphia will be counted, as you know. And already city officials are telling us that this is a process that was going to take a long period of time. Now it's going to take even longer. And that's because of something called voter reconciliation. Basically, the results of a GOP lawsuit, the city decided, just in terms of full transparency, to reinstate this policy of how they count votes, which is going to make things take even longer. Basically, what this means is what they're doing is this process is meant to catch people who accidentally voted twice, once by mail-in and once in person. So in order to make sure that that doesn't happen, they've reinstituted this policy. So that means it's going to take even longer to count all of these votes. And when I spoke to a city official, I said, well, how long are we talking here and how many votes are we talking about? She said it could be thousands, it could be hundreds of thousands. Again, thousands to hundreds of thousands of votes that are coming in to Philadelphia. So we knew this process was going to take a long period of time. Now we're hearing, Anderson, it could take even longer. But city officials say that they feel confident about how they're doing things here. They say they're going to be here around the clock until every single vote is counted. But again, they wanted the public to know that even though this was something that was going to take a long time, now you know why it may take even longer. Anderson?
Jason Carroll, appreciate it. We're getting our first glimpse into what Pennsylvania voters are thinking in our exit polls. Let's go back to David Chalian for that. What are you seeing, David?
Anderson, I just want to remind folks again, both with the national exit poll and now that we're going to look at some state exit polls, this is representative of the overall electorate, whether people voted before Election Day or absentee by mail or early in person, or they voted today on Election Day. This is a survey that represents the whole of the electorate. In Pennsylvania specifically, we're looking at the Trump and Biden factors because both the president and the former president were in Pennsylvania for the final weekend of campaigning. They both saw it as a critical battleground for their party. So Joe Biden's approval rating in Pennsylvania, according to Pennsylvania voters in this election, he's got a 46% approval rating, 54% disapprove. This is a tick better than we see him nationally, which may be why it's the only battleground state Joe Biden was really campaigning in. Donald Trump's favorability numbers here are interesting. 40% of the Pennsylvania electorate today views him favorably, 58% unfavorable. That is a significant downtick from the 47% who viewed him favorably just 2 years ago when he narrowly lost the state to Joe Biden. And then how much of a factor was Joe Biden in the vote for Pennsylvanians today? Well, 52%, a slim majority, say not a factor. But if he was a factor, it was more negative. 32% voted to oppose Biden, 14% to support Biden. We also looked at that same question with Donald Trump among Pennsylvania voters. A significant majority, 57%, not a factor. But where he was a factor, it was more negative than positive. 24% opposed Trump. 18%, Anderson, of Pennsylvania voters today said they voted to support Donald Trump.
David Chalian, thanks. We'll come back to you shortly. David Urban, you know Pennsylvania well?
Statistically, I think, you look at the Biden-Trump not a factor, they're pretty similar. I think David Axelrod noted earlier, and David Chalian just mentioned that drop, that 7% drop in Trump's favorability numbers over the past 2 years, I think is telling. And about this race in particular, right? Remember, the former president weighed in the primary here and both the governor's race and the Senate race and created a great amount of discord amongst all these different candidates. And so there are a lot of people going to the polls tonight voting for a Republican that's not their candidate. And they may be doing so thinking that Trump, precluded them from voting for their person, whether it's Lou Barletta or Dave McCormick or whomever, and that may be weighing in on this number.
Yeah, one of those candidates is Doug Mastriano, who's really emblematic of the most extreme elements of the Republican Party. Yet Trump dropped from a -5 to -18 in terms of the differential between positive, favorable, and unfavorable. But you can see here why Dr. Oz was so cross-pressured at the end when Trump decided he was going to rally in Western Pennsylvania. For most of the last few weeks, Dr. Oz has been trying to erase Trump from the whole discussion and pitch himself as a moderate because, as you know, the Philadelphia suburbs are pivotal in these races.
Philadelphia suburbs, and the poll earlier, we saw those exit numbers, a third are independents, right? A third of the folks showing up are independents. And those independents probably, they're not so aligned with Donald Trump, needless to say.
Can I just say, usually when a politician is out of office for a bit, your favorables go up.
That's right.
Because people aren't hearing from you all the time, and they're not as sick of you as they were before you left office or got defeated. This is just the opposite. Donald Trump has been out of office, and people like him less in the state of Pennsylvania. And to David's point, that's why the Oz people were not thrilled.
But don't underestimate. I'm telling you, I was there on the ground. This inter-party scrum and the primary really bruised up the. You go back and look on social media. People said, "I'm done with Trump. I've had it with him." These are Republican county leaders in the party. So
Scott,
this was why this race looked so far apart over the summer. I mean, coming out of that primary, Oz had horrific image issues, and they were really persistent throughout. I'm not sure he ever got right side up. Where his faves were higher than his unfaves, and you throw Donald Trump being at 40 versus Biden at 46 on top of that, and so if I'm in the Democratic position looking at this, that gives me some belief that maybe things were better. Again, we don't know yet. The votes haven't been cast and certainly haven't been counted yet. But I have always thought of the big three: Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada. Pennsylvania was the one I was most unsure about in terms of would the macro political wins be enough, and we'll see what happens.
Well, and on that point, I think Pennsylvania is going to be a race that is hyper-local and a state-driven race. And I think if any of the contests is the one we're probably most likely to see a split ticket. I think we all are pretty confident Shapiro is going to win the governor's race. But this is something where you could see an Oz Republican win on the Senate race, because I'm not sure it's totally a referendum on Biden nor Trump. I think it's, frankly, the issues the voters care about.
And honestly, I was concerned that the Biden numbers would be worse than they are for the people who went to vote. This is actually, Biden is not more of a disaster for us than Trump. And a lot of people, frankly, they're voting for their pocketbooks. They're concerned about democracy. They're voting for abortion. They're voting for other issues. And so the idea that, and that may be one reason why we weren't afraid to have Biden come to Pennsylvania.
And I would just say the three other races that are going to drive this, so we talked about, and John King has PA 7, PA 8, PA 17, right? Those are very competitive House races. And those are localized, so people are going to, they're voting there, they're voting for their person there, and that's going to kind of trickle up on the ballot as well. So
I don't think we can underestimate the Josh Shapiro factor here. Very, very popular Democrat. And that's why, you see folks saying, well, Trump really wasn't a factor here. Biden wasn't a factor here. I mean, you're voting for your governor, don't forget. You're voting for somebody, you're talking about your local taxes, your everything else that has to do with your family, schools, whatever. And I think Josh Shapiro you're right. I mean, by all accounts, he's going to win and win handily. And, this is why Oz needed to walk this really fine line.
And I think part of why Fetterman, had to make that drastic 180 on fracking is Pennsylvania, the second largest energy producing state, because it is a hyper state driven race. And he's not running on a national platform. He is running for the state of Pennsylvania.
Several races where governors have maybe an outsized impact on the Senate race. Arizona, obviously, Kerry Lake may drag Masters a little bit. Brian Kemp in Georgia may drag up Herschel Walker a little bit. In Pennsylvania, Shapiro, if he does quite well, you can see him.
Well, but remember, in Pennsylvania, you don't go in and pull the straight lever anymore, right? You got to vote line by line. They changed that with Act 77. And so in the Biden year, right, Biden wins, you elect 2 statewide Republicans in the same year. So
I would just say on the approval rating, it is every candidate has to try and deal with the president's approval rating. 46 is pretty good.
Yeah.
There's not much of a gap there. You don't have to make up too much of a gap there. There are some states where candidates are dealing with Biden's approval rating at 40 or below.
Right.
That's a lot of distance to make up.
Well, he's from there.
The number, to me, has always been 45. If you've got the incumbent president at 45, you can see somebody outrunning it by 4 or 5, but you get down below into 44, 43, 42, it's a long jump. I want to see.
You think this race could, in Pennsylvania for Senate, it could go either way?
Yeah, look, even when I was Arnold Inspector's chief of staff, who was an incumbent senator for years and years and years, every night on election night, you bite your nails, right? Because as a Republican, you're pushing a big rock up a hill in Pennsylvania every election cycle.
We're nearing the top of the hour. Our first chance to make projections when voting ends in 6 days. That means the first votes in the critical Georgia Senate race are coming soon, all after the break.
We are are just minutes away now from the first major round of poll closings on this election night in America, with huge consequences for the nation. At 7 p.m. Eastern, polling places close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. And we will get our first hints at how the battle for control of Congress may unfold in the hours ahead. Both parties battling for the 218 seats needed to win the majority in the House of Representatives. A total of 65 House seats are on the line in states where polls are closing at the top of the hour. 9 of them are considered competitive, including 4 in Florida, where voting is about to end in most districts across the state, though not all. In the fight for the Senate, the Georgia race could be a decider. Incumbent Democrat and pastor Raphael Warnock faces Republican former football star Herschel Walker. Walker has held on to the support of top Republicans despite multiple controversies. Warnock is aiming to repeat his special election win 2 years ago that was key to flipping the Senate to Democratic control. To the governors now. We're watching an epic rematch in Georgia. Democrat Stacey Abrams challenging Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who narrowly beat her 4 years ago. We're very close to our first chance to make projections. Right now, let's check in with our correspondents in Georgia. First to Eva McKend at the headquarters of Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. And Eva, as we wait the first results from Georgia, what are you hearing from the Warnock campaign headquarters?
Well, Jake, they're feeling confident. They are saying that, really they did all that they could. They campaigned everywhere. Senator Warnock, they say, has spent his 2 years thinking about all Georgians in suburban areas, in rural areas, in metro centers. And they say it is because he has run this type of campaign as a bridge builder, he thinks he can win here. Still, though, Senator Warnock dealing with a really aggressive challenge from the former NFL star Herschel Walker. The Warnock campaign says that is something that they always anticipated in a state like this one, that the race would always be close. But still, you can tell in the last few weeks the momentum sort of shift on the ground with conservatives consolidating around Herschel Walker. Still a lot of confidence here from Senator Warnock's team, thinking that they can potentially avoid a runoff, but that is a real possibility. If neither Warnock or Walker get above 50%, that is going to extend this race into overtime and lead to a potential runoff on December the 6th, Jake.
All right, Eva, let's go to Herschel Walker's campaign headquarters, where Jeff Zeleny is standing by. And Jeff, how does the Walker campaign headquarters, how do they think that the many controversies about Herschel Walker, especially about his personal life, how do they think that played a role, especially in the closing days of that campaign, if at all?
Well, Jake, it definitely did. And you'll think back just to several weeks and even months ago when Republicans here in Georgia and in Washington were just in a state of panic about the allegations that were indeed coming out about Herschel Walker. But then Republicans did one thing. They circled the wagons around him. They dispatched many senators who were campaigning at his side, and they effectively took a page from the Trump playbook. And they did not apologize, and they pushed forward. It was a page from the Trump playbook without the former president himself. In the final days of this race, as Donald Trump campaigned across the country, traveling from state to state to state, he did not come to Georgia. And that was by design, I'm told. I'm told that the former president was in frequent conversation with Herschel Walker. Of course, he's the one who recruited him to run in this Georgia Senate race in the first place, over the objection of many Washington Republicans, including Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. But it was former President Donald Trump who urged Herschel Walker to run, and I am told that they have spoken all the time on the telephone. Last evening they spoke a few times, I'm told. Today they also spoke. So very interesting, taking a page out of that playbook but leaving him out of this. So that allowed the Walker campaign to do one thing, to make this race about President Biden and to tie Senator Raphael Warnock to President Biden. Jake, I'm just struck here, either driving down the freeways, watching television, looking at mailers that voters received. There was a side-by-side picture of Senator Warnock and President Biden everywhere you went, effectively trying to tie the two together. What that allowed them not to do was to link Herschel Walker with Donald Trump. So as the votes are counted here at the top of the hour, the polls will close across the state of Georgia, with the exception of a few polls that are staying open a bit longer because of some minor complications. It'll be fascinating to see which strategy actually worked. But one thing is clear, that Herschel Walker was not disqualified as this campaign came to a close. Jake?
All right, Jeff Zeleny at Herschel Walker's campaign headquarters in Atlanta. David Chalian now has some early exit poll data from Georgia. David, what are you looking at?
Yeah, along these lines, Jake, we're taking a look about sort of what was on Georgia voters' minds in this election when it comes to the qualities they were looking for in their candidates. And I think it's pretty clear it's sort of a character election that is taking place there. 36% of Georgia voters are looking for a candidate who shares their values. 32% looking for a candidate that has honesty and integrity. Less so about empathy and experience. 19% say, I'm looking for someone who cares about people like me. And only 8% are looking for the candidate with the right experience, which may be good news for Herschel Walker since he is new to politics. Who shows good judgment? We asked that of Georgia voters. 46% say only Warnock shows good judgment. Far fewer say only Herschel Walker. 28% shows good judgment. Both 5%, 18% of voters in this Georgia election say neither candidate shows good judgment. Are Warnock's views too extreme? And this has been something that Walker has been hammering away at on the campaign trail. Look at this. The voters in Georgia are evenly split on this. 48% of Georgia voters say yes, Warnock's views are too extreme. 47% say no. Herschel Walker scores a bit better on this front. Are Herschel Walker's views too extreme? Well, 43% of Georgia voters say yes, but a slim majority, 52%, Dana, say Herschel Walker's views are not too extreme for them.
So interesting. David, thank you so much. And let's talk about the Georgia Senate race and some of the exit polls that David was just talking about. Specifically, one of the things that really stuck out to me was which candidate shows good judgment. Only 28% say Walker, Warnock 46%. Maybe given everything that we've seen about the allegations about Herschel Walker, not that surprising. But even given this, it's not expected to be the determining factor as to whether or not Herschel Walker will win or lose.
Not at all. I mean, Herschel Walker's unfavorables and the image that voters have of him are pretty negative, especially after all of this. But this is just an environment in which Republicans are more likely to do well. The environment favors Republicans. But as we were saying earlier in the show, when you have a state like Georgia that is already purple to begin with, and then on top of that, you have an environment that is favorable. And on top of that, you have a top of the ticket race that where the Republican might be doing way better than Herschel Walker, no matter the outcome. That, I think, is a recipe for Walker to get a little bit of a pass, surviving perhaps in this.
I mean, it is amazing that he's getting any kind of a pass at all. I mean, these allegations that a pro-life candidate paid for two women to have abortions, that he fathered a number of children that he didn't support, that he threatened his wife, that he had mental illness. I mean, these would sink any other candidate. Herschel Walker's got two things going for him. One, he is an idol in the state of Georgia. He's a Heisman Trophy winner from the University of Georgia. And by the way, Georgia is the #1 team in the nation. They just crushed Tennessee on Saturday. And two, to a certain degree, it's all about teams. And the fact is that I think a lot of people may hold their nose about Herschel Walker, but they'd rather see
Chris,
Mitch McConnell. Let me just finish. As Mitch McConnell as a Senate Majority Leader than Chuck Schumer.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I agree about your second point about teams. This is all about teams. Maybe not so much about the first, that only somebody like Herschel Walker could survive this, because Herschel Walker, yes, I agree, he's a very famous person, and that's part of it. But he is following the Donald Trump playbook on how to deal with the scandal to a T, trying to use it to his in his favor, and to say, look what they're doing to me.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I think that says a lot about where we are as a country. I do think, not to bring Trump into this, but he has a lot to do with this. He changed the way voters interpret scandals and whether or not they should matter to them. I mean, you may not like it, but that is the reality that we are seeing
Herschel
in
Walker
Georgia.
wouldn't even have been the nominee, wouldn't have gotten the Trump endorsement if he weren't a celebrity. His
That's
whole
true.
campaign
Of course.
is about celebrity, and he is an icon in the state of Georgia.
Speaking of actually pretty new icons, the governor, Governor Kemp, this has been one of the most fascinating dynamics to watch, because the last time he won, it was a very, very tight race.
50,000 votes.
Between he and Stacey Abrams. It is a rematch. And he is just seen in such a different light because of Donald Trump, because he positioned himself it sort of as a barricade between Donald Trump and the actual votes that happened. Plus, people are kind of okay with his stewardship as governor.
Yeah, I think it's more the second than the first. I think that people generally feel that he opened up the state, he didn't stay in lockdown as long, and that Georgia didn't have a big spike in COVID. And in fact, the economy wasn't as hit as hard as a lot of other states were.
I think the question a lot of people had been coming into tonight asking is, what are we going to see in terms of splitting tickets? Are we going to see people skipping one race and voting in another? That's a huge question tonight, but it's particularly important for Herschel Walker and whether or not he can actually get to a 50% mark to avoid a runoff. If he can't, then we're just doing it all over again, and then the dynamics totally change. So I think both campaigns at this moment, they believe this race is just as tight as can be, and both sides are just trying to keep it alive a little bit longer.
We should just introduce America to the name Chase Oliver. He's a libertarian, a former Democrat, and he could be the person who keeps either of these guys from getting to 50%. And then you can blame him when we keep following the Warnock race against Walker until December 6th.
Jake and John, let's go over to you at the wall.
Thanks so much, Dana. And right now we have votes coming in. It's exciting. Votes are actually coming in. What are we seeing, John?
Well, we're seeing, number one, a lesson in early in the night. Look at a vote. If you're a Democrat or Republican, cheer your party on, but be careful as you look. I say that because of this. These are the two Senate races on the map where we have votes so far. And in Kentucky, at the moment, the Democratic candidate, Charles Booker, is 4,881 votes ahead of the Republican incumbent, Rand Paul. We will watch this throughout the night. Sometimes we do get surprised, but Mr. Booker is not expected to beat the Republican incumbent. The reason he's ahead is that the early votes are coming in from Jefferson County, which is Louisville, which is the #1 county, the biggest most populous county in the state.
He is expected to win that county, right?
Correct, yes. That is a Democratic county. That is the most Democratic county in the state. So you get the early votes, and we're going to see this throughout the night in other states as well. Some of that's in, Democratic county reporting first here. Some places it'll be mail votes first or election day votes first. But we'll just watch it. And then you have up here just the Indiana Republican Senator Todd Young out to a very early lead. It's 4% of the vote, but he is heavily favored in this race. And it's not that these races don't matter, because one of the things you're looking for if you're in the Democrat or the Republican headquarters is, are there any surprises? Are you going to get any disruptions in the force, if you will? And so if you're in a 50-50 Senate, you're just trying to make sure you keep your own if you're the Republicans. Both of these races at the end of the night, we anticipate will be that way, but we'll keep an eye when you see votes come in like this. You always watch and see. And so what happens at the top of the hour is when things get interesting. If you're a partisan watching at home, this is when it starts to get more tense.
The actual competitive race.
Right. We start to get actual votes in the Senate race here. Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock. So what are you looking at here? Number one, we'll watch how the votes come in and how they're counted. Georgia tends to count pretty quickly. They do a very good job, as we learned in 2020. This, obviously, Fulton County is the most important place in the state in terms of population. Biggest 10% of the vote, the biggest county out of 159 counties in the state of Georgia. It's one of the most complicated, fun for me states. I know it's not fun for partisans at home as you go through it. And then the issue is, we'll go back in time here. I just want to go back to look when Brian Kemp won in 2018. This is the governor's race. We're talking about the Senate race, but it's the same math here. It's the suburbs around Atlanta. And it's not so much we expect those to be blue again like they were in the Kemp race here. We expect them to be blue in the Senate race. The question is the margins.
Margins, exactly.
Margins. And we're going to be talking about margins for days. So let's come back to the Senate map and get this one take this out of the way and close this out. Come back to 2022. What else are you looking for? Dana and Chris and Abby were just talking about Herschel Walker. How do Republicans view Herschel Walker? If you go back to the 2020 presidential race, Donald Trump lost. Donald Trump lost Georgia by 11,000 votes. But look at all this red. This is a test for Herschel Walker in Georgia tonight. The polls close in a few minutes. It's a test for Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania. The polls close in the next hour. Can they run it up? Do Trump voters who like that particular style of Republican, do they turn out? Do they turn out in decent high numbers? They're small counties, right? You go into some of these counties, and they're tiny in terms of the population, right? 2,400 votes, but 73%. That matters, right? Margins again.
When you only win, just to remind people, Joe Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. So if that's our template, all night we're going to be looking at, is Raphael Warnock matching what Biden did?
Correct.
Is Herschel Walker exceeding what Trump did? That's what we're going to be looking at.
Yes, and most of that will be around the Atlanta suburbs. So if Herschel Walker can overperform Trump in the Atlanta suburbs and then break even with Trump, right, in the rural areas? Do Trump voters view him as legitimate, one of them, and they turn out? And do suburban voters who were, frankly, repulsed by Donald Trump in much of the country say, we want a Republican in the Senate, we think Herschel Walker is good enough for us? It'll be a key in the governor's race and key in the Senate race as well as you pull it in. That's where it starts to get real. Let's come back to 2022 when we start to fill in the votes here. And we also then at the bottom of the hour, 7:30, you get North Carolina, which is one of those, if Democrats are going to have a surprise tonight, and an extra piece, if you will, in the chess game that's going to become the Senate, the Sherry Beasley race in North Carolina. I have to come to the Senate for that. It's one of our competitive races. You know, they are hoping. Oops, one up there. Come on down. There we go. Former state Supreme Court justice running against a member of the House Republican Conference. She's run a remarkably competitive race.
Right.
And if it ends up being 52-48 or 51-49 in favor of the Republican, Democrats are going to be saying we should have spent more money.
Oh, I've already heard Democrats say that they should have send more money to Sherry Beasley.
Incredibly tough climate. No national Democrat. They have a Democratic governor. Obama won in 2008, historic African-American turnout. That will be critical for Sherry Beasley tonight. Can you do that in a midterm election year? We'll start learning that 7:30 in the hour. But the top of the hour, Georgia is the big one for us. And I just want to walk over to the House map if we can sneak in here just as we come. Because what happens here is this, in the House races, these are the ones that are in so far. 11 races coming in so far, 10 Republicans leading, 1 Democrat leading. These are not viewed as competitive races, but again, if you're in the party headquarters, you got to keep what you expect to keep. So the map filling in right now as expected. The challenge is, as we get into the next hour, here we bring up these competitive races. Virginia closes at the top of the hour. Just in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we have, and I'll bring it up for you right here, you have these Democratic incumbents. In the Northern Virginia suburbs, it's Jennifer Wexton. Just beneath her, as you move more into the central part of the state, but still suburban, Abigail Spanberger. And then you come down here, considered the most vulnerable of these three, Elaine Luria. She's on the January 6th committee. What happens in Virginia as we start to count those House races? Can Democrats keep all three? Do they lose one? Do they lose two? That's going to tell us a lot, Jake, about Republicans need a net gain of 5. Polls close in Virginia. That is a big early clue.
All right, John, thanks so much. We are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings and the first actual results from the critical battleground state of Georgia. The Senate race there among a handful of contests that will decide which party controls the chamber. And we are ready to make our first projection. CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Tim Scott will be re-elected, defeating Crystal Matthews. There are 4 Senate races that are too early right now, too early to call. Those races are, not surprisingly, the big Senate race in Georgia between incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock and football star Herschel Walker. Too early to call. Also too early to call. Races in Vermont. There is an open Senate seat between Congressman Peter Welch and the challenger Malloy. Too early to call in Vermont. Too early to call in Indiana. Incumbent Senator Todd Young running for re-election. That race, too early to call. And then Kentucky, incumbent Senator Rand Paul. Too early to call right now. He is running for re-election. Let's look at the balance of power in the Senate at this hour right now. Remember, Democrats have 36 Senate seats. Republicans currently have 30 seats. 34 seats remain. And we'll be bringing those to you over the next few hours. 34 seats. Republicans only need to pick up 1 seat to win and regain control of the U.S. Senate. Let's go back to Georgia now, because Nick Valencia is at a voting location in Atlanta, Georgia, the biggest city in the country. And Nick, you have new information from the Secretary of State's office.
That's right. I want to start, though, by they just closed up shop here, Jake. At 7 p.m., the polls here officially closed in Georgia for most of the precincts here where we are in Fulton County. They just started to take away those vote here placards and close the door here, so voting has officially closed. It is quiet here, so quiet you could really hear the hum of the street lights. And just to give you an indication of how quiet it's been all day, of a registered 3,085 voters at this polling precinct, at last check, 361 cast their votes in person. I did ask the election supervisor, how many of those registered voters perhaps voted early. She said she didn't have that information, but we'd find out in just a matter of hours. There's 2,600 polling locations across the state of Georgia. 6 of them have been ordered by the courts to stay open past that 7 p.m. deadline. 2 of them in Cobb County, another 2 in DeKalb County. That's important because those are 2 of the most populated counties. Secretary of State's office also making some news earlier at a press conference saying that we should get results earlier than expected, crediting a reformed Senate voting bill that gave more clarity to county elections officials as to when they could start counting.
All right, Nick Valencia, thanks so much. And the first actual votes are coming in from Georgia for the U.S. Senate race. They're hotly contested. Let's go to Casey Hunt. Casey, what are you seeing?
Yes, they are, Jake. We are finally starting to get some votes in this race that we have been talking about literally for months. Raphael Warnock out to an early lead, 75% of the vote. He's ahead by about 15,000 votes of Herschel Walker right now, who's coming in at 24.1%. Obviously, we're going to need to ask John King at the Magic Wall exactly where this vote is coming from, because we do not expect this race to be quite so lopsided as our early totals are showing us. Again, just 1% of the vote in here. And Chase Oliver, that Libertarian candidate, he could be the one that decides whether this race goes to a runoff, because if he picks up enough and neither one of these men is above 50, we could be looking at 4 more weeks of this. Let's check in on Florida, where we are also starting to get votes. Remember, Florida counts pretty early. Val Demings out to an early lead, 63.5%, to Marco Rubio's 35.7%. Another one where we're really going to want to know where the votes are coming in here, because we do expect this to tighten as the night goes on. Just 5% of the votes in Florida. Boris, I think you've got some updates on the governor's race.
It's still very early. We're going to take a quick look at Georgia to start right now. Stacey Abrams has a lead over incumbent Republican Brian Kemp. Abrams leading by about 13,000 votes. A lopsided advantage, but keep in mind, only 1% of the vote in the Peach State, a very important state for control of the U.S. Senate. Let's get an update now, a key race alert from the state of Florida, because there, Charlie Crist, the Democrat, also in the lead against incumbent Republican Ron DeSantis. He's ahead about 100,000 votes, but only 5% of the vote in so far in the Sunshine State, Jake.
All right, well, these are just the votes coming in right now. Let's find out where they're coming from to give us an idea of the state of play and also why these races look so lopsided right now. So let's start, John, wherever you want to start, Georgia or Florida. But where is this vote coming in showing such a Democratic advantage?
Right. We are just getting started. So, again, you're looking at this map and you're a Democrat, you're very happy. You're a Republican, should you be concerned? The answer is just wait. It's going to take a while. Yeah. It's going to take a while. But every vote counts, right? And so you look, why is Charlie Crist ahead? Because the only votes we have out of Florida are from heavily Democratic Broward County. It'll be interesting to watch later in the night. Miami-Dade is just to the south, traditionally a big Democratic area as well. Republicans say watch Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio in Miami-Dade tonight. We'll keep an eye on that when we get those votes. But right now...
And just to interrupt for 1 second, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
That Miami-Dade thing you're talking about, that is also part of a theme that we will be following this night, maybe commenting on this night, is how much are Republicans improving their margins when it comes to the Latino vote.
Absolutely. And it's a different Latino population in Florida than it is in Arizona, that is in Nevada. Right. And if Republicans can build in all of those states, you go across the country, even in suburban Virginia, it's not as large a population, but it's a potential swing population. Right. So yes, that will be a dynamic throughout the night, throughout the week, and then in the months after, analyzing the election and what happened tonight. But the reason Charlie Crist is ahead right now, 250,000 votes, is because of Broward County. Now, you could say on the one hand, just calm down. On the other hand, if Charlie Crist is to be competitive, he needs to run it up in Broward County. So when you see these early results, you're in the Crist campaign, at least you're doing maybe what you need to do here. If you come back to the presidential race in 2020, Donald Trump won the state, but Joe Biden got 65% in Broward County. So that tells you, even if Charlie Crist is getting 65% here, Donald Trump won Florida. You want to quite handle it.
Right. I know, we should know that right now on these early numbers, Biden is almost at 65%. Crist is at 62%. So these margins, again, it's early, but that's an underperformance as of now. As of now, and those margins matter.
Yeah, if Charlie Crist stays there in Broward County, he will. Joe Biden was higher, and he lost the state of Florida. Right. So and this is where again, it's a big county. It's second. Population-wise, it's about 9% of the state population. So that's the governor's race. Since we're in Florida, let's just stay in the Senate race because it's the same result, essentially. Now you're getting a little bit more votes. See, I'll go back to the governor's race in just a minute. So you come back to Broward County. Again, she's running at 63, 64%. That's great. Is it good enough? That's the question as you move in. So we're finally getting some votes out here. This is interesting in terms of by the end of the night. This says 62% of the estimated vote in Pinellas County. I would caution early on. We'll see if that holds up. Sometimes, you get the mail-in ballots, you get the other ballot. See if that number holds up. This can be a potential swing county. Pretty close, right? That's why it's a swing county. It's pretty close in the tide there.
62%. And how did Biden do
so you
2020?
To 2020, we hit presidential, and Biden gets 50. Right, that's a 50-50. This is one of your swing counties in America where you go through. It's the 6th largest in the state. It's 5% of the population. It's a tie essentially. Biden won by just a little bit here as you come through it. So let's come back to 2022. And again, it's interesting to see the early votes, and it helps you build your questions essentially. If you do what I do for a living, is how's it coming in and go. But I would, no one should jump to any conclusions here. But as we're talking, this is the wonder of election night. As we're talking, you get more. So you come up here, I'm in the House map here. Let me come back to the Senate race. And you come up here and you see, again, this is a place where the Democrats have to win. But if you come out statewide and look, we got a long way to go, right? So Val Demings is ahead early on. Senator Rubio is favored in this race. But again, this is one of these races where she was viewed as the most House member, former law enforcement official, viewed as the most competitive Democrat they could do in a state that is a Republican state.
Let's head north. Let's go to Georgia.
Let's head up to Georgia. So we see the Senate race here. And again, Raphael Warnock pulling out to an early lead. You'd always rather be ahead than behind, but look at how empty. Look at how empty. So we do have some early votes in Fulton County. You have him up 75% in Fulton County. That's what has to happen.
A lot, and that's a lot of the vote. That's 63% in this huge bucket of votes. Can I ask, how is Raphael Warnock compared to Stacey Abrams, who's running for governor on the very same ballot?
So this is a fundamental question we will go through tonight. In Atlanta, where you have it's the largest population center, it's 10% of the statewide vote, and you have a significant African-American population, so the Democratic base. So you see Raphael Warnock at 75.3%. Remember the raw numbers, too. Sometimes the raw numbers matter. 209,000.
Okay.
And then you come over
55.
75 and 209. You come over here 71 and 198. So again, this is early, but if that holds up, that's a problem for Stacey Abrams.
But that means, just to translate for our viewers, that means that there are people who are going into their polling places and voting for Brian Kemp, the Republican, and then on the Senate race voting for Raphael Warnock, the Democrat,
or the Libertarian, but yes, certainly going elsewhere.
Right.
Democrats who are voting for Senate and then not voting for Stacey Abrams, whether they leave it blank or whether they're voting for Kemp or Shane Hazel. That's something at the end of the night we'll be able to add up Kemp math there and compare it to see Kemp running. There's your number right there though, 64,796. So just shy of 65,000 so far early in the Senate race, and you see Brian Kemp at 79,000. So Brian Kemp is getting more votes in hugely, overwhelmingly Democratic Fulton County than the Senate candidate. That's an incumbent Republican governor. The panel was talking about it earlier, whose brand is strong in the state. And again, if that holds up, if Brian Kemp is running there, you say 28%. He's getting whooped in Fulton County, but that's not a bad number.
Yeah.
Then he has to again. The suburbs around Atlanta are likely to be blue at the end of the night. The question is Brian Kemp strong enough? Because almost all of this is going to be red.
Two of the phenomena that we're going to be watching all night in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere is comparing how these candidates are doing with how Trump and Biden did in 2020 and whether there's outperformance, and also ticket splitting.
Yes.
Because that's going to be relevant in Georgia. It's going to be relevant in Pennsylvania. As we stand by for more votes from Georgia and Florida and other places, polling places in 3 more states are closing very soon, featuring 2 very important U.S. Senate races this election night. It's just getting started. Brew some coffee. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNN's Election Night in America. Let me just bring you up to speed about what we're going to be looking for all night when it comes to the control of the House and the Senate. All right, in the U.S. Senate, Democrats currently have 36 seats. Republicans currently have 30 seats. We'll be looking at the 34 seats that are remaining. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up 1 net seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. Now let's take a look at the U.S. House. As of right now, Democrats, we are projecting, have won 2 seats. Republicans have won 5 seats. It is very early. 428 seats remain. Democrats and Republicans battling for that magic number of 218 needed to control the House of Representatives. That is where we are in the evening as of right now. Now, look, we're not going to be looking at all 435 seats. We're going to be looking at a very few competitive seats. It's about 82. And right now, Republicans have to win 30 of those 82 in order to regain control of the House. And Democrats need to win 53 of those competitive seats in order to hold on to control of the House. Let's go to Casey Hunt right now to give us an update on where things actually stand with the actual vote coming in on these competitive U.S. Senate races. Casey.
Sounds good, Jake. Let's start here in Florida, which has tightened since the last time we visited these numbers. 49.9% for the Democrat, Val Demings. About 13,000 or so votes separating her from incumbent Republican Senator Marco Rubio at 49.1%. So this is a much closer representation to where we actually expect this to be. But it's still very, very early in the night, only about 20-something% in of the vote in Florida. Now let's take a look at Georgia, where Warnock's still sitting up at 67.8%. That's about 145,000 votes ahead of the Republican Herschel Walker. But again, this is expected to be one of the closest races that we look at all night long. The question, does somebody hit 50% and avoid a runoff and 4 more weeks of this, Jake?
All right, Casey, thanks so much. We are counting down to the next round of poll closings. More early tests of whether Democrats will hold or lose their control of the House and of the U.S. Senate at 7:30 Eastern. Polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Remember, 218 seats are needed to win control of the U.S. House of Representatives. 31 seats are at stake in the 3 states where voting is about to end. Only 5 of those races are competitive, though, but every one of them could help tilt the House majority one way or another. In the battle for the U.S. Senate, the Ohio race has been contentious. 10-term Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan facing venture capitalist and author J.D. Vance. They are vying for an open seat currently held by a Republican senator. In North Carolina, Democrat Sherry Beasley is aiming to become the state's first black senator. The former state Supreme Court justice is up against 3-term Congressman Ted Budd for an open Senate seat currently held by a retiring Republican senator. Polls close in Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina just moments from now. Let's check in right now with Melanie Zanona. She's in Columbus, Ohio, covering Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance. Melanie, CNN caught up with the candidate as he arrived at campaign headquarters.
Yeah, we spotted him outside the hotel. We asked him how he is feeling, and he says, we're feeling good. He was all smiles. And I can tell you, I checked in with a campaign source, and they said the campaign right now is buzzing with excitement as the polls are about to come to a close here. They say they are seeing low turnout in Cuyahoga County. That is a strong Democratic county that includes Cleveland, that went for Joe Biden in 2020. So that's a very important county for Tim Ryan, the Democrat. I checked in with his campaign. They said that there is a potential data lag in Cleveland proper, where there's less staffing with precincts, and that they are seeing some good numbers in the suburbs, so they're encouraged by that. But as you can see, it's starting to get underway here at the election party. This is the Ohio GOP election night party. This is where Vance is. I'm told that he's been popping in and out of the war room that his team has set up here, and that he's been checking in when they're crunching numbers. But they'll know more in the next 30 minutes after the polls close. And remember, here in Ohio, it's all about the 3 Cs, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland. Jake.
All right, Melanie Zanona at Vance headquarters. Let's go down to New Hampshire, where Diane Gallagher is at the headquarters of Don Bolduc. And Diane, Republicans in Washington are very bullish about Mr. Bolduc's chances to defeat and unseat an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maggie Hassan. What are they telling you up there?
They are, Jake, here as well. I spoke with a Republican close to the campaign just a bit ago who tells me they remain confident that they're seeing decent turnout in Republican strongholds here in New Hampshire, and pointed to the tightening polls just in the weeks leading up to the election. Now, I also spoke with a Democratic strategist with incumbent Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan's campaign, and they told me that they feel good where they are right now because they see strong turnout in the places they need it so far. But they cautioned it was still early. And Jake, they also noted that they always anticipated this would be a close race, pointing to the fact that Hassan won her race in 2016 by just over 1,000 votes back then. But look, there's also eyes across the nation on this race for another reason, and that's because of the Democrats' controversial approach to how they funded essentially ads that supported Bolduc in the Republican primary, thinking that
that he was an easier opponent because he was a more far-right candidate, an election denier, against his moderate opponent in that primary. Of course, Bolduc did win, and now they're looking at a toss-up race here, one that they say could come down to the wire in just a matter of a few votes, potentially.
That's right. Play with fire, you get burned. Diane Gallagher, thank you so much, in Manchester, New Hampshire with the Bolduc campaign. David Chalian has some new exit polls from Ohio, where we're watching that big Senate race. What do you got there, Dave?
Yeah, we sort of are taking a look here at the economy in Ohio, sort of a scene setter. And I want you to take a look at how Ohio voters are experiencing the economy. We asked, what is the condition of the nation's economy? 40% say not so good, 35% say poor. So 3/4 of Ohio voters in this election say the economy is either not so good or poor. We also asked about what kind of experience are you having with inflation? And in the past year, Ohio voters, 19% of them say they've had severe hardship caused by inflation. Another 55% say they've had moderate hardship. Only a quarter of the Ohio electorate says they've had no hardship caused by inflation. How about Biden's policies and whether or not they're helping or hurting the country? This is a rough number for Tim Ryan to see, even as he's tried to run a campaign distance from Joe Biden. 52% of Ohio voters say Biden policies are hurting the country. Only 34% say helping, 11% say not making a difference. And Biden's just overall approval rating in Ohio, it's even a tick below, Jake, from where we see it nationally. He's only at 42% approval in Ohio among the electorate in this election, 57% disapprove. That's sort of the upstream that Tim Ryan's trying to swim in this election.
That's right. It's a very disapproving electorate in Ohio based on the exit polls. Just to remind you, what we're going to be doing all night when it comes to control of the U.S. House is looking at the competitive races, because this is where the Republicans and Democrats are either going to win or lose control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Right now, there are 8 competitive seats that are too early to call. Republicans are leading in 6 of the 8. Democrats are leading in 2 of the 8. Now, it's early yet, but that is where we are. Right now, 8 competitive seats, too early to call. Republicans in the lead of 6, the Democrats in the lead in 2. Let's go over to the magic wall right now. John King, let's talk about this, because the way that you look at whether or not there is a national mood, a wave, something, some phenomenon happening, is by looking at whether or not there are trends in these House races that are competitive.
Exactly right. And we'll focus on the competitive races in the district. I just want to say, because it's early in the night, just remember, this is ahead. These candidates are ahead. 34 Republicans ahead, 19 Democrats ahead, 6 in competitive seats ahead. These races are not called yet, right? If you come over here, you see these are the races. These are uncalled races. These are called races. So when we say candidates are ahead, we mean we're not done yet, right? But we're just trying to lay out where we are in the battlefield right now. And if you just look at this number, you are focusing on the competitive races, 82 of them across the country. If this stays this way, as we start calling races, then you have a Republican House, and if it stays that way, 6-2.
That's a wave.
That would be, I don't know if it'd be a wave, but it would be 20 plus, might be 25 plus, and we'd go across the country.
Well, I was going by percentages.
Yeah,
if Republicans pick up 75% of the competitive seats,
then we'd be done.
That's what I mean.
Essentially, the Democrats need to flip that. Right, that Democrats are on their heels. They cannot split the competitive seats. They cannot even win 60% of the competitive seats. They have to win even more than that. That tells you how bad the climate is. So this is the full House map as it fills in. Let's just isolate those competitive seats, because they're in very important places as you watch it play out. Again, you see the gray. These are the ones, the polls are still open, right? There's a lot of it get to the West Coast. But look what's filling in so far. What do you see?
Red.
You see a lot of red.
Red.
You see a lot of red. So you have one of the races in New Hampshire. These results are very early, okay? So we need to be careful here. But the Democratic incumbent here is Chris Pappas. That's a very close race. But look, 28-26. Okay, we just have the very early votes here. So don't jump to conclusions, but this is how we will be watching this, right? This is a white working class district in the state of New Hampshire. Republicans are hoping to pick this up. And if they can pick up that kind of district here, then you think, all right, what districts are like that as you move west? That's how we'll do the calculation throughout the night. This is what is interesting so far, in the sense that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where the polls are now closed, you have 3 Democratic incumbents in competitive races. What you see there is red. Again, it's early. It's early, so we caution everybody, draw no conclusions from this. But this one here is the most Democratic of these districts. Joe Biden won this district by 18 points. right? Hung Kao, the Republican challenger, is 263 votes ahead of Jennifer Wexton. She's the Democratic
That's
incumbent.
only 2%
But
reporting
exactly.
right now.
That's where I was coming. So we're just laying out the stakes for you and the key races for you tonight. We're nowhere near conclusions in these yet. Obviously, you'd rather be ahead. So here's Washington, D.C., here's Arlington. You come across, this is the Northern Virginia suburbs. 132,000 median income here, well above the national average. This is a very affluent district that Democrats, this college-educated, high-income people, Democrats have traditionally done well recently. Now you're dropping down. A competitive district, Joe Biden only won this one by 7. That's still, Joe Biden won it by 7 points, 6.7 points 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and it's competitive. Yesli Vega, the conservative challenger, 2,776 votes again. Again, only 4%. So we're early on in the night. But if you're the Republicans and you're trying to do your math, there's one, there's two. And then the national name you might know here in the third race in Virginia, who is currently behind. 6% of the vote in here. Jen Kagan's the Republican challenger, 1,916 votes ahead to Elaine Luria. We were just in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is down the Southeast Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, along the coast in the Atlantic Ocean. In this district here, this is Elaine Luria. Biden just carried this one by 1.8. It's Democrat by 1.8. So you see how this is a very competitive district, less competitive district as you go through. If the Republicans can hold these seats in Virginia, and we're early, the Republicans are hoping to get 2 out of the 3. If they get 3 out of the 3, then back to your term.
So there's a Democratic pollster that is a wise man. He told me there are 3 things he's looking at. One of them is these 3 seats. Early on, he means, in order to get an idea of how the night's going to go. One is these 3 seats. The other one is New Hampshire Senate. And I don't know.
Senate.
The New Hampshire Senate race.
Yeah, come on over.
So let's go over here.
Let's slide on over.
And let's see how it is. So right now, the New Hampshire Senate race, because that's become competitive.
Right.
Incumbent Democrat Maggie Hassan against former, I think, General Donald Bolduc.
Exactly. An election denier who then, right after he won his primary, tried to switch back and then went back again because the Republican base was getting mad at him. Had a war of words throughout the Republican primary with the state's popular Republican governor. Governor Sununu has made peace with Don Bolduc and has backed him in the election. Just as we say this. So this is, look, we're 1,200 votes.
It's
to
nothing.
1,166 votes.
But this is something to keep an eye on.
Right. It's nothing. And also, so the main thing here in New Hampshire, I'm just going to come up here. This corridor right here, from Concord down to Manchester, down to Nashua, that's where the bulk of the population lives. That doesn't mean that every vote doesn't matter if it's close. But the bulk of the population is here. It's more suburban, and it's absolutely key to the Democrats. And we just got some votes in, so let me clear that out. And this is the state capital in Concord. Maggie Hassan, again, it says 13%. Again, watch these numbers as our team is trying to calculate how many people turned out on Election Day. What are the early votes?
How did Biden do in Concord?
So we come to 2020, we hit the presidential race.
65.
Biden gets 65%.
So she's exceeding that right now.
Right
it's
now.
Early, very early.
Right now. Former governor, too. That was her office, right? She's a former governor of the state.
Right.
And now she's a United States Senator. But let's pull out from 2020. Let's come back to 2022. And you pull out the state right now. That's the House. That's the House district on the other side.
Right.
And so you come in here. And so where is General Bolduc ahead? He's in Guilford. 45th in terms of population. They call them towns in New Hampshire. They're not counties. Guilford's a great little town. If you're coming through New Hampshire and you're driving up, say, to go to Conway, the North Country, to go skiing, it's a beautiful little town. It's a more Republican town there. Again, 26 votes to 16 votes. We have a long way to go in the count. But to your point about why this race matters, again, it's a 50-50 Senate. This is a Democratic incumbent. In the final days of the campaign, Republicans were thinking 2 months ago, Bolduc didn't have a shot. 2 weeks ago, maybe. 2 days ago, Republicans saying, let's help General Bolduc. Maybe we can get him to the finish line. So this is in the game, the 50-50 Senate. Democrats need to hold this seat. They can't be losing any of the blue seats as they go through it here. So this is what we watch here in the Senate race. As you pull it out here right now, and you see the early results in the Georgia Senate. Senator Warner still ahead, but it's very early. And very early on, the Democratic candidate was leading in the Florida Senate race. Now the Republican incumbent, Marco Rubio, is leading. And as we get ahead, we're about to get, when it comes to the Senate, we're about to get Ohio. And when it comes to the House, we get many more competitive districts, Jake, in the moments ahead. And again, results coming in Virginia, competitive districts in New Hampshire. We'll have a good sense the next 30 minutes or so how the House is looking.
All right, John King, polls are closing in 3 more states. 2 of them, Ohio and North Carolina, have high-stakes U.S. Senate races, so we're watching very closely. So here is a key race alert. CNN is saying it is too early to call. Too early to call the Ohio Senate race between J.D. Vance and incumbent Congressman Tim Ryan. both of them squaring off for an open U.S. Senate seat. Too early to call in Ohio. In North Carolina, another open Senate seat from another Republican retiring. That race as well between Sherry Beasley and Congressman Ted Budd. That race also too early to call. The overall balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate, Democrats control 36 U.S. Senate seats. Republicans control 30 U.S. Senate seats. 34 seats remain. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up one net Senate seats. Let's go to Boris Sanchez right now, who has a projection when it comes to governor's races. Boris.
Jake, this is our first projection in a governor's race for the evening, and it comes from the state of Ohio. There, incumbent Republican Mike DeWine thread a needle. He was both critical of Donald Trump after the January 6th insurrection and then earned the former president's endorsement after the Republican primary. He defeats the Democratic mayor of Dayton, Ohio, Nan Whaley. Let's get some key race alerts now, beginning with the state of Florida. Last time we checked in, the former Republican governor turned Democratic Congressman Charlie Crist had the lead. Now it belongs to Ron DeSantis, more than 285,000 votes ahead, with 44% of the vote in Florida. Let's get an update now on the state of Georgia. There, still very early, but legendary vote mobilizer Stacey Abrams is ahead. 73,000 votes against incumbent Republican Brian Kemp. Only 13% of the vote in there. So we will likely watch that potentially change throughout the night as we turn it over to Casey Hunt, who has some Senate races.
We sure will. Thank you very much, Boris. And I do want to start actually in Georgia, because we are starting to get some numbers where we can compare things a little bit. So let's take a look at this. Raphael Warnock sitting at 60.1%. But look at that Herschel Walker number, 38.5%. That is different from the Republican gubernatorial candidate Brian Kemp, who sits at 42.6%. So again, we want to check with John King on this, but some early signs that perhaps as expected, Herschel Walker's underperforming Brian Kemp, the gubernatorial candidate there. We still expect this race to tighten considerably, only 13% of the vote in here. Let's go now to Florida, where Marco Rubio has taken the lead, probably as many of you expected. He's sitting now at 54% to Val Deming's 45%. Florida's going to count these votes relatively quickly. We've got 45% of the vote in there, but we're obviously going to keep watching it through the night. Let's go north now, though, to New Hampshire, where we are just starting to get votes in to this state, which swings so often with a wave when we see one. Maggie Hassan out to a relatively early lead. Again, there's only a few thousand votes in here, but she's sitting at 59.2% to Don Bolduc's 39.6%. This is one where Republicans started to take more interest, were encouraged by how things were moving late, but Hassan's team has been feeling good throughout the night so far. We've got 1% of the vote in New Hampshire, Jake.
That's only 1%. Got a lot more votes to count. John King, let's take a look at governor's races right now in the United States.
The one that jumps out at you is Georgia at the moment, in the sense that New Hampshire would be status quo. It's a Republican governor, Chris Sununu. Again, 1% of the vote in. Governor Sununu ahead by 9 points there, if you round. Not a surprise, but we'll watch it as we play out through the night. South Carolina, Henry McMaster heavily favored in this race. The early results, pretty close. But again, it's 1% of the vote as you watch it in. But what jumps out at you, Florida, just because we brought it up earlier, when Charlie Crist was ahead, Ron DeSantis has now pulled ahead in the state of Florida. You're seeing some of the rural counties fill in with the red, up to about 48% of the estimated vote. We'll watch this as it plays out. But Governor DeSantis pulling ahead. And we mentioned earlier, Republicans said they could perform in Miami-Dade.
And look at that.
And look at that. They're leading right there. If this stays red, it's fascinating in the governor's race and the Senate race. And there'll be a lot of conversation about this as we head out of 2022 into the 2024 cycle, if this stays red. We're at 60%, or if it turns just blue and it's close, because that has been overwhelmingly Democratic in recent years. But here's the one right now that you want to look at right now. If you're Democrats around the home, watching around the country, this is a rematch, right? Stacey Abrams, as Boris noted, a Democratic organizer, someone in turnout on Joe Biden's list of potential vice presidential candidates, a rematch of 4 years ago. And if you're looking at the vote right now, you would say, wow, with 13% of the vote in, 56% to 43% against an incumbent Republican governor. Right. The question is, though, there's still, number one, there's a lot of votes still to be counted. You see these smaller counties around Georgia, most of them, if you come back to the presidential election, again, Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020, but just barely, just shy of 12,000 votes. But see all that red. And now I just want to come back to 2022 in the governor's race. We have a lot to count in the red rural parts of Georgia. But there's also a question, Jake, when you see an early lead like this, of what votes do we have and what votes are we waiting for?
Right.
Stacey Abrams beginning to pull away in Fulton County here. But again, Brian Kemp getting 29%. If you come back, let's just look at the Senate race for a second here.
Well, that's what I wanted to look at. So
Herschel Walker getting 23% in Fulton County. So we discussed very early on that Governor Kemp was overperforming, or Herschel Walker was underperforming the Republican incumbent governor in the largest basket of votes, 10% of the state population.
So, show me the overall Senate race right now. Warnock, and again, it's only 16%.
Right.
But Warnock has 386,472 with 59.6% of the vote, and Stacey Abrams is under that.
Yes. Now, number one, remember, Georgia, there's no one expecting anybody in this race.
No.
Democrat or Republican.
This is
to
early.
Be anywhere near that number. But yes, if you look at Warnock versus Abrams, she's 3 percentage points below. She's at 56. He's at 59. And
right, it's about 9. Raphael Warnock, as of now, in actual votes, and again, this is all just coming in right now. It's very early, 16%. Raphael Warnock has I believe, about 80,000 more votes than she does, meaning people are voting for Raphael Warnock and then not voting for Stacey Abrams.
Right, and some of those votes clearly going to the governor, because we looked at Fulton County. Look at the statewide first. You see 43.4% for Governor Kemp. Let's come to the Senate race, and you see only 39%. So Herschel Walker underperforming the Republican governor. There's one of your questions there. And then let's just come into Fulton County here, and you see Herschel Walker getting 23.3, just shy of 65,000 votes. Again, this is overwhelmingly the biggest Democratic area in the state. Then you look at the governor's race, and Brian Kemp is getting 28%.
Even more.
And 79,000 votes. So you have an incumbent governor. There's a lot of, this is Atlanta and the suburbs, right? You say Fulton County, you see the Atlanta, you think it's just the city. It's the city and then the suburbs around it, a growth area, very business area. There are a fair amount of Republicans there, don't get me wrong, but it's the most overwhelmingly Democratic county in the state.
So overall, give me the whole, so it's 16% with Democrats leading in the governor's race and Democrats leading in the Senate race, but it's only 16%. Let's go to David Chalian, if I can, at the Battleground desk. Where are the votes coming in, David? Because obviously this is a very strong early lead for Democrats that I don't think is going to bear out throughout the rest of the night.
Yeah, so one of the things we're going to be looking at all night long where we can is sort of what kind of vote is in. Is it pre-election vote, absentee by mail, early vote, which we know tends to favor Democrats more. They show up more robust numbers that way versus election day vote. So I just want to show you, this is the state of play right now that you and John have been talking about, Jake. Raphael Warnock has 389,000 votes right now in the Georgia Senate race to Herschel Walker's 258,000. 16% of the estimated vote is currently in. But how much of this current vote is that early vote, pre-election vote, where Democrats tend to show up in bigger numbers? Well, right now, 99%, nearly all the vote you're looking at in that wall with John is early vote. And we have estimated that at the end of the day, when all the votes in Georgia are counted, that number is going to come down to 61%. We've estimated that 61% of the overall vote will have been early vote, which we know broke records in Georgia. But right now, 99% is. So look at the governor's race. It's a similar story. Stacey Abrams currently with 367,000 votes to Brian Kemp's 288,000 votes. Again, this is 16% of the estimated vote that's in, but all of it, nearly 99%, is the pre-election vote, Jake. It's the early vote. We think that is only going to make up 61% of the overall vote when it is fully tallied, which means a lot more election day vote is going to come in as a share of the vote, and that could, of course, benefit Brian Kemp, benefit Herschel Walker, since Republicans tend to show up in greater proportion on Election Day in person.
Indeed. Interesting, David Chalian. And I don't suppose we have the technology to know what percentage of the early vote Joe Biden won over Donald Trump in 2020.
Those numbers are available to us. They're not in here, but it's disproportionately. I mean, remember, like in Philadelphia, it was over 80%.
But I'm wondering where Raphael Warnock was, because if this is
how big of a lead does he have?
This is basically, we say it's a 16%. This is basically just the early vote.
It's the early vote.
This is the early vote, and I'm wondering what that matches. If somebody backstage could figure out.
Overwhelmingly and disproportionately a Democratic vote.
So let's go head north if we can, because North Carolina, there's a big Senate race there, and I'm wondering what's going on there.
We have our first results in here, and again, I'm going to suspect it's the very same dynamic, and David can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. But again, Sherry Beasley ran a remarkably competitive campaign. We talked earlier about Democrats saying maybe we should have helped her out a little bit earlier. A Republican member of the House, Ted Budd, had Donald Trump's endorsement in the primary, trying to move up to statewide office. Sherry Beasley, former state Supreme Court Chief Justice, 60% to 40% if you round everybody up. You see where the blue is. Well, it's blue where it should be blue if a Democrat's going to be competitive. That is Wake County, the second largest county in the state. You see right here, 68% to 30%, 54% of the vote in. African-American population, college-educated population, the number one county is here, Mecklenburg. That's almost 11% of the state population, 70% to 29%, or 69. 29. She's not right. Can't round that up just yet. This is what you want to do if you're the Democrat, right? Joe Biden won this county by 35 points. She's winning it by 39 points, almost 40 points.
Almost 40 points.
Yeah, even 40. It is 40 points. But again, it's a 50% here, and I suspect we're looking at the early vote as well. David can, if I'm wrong, David will jump in. So you look at the map when you fill it out. Again, this is going to be a competitive race. This will be a competitive race, but we're at 33%. And I'm just going to note again, you come to some of these rural counties. I'm just going to move up here to the Virginia border. Rockingham County is 31 in terms of the vote count, but Donald Trump won this county by 32 points.
Yeah.
We have no votes yet, so Republicans will run it up in places.
Let's
like
go
that.
to David to tell us where this vote's coming from. David's at the battleground desk, of course. David, is this early vote?
It is. You've identified this correctly. So this may be an important factor here when you're looking at these vote totals. Sherry Beasley right now, 784,000 votes in the vote count to Ted Budd's 527,000. We think about a third of the overall vote is already in. But how much of this is pre-election vote that is in this total? 100% of it, guys. And we think at the end of the day, only 55% of the North Carolina vote is going to be early vote, pre-election vote. So right now, it is this heavily inflated Beasley vote, Jake, because 100% of what you see, basically 100% of what you see, is this pre-election and early vote where Democrats tend to participate that way. We have barely any election day vote, which is likely going to be a Ted Budd big category of vote.
And let's remind people also, John, I mean, North Carolina can be competitive. It has a Democratic governor. It has a Democratic attorney general. Joe Biden lost, but narrowly. What was his margin in 2020?
Let's come to the presidential race in 2020, and you look at the race.
Yeah, it was I mean, he lost, but he lost by 74,000 votes.
Obama won it. Let's go back in time. Let's do the history because
he won it once and won it.
It's actually a fascinating history. Obama just won it over John McCain. Historic African American turnout in the first Obama election of 2008. It was history in the making, and African American voters turned out in huge numbers. And then Democrats thought, North Carolina, Sunbelt state, changing population, more college-educated voters. Democrats start making inroads in the traditionally Republican suburbs around Raleigh, around Charlotte.
And they had a Democratic senator there for a while.
Democratic senator, and you come back, Kay Hagan in that year. Kay Hagan was the last Democratic senator elected in that year with Barack Obama. So then look at this. Mitt Romney pulls it out just barely. It's a close election, right? It's 2 points in 2012. Democrats keep thinking, but then you get it. You move forward to 2016. Hillary Clinton says, "I can do it. I can come to North Carolina." Not so much. The Gary Johnson campaign, you could say a third-party candidate matters. Trump getting just over 50% there, and then so you see the margin there. And then again, the Biden campaign thought maybe we can get it. Not the case, but very closely.
Let me walk you to the House over here, John, just because lots going on here too with the votes coming in Georgia, in North Carolina, and elsewhere. And it looks like no changes in Virginia.
Yeah, no changes. As you look here, again, these numbers can be somewhat misleading, so we're going to try to describe them throughout the night, right? You're looking at this is all of the House races that are reporting results so far, and you have Democrats leading in 50. Democrats leading in 32, Republicans leading in 50. As Jake laid out earlier, we've identified 82 competitive races with our partner Inside Elections. Republicans are leading in 7 of those competitive seats right now, not called yet. Democrats leading in 5 of them. That's not good enough for the Democrats. The Democrats have to disproportionately win the competitive seats if they have any chance of defying history. Republicans need a net gain of 5. The average in a president's first midterm since Ronald Reagan is 30. So Joe Biden has to defy that history. History says Republicans will get somewhere in the ballpark of 30. The Democrats have to keep it to 5. So what are we looking at right now? Again, you start in the Northeast, 2 Democratic seats in New Hampshire. You see right now the Democrat leading, Ann Custer, leading in this seat right here, 51 to 48. But again, 1% of the vote in here. And you don't see any color in the first district, Democratic incumbent Chris Pappas, because there are no votes counted yet as we come in. But then, Jake, you move down. You made the point about Virginia. I just want to pop it up real quick. There are 3 competitive districts here. Let me bring them up. 3 competitive seats, all Democratic incumbents at the moment, Republicans leading in all 3 of them.
In all 3 of them, absolutely. And we are closing in on one of the most critical hours of this election night with the biggest round of poll closings. At 8 p.m. Eastern, voting ends in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. There's a lot on the line in the hour ahead as both parties aim for the 218 seats needed to win control of the U.S. House of Representatives. A whopping 161 House seats are at stake in this next round of poll closing. 25 of those races, 25 are competitive. That includes contests in Michigan and Texas, where voting is about to end in most of those states' congressional districts. On to the Senate. We're standing by for the first results from one of the most consequential races tonight in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, the Democrat, is hoping to flip an open Senate seat from red to blue. He's in a heated contest with his Republican opponent, former TV doctor Mehmet Oz. Fetterman's recovery from a stroke in May has been a prominent issue in this race. In New Hampshire, Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan is trying to beat back a strong challenge from retired General Don Bolduc, who's gone back and forth on his statements about who won the 2020 election. In the Florida race for U.S. Senate, Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings has an uphill climb in the increasingly red-trending state. Demings is challenging the incumbent Republican two-term senator and former presidential candidate Marco Rubio. Turning to the key governor's races now, in Pennsylvania, State Attorney General Josh Shapiro is aiming to keep the governor's office in Democratic hands. His Republican opponent, State Senator Doug Mastriano, was a central figure in Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election results in Pennsylvania. And in Florida, the former Democratic congressman and former Republican Charlie Crist is challenging the state's high-profile Republican governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis, of course, a potential 2024 presidential candidate. With the end of voting just minutes away, let's check in on that key Senate race in Pennsylvania. Jessica Dean is at the headquarters of Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman. And Jessica, how does the Fetterman campaign see the night progressing?
Well, Jake, they are well aware that these numbers from Philadelphia, which of course is a Democratic stronghold, and to win statewide as a Democrat, you really got to run up the numbers there in Philadelphia. They're aware those numbers are going to come in pretty slowly. So with that in mind, they have put out a memo to everyone saying, buckle up, this is going to take some time. They also are going to keep their eye on some bellwether counties across the Commonwealth that they do think they'll get some data from earlier on that will kind of give them an indication of where they're going, how they stack up to what Biden did in 2020, for example. In the meantime, I've also been talking to them about how they feel about how they closed out the last 5 days of this campaign. And in talking to campaign sources, they really believe they did this as strongly as they possibly could. And several of them pointed to the Oprah Winfrey endorsement. That came late Thursday and then really played heavily on television here in local markets on Friday. They think that that targeted a key demographic for them. That's suburban women who can be quite independent in their voting. And they think they really need a strong turnout from those suburban women. They think that Oprah Winfrey could be the key there. Jake, celebrity endorsements often don't move the needle, but in this case, she, of course, made his opponent, Mehmet Oz, a household name. So her endorsement was quite personal. Jake?
Yeah, interesting. The Fetterman campaign will no doubt be looking to Harrisburg and Scranton to see if they overperform how Joe Biden did there. Let's go to Kate Baldwin now. She's at Oz campaign headquarters in Newtown outside Philadelphia. What's the feeling there? What are you hearing from the Oz campaign people?
Jake, the Oz campaign is being very careful to not make predictions on how the evening is going at this point. For one very clear reason, as you well know, the polls haven't even closed yet. But if they do win, the Oz campaign is attributing the momentum, will attribute the momentum pushing them across the finish line to their final message. It's this contrast that Mehmet Oz has been consistently hammering away at in the final days, which is bringing balance to Washington and rejecting extremism on both sides, which is how he puts it, which, of course, that's a tricky balancing act that Oz has been trying to pull off. Look no further than just this past weekend. Saturday, he was on stage with former President Donald Trump. The very next day, he had Senator Susan Collins stumping with him in Philadelphia. Collins, a moderate senator who has made very clear she has created distance and distance herself from the former president, even voting to impeach him following the insurrection. This tricky balancing act was also very clearly on display in his final rally in the Philadelphia suburbs just last night. Mehmet Oz reminding the crowd that he is not a politician, he is a surgeon, saying in the operating room, you cannot divide, you have to unite to fix the problem, saying extreme ideas hurt people in the operating room. Again, we'll see if the balancing act worked.
All right, Kate Baldwin in Newtown, Pennsylvania, outside Philly. Let's go back to David Chalian now, who has some early exit polls from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So what is on the minds of my friends in Pennsylvania?
Yes, your brethren in Pennsylvania, Jake. Well, it's so interesting because you can really see in these numbers the way in which these candidates have presented themselves, whose views are too extreme, right? Each candidate's been trying to paint the other one as extreme. 42% of Pennsylvania's voters say only Fetterman is too extreme. Guess what? An equal amount, 42%, say only Oz is too extreme. 5% say both, 8% say neither. Which candidate quality mattered most to you? I find this really interesting because we saw something similar in Georgia. This is not an empathy or experience election. This is a character election. 36% of Pennsylvania voters looking for a candidate who shares my values. 33% looking for a candidate who has honesty and integrity. Only 19% cares about people like me. 8% looking for the candidate with the right experience. Fetterman's health, that was an issue we asked about, of course, as he's recovering from a stroke. Is it good enough to represent the state effectively? 49% of Pennsylvania voters in this election say yes. A roughly equal amount, the other half, say no. His health is not good enough to represent them effectively. And then we asked about the Achilles heel on the Oz side that the Fetterman campaign is trying to use throughout the season. Has Oz lived in the state long enough to represent it effectively? Interestingly here, a majority of voters in Pennsylvania, 55% say no. Oz has not lived in the Commonwealth long enough. 43%, Dana, say yes. Oz has lived in Pennsylvania long enough.
So interesting, David, especially when you're talking about the 2022 midterm. There's so much of a national notion of how this is all going to go. But in Pennsylvania, so much of it is personality driven. These are two very distinct personalities.
Absolutely. And the fact that being a carpetbagger, being from New Jersey, is more of a burden to Oz than the stroke and what we saw in a very shaky debate performance is to Fetterman is surprising and telling to me. And the only other point I'd make is Pennsylvania, this is so key to the Democrats. If they can flip this seat, then they can afford to lose one and hold on to a 50-50 Senate. If they don't flip this seat or other ones, they can't afford to lose a single state.
Right, this is the most important potential pickup, the only real one.
Yeah, and I think it's probably the one that they are, maybe they're not the most nervous about, but they're extremely nervous about this seat. It's hard to know what direction this was going in. A lot of Republicans after this Fetterman debate with Oz were saying that was the end of the Fetterman campaign. Well, if these exits are to be believed, voters are basically saying, it's about a wash. I'm really surprised by the carpetbagger number. I'm not going to lie. That argument from Fetterman seemed to live very much online, live in the memes, but these exit polls seem to suggest that voters took it or are taking it somewhat seriously. I still don't think, though, that we know whether or not any of this matters more than the overall environment in this midterm.
So Pennsylvania, as we were saying, the polls close at the top of the hour. In Ohio, the polls have already closed, and we're starting to get actual real numbers in, and they're really interesting in that in the Senate race, now we should say only 13% of the vote is in. But right now, early on, Tim Ryan, the Democrat, is very, very far ahead. Again, very, very early. But it begs the question, and this is a conversation that has been had in Washington, particularly among Democrats, is whether or not more focus should have been on a race like this, where Tim Ryan, a sitting member of Congress, has a campaign that is tailor-made for Ohio, kind of old school Democrats, working class union Democrats, trying to get them out, whether there should have been more focus and help for him.
Well, first of all, one of the reasons Ohio is so important is if you need to flip a seat to ensure that you've got a margin for error, if they don't take Pennsylvania, their two best chances, Democrats, are Ohio and North Carolina. The question is, both sides, both candidates, Vance and Ryan, have been competing to be the working class hero. It'll be interesting to see who the Ohio voters decide is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I absolutely think, though, that Tim Ryan used the lack of investment to his great advantage. He ran on being abandoned by Washington being independent from people back here in D.C., and that was actually, I mean, frankly, you could argue that is the key to why this race might be competitive. We'll see how it turns out, but I mean, I think hindsight is 2020. Tim Ryan made the best of that situation, I think, from a messaging perspective.
Yeah, and it's also a whole larger conversation about the change of the Democratic Party and its kind of evaporation from the middle of the country. Jake and John?
Polls are going to close in 16 states in about 4.5 minutes. But until then, let's chew over some of the results we're getting from the House of Representatives races. John.
Beginning to fill in the map, 435 in all. It's going to take us a while to fill in the map, and it's going to take us days, maybe longer, to count all the final results. But leading the vote, this is leading the vote, not called races, right? Republicans leading in 55, Democrats in 42. More importantly, as Jake's been laying out throughout the night, the 82 competitive races we've identified, Democrats leading in 8, Republicans leading in 6. That would sound on the surface like good news.
Democrats that sounds like good news for Democrats as of now, but
they have to win. They're defending 60 of the 80, essentially. 57 have Democratic incumbents. So let's pop it up and just zero in on the competitive races. A couple of interesting things. Number one, we talked earlier, last time we talked about this, all 3 House Democrats in Virginia were losing. One of them in the most Democratic district, Jennifer Wexton, has now pulled ahead. About 57% of the estimated vote. She's 7,544 votes ahead of a Republican challenger. Hung Cow, this has been a nasty race. Living here, you watch the ads in the Washington TV. It's been shocking both ways when you look at the advertisements. But this is the most Democratic district. Right. 3 in Virginia.
The least likely to fall to the
Joe Biden carried this district by 18 points. Right. Imagine it even being competitive. Makes it a big deal. But Wexton ahead for now. We'll see as we keep counting votes there. Then you move just south of that. Again, suburbia, suburbs into exurbia.
That's a lot of vote, almost half the vote in, and Spanberger is back behind by 20,000
About half the vote here. It'd be interesting to talk to our people on the ground and our battleground desk about which votes are being counted here. But certainly, you'd rather be ahead than behind at any point in the count. But we need to be careful in every state.
And there are some big population areas in that district that we don't know if they've weighed in.
That again, this is a Democrat plus just shy of 7. So Joe Biden won the district we just showed you here by 18 points. You start moving out into exurbia. It's a 7-point Democratic district. Spanberger losing at the moment. Then you come down here, and this is a gap here. Again, we need more votes. It's 31%, but this one is shaping up as a bigger race in a district that's essentially an even district. Joe Biden wins it by just shy of 2 points. And remember, this is according to the new lines, right, of how the districts have been drawn. So, but if you think of the simplest way to look at the math is Republicans need a net gain of 5. Right. And they're leading in 2 in Virginia. It's not over. We're still counting votes. But you're leading in 2 there. If you pull out to look at some of the others, this is a fascinating race here. Marcy Kaptur, one of the longest-serving House Democrats, they redrew her district. This is me doing this roughly. But her district used to stop about here and stretch this way over toward Cleveland a little bit, right?
They made it more Republican.
This is what they've done. So now they've taken it away, and they put her out here. Let me show you the presidential race in 2020 in Ohio. See, this is Marcy Kaptur's old district here, and they drew the rest of it in right there. So let's come back to 2022 and see how she's doing, because this is a fascinating race. Number one, can a Democratic incumbent hold on in a much more Republican district in a tougher year, running against J.R. Majewski, who is a Trump acolyte, a January 6th supporter, and somebody in this district here. Again, we're only at 1% here. We're only at 1%. And as you see the Ohio map, I'm going to pull out and show you the House races. Then I'm going to walk over here and show you the governor's race. We are talking about 100% of early vote. And early vote tends to be disproportionately Democratic. Again, you always rather be ahead than behind, but you see another House race down here. This is Cincinnati and the suburbs to the north. The Republican incumbent is Steve Chabot. He's losing at the moment. This is another competitive seat. Democrats would love to pick up this seat to offset losses elsewhere, but I want to emphasize this is 100% early vote. Tends to be disproportionately Democrat. So we look at it now. We'll keep it on our radar screen, but you have to be cautious. Don't draw any conclusions looking at that map. Just quickly, moving over here to the United States Senate, I just want to make the point because it's the very same dynamic. Dana was just talking about this race. The Democratic candidate, Tim Ryan, is out to an early lead here in the state of Ohio, but this is, again, 100%, at least as of 2 minutes ago, 100% early vote. You'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're waiting. You see the middle part here that's gray, not filled in. That is Trump country in Ohio. Jake, we'll watch the race as we go, and we'll get more votes as we move through the hour.
All right, John King, we are just moments away from the biggest round of poll closings this evening, including that critical Senate contest in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that could go a long way toward deciding control of the U.S. Senate. As of right now, CNN is projecting that Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican from Florida, will be reelected, defeating Congresswoman Val Demings. In Alabama, CNN is projecting that Katie Britt will win her Senate seat, defeating her opponent. She is a former staffer for the retiring Republican Dick Shelby in that Alabama Senate seat, so that's a hold for Republicans. In Oklahoma, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator James Lankford will win. In the special election in Oklahoma, CNN is projecting that Markwayne Mullin will be elected, defeating Kendra Horn. And then in Kentucky, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Rand Paul will be reelected. The big Senate race in Pennsylvania, CNN is declaring to be too early to call, and the big Senate race that's between Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and TV's Dr. Mehmet Oz, too early to call as of right now. And in New Hampshire, a competitive race between incumbent Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan against retired General Don Bolduc, again, too early to call. Let's look at the map in general right now. Right now, we have no projection in Connecticut, Illinois, Maryland, Missouri, and then, as I said, New Hampshire and Pennsylvania. Too early to call right now. The overall balance of power in the U.S. Senate, Democrats have 36 of the Senate seats. Republicans have 35 Senate seats. There are 29 seats remaining. That's what the rest of the night is about. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up one net seat from the Democrats in order to regain control of the Senate. But we have governor's races for you as well, and Boris Sanchez has those.
Jake, we have two projections to bring you from the South, including a major win for Republicans in the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis winning re-election by a considerable margin. Right now, DeSantis is up nearly 16 percentage points. That's notable because Donald Trump won the state of Florida in 2020 by about 3.5 points. DeSantis, of course, widely speculated that he may run for president. Trump certainly thinks so with some of his recent attacks on the Florida governor, who earns a return trip to the governor's mansion in the Sunshine State. We also have a projection to bring you from Ruby Red, Alabama, a state that Donald Trump won, earning about 60% of the vote in 2020. There, incumbent Republican Kay Ivey, a staunch Trump supporter, she defeats rehabilitative therapist Yolanda Flowers to win another 4 years in Alabama. We also have a key race alert to bring you now. From the Peach State in Georgia, right now, Democratic activist Stacey Abrams, 38,000 votes ahead of incumbent Republican Brian Kemp. The lead thinning there with the last update, still only 31% of the vote in Georgia. We'll see where that winds up as the night moves along. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture. States where polls have closed, but where it is too early for CNN to make a projection. We're talking about Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, as well as Rhode Island and the volunteer state of Tennessee. Let's turn it over now to Casey Hunt, who has some updates for us from Senate races. Casey.
Yeah, and Boris, let's start in Georgia because you just gave us an update on the governor's race there. Let's compare it to where things stand in the Senate race. Raphael Warnock up at 54.5% to Herschel Walker's 43.9%. So that spread between where the Republican Governor Kemp is at 48.2% right now has widened. Walker is just at 43.9%. That has to be giving some of the Democrats I've been talking to throughout the night a little bit of relief. We got, though, a third of the vote in here. We do, of course, expect this to be one of the tightest on the map. Let's take a look at North Carolina, where the Democrat Sherry Beasley has an early lead over Republican Ted Budd. Remember, this is retiring Republican Senator Richard Burr's seat, so a Democratic win here would represent a pickup for them, although we do expect this race to tighten through the evening. We have about 46% of the vote in North Carolina right now. Now let's go check in on Ohio, where the Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan is out to an early lead at 58.1% to the Republican J.D. Vance's 41.8%. With a spread that wide, we really do have to ask where those votes are coming from. We've only got about 20% of the vote in Ohio right now. And let's also check in on New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is at 64.1% to the Republican Don Bolduc's 58.4%. She's about 13,000 votes ahead. So that tells you where we are in the vote count. We're not very far in. We are at 8%, but you'd rather be Maggie Hassan at this hour than Don Bolduc, Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. Appreciate it. John King getting us up to speed on the Senate right now. Where are we? Because we have races, we have votes coming in at least 3 competitive races, New Hampshire and Georgia and perhaps North Carolina.
All right, so Georgia and New Hampshire would be holds, Democratic incumbents right now. I'll get into the Georgia vote complications in a minute. Pennsylvania, the Democrat, we have in the very, very early results leading, but we got a long way to go here. This would be
it's all from Pittsburgh.
Right, it's all from Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, heavy Democratic area, early vote. So it's a step away from that. But again, so if you're watching at home and you're seeing the Senate map, you know, Democrats very much want to pick up that seat currently held by a Republican. Democrats want to pick up Ohio, currently held by a Republican, and North Carolina, currently held by a Republican. So you look at the map and you think, wow, look at that. I just want to go back to
very early
the 2020 presidential election, where at this time of night, Joe Biden was leading in Ohio, and Tim Ryan is leading now. This is overwhelmingly early vote. So you see it, every vote counts. And so, with the Democrats, the early vote, I don't mean it to be dismissive. If you're the Democrat, you need to run it up in the early vote and build that margin for when the election day vote comes in, especially in these small rural counties that tend to be overwhelmingly Republican. So I'm not being dismissive of it, but for the context, we have a lot of votes to come in. This has tightened up a little tiny bit, but again, this is early vote here. But again, Sherry Beasley,
you ran a great race.
We're watching the map to see if we get surprised, right? Keep an open mind about things. So then you come down to Georgia. This is, a landmark Senate race right now.
Right.
Senator Warnock at the moment, 10 points ahead in this race. I'm going to point you to this number. It doesn't seem like it matters now. Georgia law, 50%, or else a runoff in December. So you need 50% plus 1 vote, if you will. Warnock's above that right now, but we're only about a third of the vote counted here. Watch the Libertarian number as we get later into the night. Is it big enough, to pull the 2 leading candidates under 50%? We'll have to watch. That's one of the calculations. At the moment, Senator Warnock is above 50. Just want to check over the governor's race because we're watching this ticket splitting dynamic all night long. So the Democrat leading, it's early. This is predominantly early vote, as David Challen explained to us earlier. But Raphael Warnock at 54.4%, 68,000 votes. You flip to the governor's race.
And look at that.
That's 43,000 votes, rough math. Stacey Abrams is ahead, but 43,000 fewer votes than the Democratic candidate for Senate, and Brian Kemp, the Republican candidate for governor. That gap has been closing.
And one of the reasons that we're looking about this is because the governor's race, even though we're 35% in, Stacey Abrams is in the lead. It's regarded as much less competitive. It's much more likely, we believe, that Brian Kemp will win, whereas the Senate race is very competitive, and we really don't have any idea who's going to win that.
Right.
Brian Kemp has 685,000 votes. Herschel Walker, at the same time, that Herschel Walker has 614,000.
Right.
So that means that there are 620,000.
Yeah, it's moving as you speak a little bit as votes. So you see it filling in, but you have the rough gap.
It does seem the conclusion is inevitable that there are people who are voting for Brian Kemp, the Republican governor, and then are crossing the aisle, or maybe they were already there, and voting for Raphael Warnock, the Democratic senator, which is an interesting state of play and also gives you an idea of the relative strength of Raphael Warnock. Doesn't mean he's going to win, but it does mean he's doing what he needs to do in that regard.
And the place you will see that, most predominantly is in the suburbs around Atlanta, which have become more Democratic in recent years. This is why Joe Biden carried the state. But if you look here, this is Cobb County. It's the 3rd largest, little over 7% of the state population, right? So you see Senator Warnock running at 59%.
59-38.
Herschel Walker at 39, if you round that up.
This is a Cobb.
And then you look at the governor's race. And Stacey Abrams is at 55, right? She's down. She is underperforming the Senator Warnock.
Right.
And there you have Brian Kemp, who is overperforming Herschel Walker, or Herschel Walker is underperforming. He's the incumbent governor, so we should use him as the standard. Herschel Walker is underperforming the incumbent governor in the suburbs. And again, Republicans don't have to win the suburbs; they need to narrow the Democrats' margins.
So can I ask that? Can I see how Joe Biden did in Cobb County in 2020?
Sure, Joe Biden, Cobb County.
Joe
That's
Biden.
The Senate race. Hold on, we got to come to the presidential race now.
He did 56. So this is another interesting comparison, and the reason I say this is because Joe Biden won Georgia very narrowly, 11,000 plus votes. Joe Biden had 56% of the vote in Cobb County. Raphael Warnock has 59% of the vote in Cobb County. So Raphael Warnock is overperforming, at least as of right now, again, just a snapshot, overperforming what Joe Biden did, and Joe Biden won. So that's another interesting comparison.
It is. I just want to add one little cautionary note to that, though, as we come through it.
Well, it's all early, is
Right.
the other thing. All this is early. We're just trying to read the tea leaves.
Right. So here we have a sense of the outstanding vote, right, where we're still waiting for votes. And you see the size of the circles, right? The size of the circles is the biggest percentage of outstanding vote. If it's blue, that means the Democrat is leading in that area. You see the circles down here. That means we're outstanding vote. It's larger over here. That means the Republican is leading in that area. And so you come right in here. You come in central Atlanta. You come in here. There's Cobb County. Right. So we've still got a sizable percentage of the vote out. But Jake's making the important point about the fight for the margins in the suburbs. It is unlikely the Republicans will carry Cobb County. The question is, can you be competitive enough in Cobb County? Can you be competitive enough in Atlanta and the suburbs around it? That's Fulton County. Then you come over here to Gwinnett County, and you come down here where we have no votes yet. See the gray? That means we have no votes yet into DeKalb County. So that's the whole competition. The Democratic base is here. The suburbs decide statewide races. There are other suburbs as well. As you pull out, you can come down around Columbus. You can go up here around Augusta, over here around Savannah. You see again, this is a Democrat leading here in Chatham County, which is Savannah, but we still got a lot of the vote out there. They say about 49%. Again, you see, Senator, let's just test it again over here in this part of the state, a very different part of the state, over here on the seacoast. Senator Warnock at 66%, Herschel Walker at 33%. You take a peek here at the governor's race. Again, Stacey Abrams about 4 points, a little shy of that below, percentage points below. She's underperforming Senator Warnock. And you look at Governor Kemp at 37% right there. And you come back to the Senate race, Herschel Walker by just shy of 5 points, underperforming the Republican governor. So what you're looking for here is ticket splitting in the sense. We saw in Ohio, we've already projected Mike DeWine, the Republican governor, winning. Does he help J.D. Vance? Is there a lot of ticket splitting that helps Tim Ryan? We're going to watch that play out in a number of states as we come out. Let me turn this off now and just come back to what we're seeing live in the field in the race. Senator Warnock is ahead, but we're at 36%. Very important to note early in the night here, we have to keep counting. Let's come out and just take a quick look at some of the other Senate races. And again, let's check in Ohio again just to see the percentage, right? This is a state where Tim Ryan has run a very competitive race. He is not going to win Ohio with 57% of the vote, even if he holds that lead and wins. It's just too competitive a state. That tells you disproportionately early vote that we're looking at. We're waiting for Election Day votes, only 23% reporting there. One of the key races. Again, let's just check in to see in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. A few more votes in, again, coming in Democratic areas. The first votes came in Allegheny County. Remember, Braddock, Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman was the mayor, is right out in this area. 84% right there, but a long way to go, Jake, in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Thanks, John King. And we have some projections for you now. 3 projections for Republicans running for the House of Representatives. In Florida, Trump-endorsed Army veteran Corey Mills, CNN is projecting, has won a seat representing Seminole County. Republican Air Force veteran Ana Paulina Luna, CNN is projecting, has won a red-leaning district that includes St. Petersburg. She formerly worked at Turning Point USA, a pro-Trump youth organization. In Florida, Republican Laurel Lee is the winner in a newly drawn Tampa area district. She is a former Florida Secretary of State. Let's look at the balance of power now in the House of Representatives. 19 Democrats have been elected, 45 Republicans, including 3 pickups. There are still 371 seats remaining. Needing to control, of course, is 218. What's the state of play in the 83 competitive U.S. House seats that we've isolated? Well, Republicans need to win 27 of them. That's down from 30, so they're on their way. Democrats need to win 53 of those competitive seats. That's the same number we had before. So we do have right now Republicans having some momentum. It's very early. I don't want anyone to draw any conclusions, but these are 3 Republican projected wins in the House of Representatives. And so if you're sitting at the National Republican Congressional Committee, you're thinking, this is what we need to do.
We're doing what we need to do, and you're winning in the districts where they're competitive, but districts that are competitive but lean a little bit Republican, right? That's the challenge. Is there anything Democrats can do to make inroads in a Republican area in a year when we talked about the Loria district, the Spanberger district of Virginia, Republicans are making inroads in Democratic areas. So the only way to counter that is to take some from them, if you will. So you just talk about the district here, the Ana Luna district that we've now projected, right? This is a district that Donald Trump carried, according to the new lines, right, would have carried in these new lines by 6.6 percentage points. So it's a Republican district, not by a ton. you have to, but you have to keep it. Republicans kept it. That's the challenge, to keep your map. Then you move over here, the district here. This is a much more competitive district.
This is a new seat.
This is a new seat. Had these lines been in place in 2020, Donald Trump would have won this district by 3 points. So that's a much more competitive district, right? And Republicans hold it. That's the challenge, right? You have to pick up where you can. So you come back out again, and you come across, you're going across the swath of I-5 here as you go across the state of Florida. Corey Mills winning over here. Again, Republican 5.5, right? So a Republican district, not a comfortably Republican district. So you're watching, those are 3 of the 4 competitive races in Florida. The other one, again, we talked about this earlier in the context of the governor's race and the Senate race. Maria Elvira Salazar won this. This is a former Democratic district. The lines have been redrawn. And these lines, this would have been, look at that, 0.6, right? This is a 50-50 district. Donald Trump would have carried this, according to these lines, by less than 1 percentage point. And you have the Republican incumbent who's leading at the moment. I don't believe we have called this race yet, but you see this here. Again, can Republicans hold? The way to get the majority, if you're in the minority, is hold what you got and take some away. And if you look at these districts here in the state of Florida, Republicans are doing exactly what they needed to do. So let's check back in. You hold what you got, then you're looking to take some away. We just told you the Republican in Florida winning that district was about 6% Republican. Well, you come here to a district that is 6.7% Democratic, right? So Republicans are holding the districts where they have an advantage in the 6-7 point range. The question is, can Democrats do the same? At the moment, in this district in Virginia, again, we're not there yet. We're waiting for more votes, but the Democratic incumbent is losing by 9 points there.
And that's with 77% of the vote in. That's a lot of vote.
It's a lot of vote. The challenge is, what's the outstanding vote? A, where is it? And B, what kind of it, right? So you come back in here and you want to look at live outstanding vote. I have to go over here. I can't get to it on this. Oh, I'm in the competitive races. That's why I can't get to it. So let's come out here and we look, and we come on in. We go through the counties in the district. Wow, that's a lot of red in this county as you come through it here. You come right up here. You have Stafford County here, Democrat +2. Vega is winning. You come over. Oop,
I think you went out of the district.
Yeah, it's acting up on me there. We go across the county lines here.
There you go.
So you come down back in here, and you come here. Culpeper County, this is a Republican area, 20 points. She's winning by 20 points.
Right.
You just move around the district and you come through. So we're going to have to watch as this one plays out. I want to come back so I don't make anybody dizzy going through the counties here. Come all the way back out to the district here. You see a little. Yeah. Every now and then you get a little glitch in the technology.
Can you go back to Spanberger's district for 1 second?
Sure. Let me come out of this.
But I'm curious about.
You come out of this. We come back to here.
Yeah. Give us the county view.
See if it doesn't glitch on you.
Okay. What's that little spot of blue there? What's that?
Let's pop it up and see. There you go. It's Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Okay, so that's the major city in the area,
right?
And there's another blue spot north of
that.
You
come on out and you come up here. And you move on out and you come up. Now you're moving much more closer. Prince William County, you're getting closer to D.C. This is a 32.
But it's only 26% in Prince William County, which is a D plus 32.
Yeah, plus 30. So she's running. There you go. There's your 30 points right there. A little below 32, but you want to be about 30 points ahead here. And so, yeah, 26%. Again, you're talking about what's outstanding.
Well, that's important. If you're in Spanberger's camp right now, you're thinking, well, we still got 74% of the vote in Prince William.
Closer in Democratic suburbs, you've still got a lot of votes to come in, which is why you don't call the race and you bring it out. This one's a little unstable at the moment as you come through it. We can switch over here if it keeps doing that. But yes, so there's outstanding votes. And so if you're in the Spanberger headquarters right now, you're calling your precinct captains out there to try to figure out where they are. And then we match it out through the night and see where.
Right, because because the precinct captains also have it neighborhood by neighborhood.
Right.
Precinct by precinct.
They know. I'm going to come out of these because that's when you overdo it. That's when it gets a little glitchy when you put too much data. Yes, the precinct captains know exactly where these are. I just want to come back out to it this way and try to come back at it. So 77% of the vote as you come through it. Let's just look at the.
And one of the reasons why we're focusing so much on Congresswoman Spanberger's district is that it really is going to be, I think, a bellwether for what happens tonight. It is, of the 3 congressional districts, it's the one that we don't know really what's going to happen. And well, we don't know in any of them.
It's in the middle. It's in the middle is the best way to put it in the sense of the Wexton district
is
above
generally favored.
18-point Democratic district, right? And you see Hunkow winning in some of the counties here too, further out, as you move out a little bit. We're still waiting for votes here. But you have an 18-point Democratic district there where the Democrat is leading. Then you come down here and it's a 7-point Democratic district, and you have the Republican ahead. Again, Florida, the Republicans are holding their +7 district.
And
here
they're
in
playing
Virginia
offense.
at the moment.
Right.
They're on defense. And then you come down to the third one down here, which is the true swing district, Democrat 1+8, and you have the Republican candidate comfortably ahead at the moment in that district. Still more votes to
Of
count.
the 3 Democratic congresswomen from Virginia, Luria is in the toughest battle.
Yes, without a doubt.
Then Spanberger, then Waxton. So Spanberger, the reason to look at her seat is because if it falls, it's probably going to be a lot of other Democrats that are going to have bad nights. Can we take a look at the Senate?
Yes.
If that's okay with you?
Yes, to your point about that one, if only the Luria district fell in Virginia, you're likely to, and districts like that followed it, you're likely to get a Republican majority because they only need a net of 5, but a smaller majority.
Right.
If the Luria districts and the Spanberger districts, meaning districts like that as you move across the country, keep falling, that's how Republicans build a majority. And that's what we're going to watch.
A
now
bigger
we're going
one,
to come back
yeah.
here to the Senate.
What do we got going in Pennsylvania right now?
You'll notice, people at home, that Mr. Tapper is a fan of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's all right. That's home. Home is where. You know, where
Well,
you
it's
wanna look.
it is perhaps
Yeah.
the most competitive Senate race, either this one
Without a
or
doubt.
Georgia. Yeah.
Or when we get Western Nevada, we can have a competition about it. But these are the 50-50 very competitive Senate races. And again, this is that, you know, we have to be very careful because we're looking at overwhelmingly Democratic areas
Right.
reporting votes so far. Allegheny, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. John Fetterman is the lieutenant governor. He's from Braddock, which is out west here, very well known. Plus, it's a huge Democratic area to begin with. Then you move over here. This is suburbs of Cumberland County, just outside of the capital, Harrisburg.
It's R+10 district, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's R+10, but which is why you're most likely looking at an early vote count
Right,
here
definitely.
as you come through it here, and then you come over here to Philadelphia. Let me come here, where you have 91%, but it's just 11%.
It's
But
only
this is-
11%.
Fetterman needs to keep. He's not going to get 92% of the vote in Philadelphia, I suspect, by the time we're done. But you need to keep it way, way up. About this is interesting. If you notice where you heard Kate Baldwin earlier tonight. When Donald Trump came last to Pennsylvania, they were out here. They were out here in Westmoreland County, Latrobe, right? So let's go back to 2020, and let's look at the presidential race. Come with me here, the presidential race. When Donald Trump comes, they go here. You see why.
Yeah.
Right? So Latrobe, Westmoreland County, that's where Oz is standing in front of Trump's plane with Trump, trying to turn out vote because he needs to run it up in Trump country, Pennsylvania. Where was he last night? He was over here. Come down from Allentown, you come down here. He was in Pennsburg, which is right here, just south of Lehigh County, about 25 miles from Doylestown, which is the county seat of Bucks County, right? So let's go back to the Senate race when, in 2016, when Pat Toomey, who has this Senate seat, won re-election, right? He lost Montgomery County, but again, the margins. Look
Right.
at that, right? Look at the margins there for Pat Toomey. Very same year in the presidential race. Look at the margins for Hillary Clinton, right? So Pat Toomey was much more competitive in the suburbs than Donald Trump back in 2018, and Pat Toomey won Bucks County, right? We don't have any votes in Bucks County yet. Watch this one tonight. If Mehmet Oz can keep this one, this is the more blue collar of the suburban collars. You know this better than I do. Of the collar counties of Montgomery, right around Philadelphia, Montgomery County, Bucks County, you come down here as well to Delaware County, and you come back here just to look.
I keep telling you, it's Delco.
Delco, right. I said that last time because you told me to on television, and Twitter loved it. But you come back to the results now of where we are. This is very early, but this is where we're going to watch. I mean, it's going to be right here. Can Oz win or run about even here? And can he get closer here than Donald Trump did against Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden? Because this is why, right here, is why Joe Biden won the Commonwealth. Hillary Clinton just lost it, and Joe Biden won it right here.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, again, as we're looking in Georgia, the ticket splitting. It'll be interesting to see the people that vote for the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, who's a Democrat, but then cross the aisle and vote for, let's see, this is what county?
I just switched it over.
Oh, this is just the state. Okay.
This is.
We obviously we do not expect this to be the result, but it will be interesting to see how many people vote for Shapiro and then vote for Oz for Senate, because that will be a phenomenon as well, like the reverse of what we're seeing in Georgia.
Yeah, and that will be, we will look here and we will look up here, Northampton County, Luzerne County, Lehigh County, and then the Philadelphia suburban counties to see if you get ticket splitting in the governor's race, like we're beginning to see in Georgia, and we'll see if we see it when we get more results in Ohio. But that race, the governor's race there is called.
My mom's from North Carolina. Can we check that out?
We have to come to Senate, come to North Carolina. Sherry Beasley remains ahead here. This has been a static vote count for a little while, though, 53 to 45.
Again, got to figure most of this is still early vote.
Right, yes, it's disproportionately. Now, if you're a Democrat looking at this map, you're saying, okay, Mecklenburg County, that's number one. We're running it up. That's great. It's 50% of the vote. The challenge for Ted Budd is he's not going to win Mecklenburg County. The challenge is to narrow that margin some because it's the number one county. It's almost 11% of the state population. This is Charlotte, and then up here, again, suburbs, and you get to more, it gets more exurban as it goes out. That's why it gets more competitive, right? In here, it's blue, but the Democrats do well in the close-in suburbs if you went precinct by
It's
precinct.
all the margins because she's going to have to do better in that county.
Right, you'd get more red out there. So then you come up to Raleigh. This is where Democrats have high hopes about North Carolina. Why? Because they win the African-American vote, they win younger voters, and they win college-educated voters. And you have the research triangle up here, which is why Democrats keep saying we're going to flip North Carolina. We're going to make it a blue state as opposed to a leans red state, even though it has a Democratic governor right now. You would say it leans red. And she's running up, that's 67% right there, running it up in Durham. This is the 6th largest of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So you're looking at a very competitive race as it comes in. I would just wait. We're at 53% now. Let's see if that number holds up when we get above 60.
Let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk, if we can, to tell us more about the vote we're actually seeing here in North Carolina and what we're not seeing. David?
Yeah, Jake, your presumption about this being a lot of early vote is correct. I want to show you here, Sherry Beasley obviously now has 1.1 million votes in this race to Ted Budd's 971,000 votes. We've got 53% of the vote in, the estimated vote is in. How much of this is pre-election early vote? 96%. And as we've been talking about, the pre-election early vote, absentee vote, that tends to favor Democrats. Democrats participate in that early voting in more robust numbers than Republicans. At the end of the day, we think in North Carolina, only 55% is going to be pre-election vote. So right now, most of what you're seeing there is pre-election vote. I just want to show you this one other board that we can break down the different kinds of votes. So, among male voters, Sherry Beasley has a 46 percentage point lead over Ted Budd, and there's still about a quarter of the male vote to be counted. Early in person, she has a much narrower lead, 6.2%, and most of that is already in what you're looking at. But look at where Ted Budd's campaign is focused on right now. He has a 37.6% lead on Election Day vote, and 95.6% of it still is waiting to be counted, Jake. So obviously the Budd folks are saying, hey, that's a huge advantage category for us, and basically nothing you're looking at in the overall vote is Election Day vote yet, Jake.
That's an important point to make, David Chalian at the Battleground Desk. So
I just popped this up from
so
a
this
different
is outstanding vote?
This is live outstanding vote. So what do we know that's missing? And as David noted, so you see these big blue circle. There's a lot of votes missing in the Raleigh area. There's a lot of votes missing in the Charlotte area, up here by Winston-Salem. The blue tells you the Democrat is leading there now. Now, even in places where Ted Budd is not going to catch or pass Sherry Beasley, David's point about so much day of vote still being out there, that's where he narrows the margins, right? When that vote comes in, if it comes in like we saw in 2020, and as the polling indicates it will come in this year, and again, we'll count them and see if that's the way it turns out. But then you also see all these medium-sized, moderate-sized, and even smaller-sized red circles. There is a ton of outstanding vote in the Republican areas of North Carolina. That will be Election Day vote, and that will be disproportionately, Ted Budd is leading in these places. You just pop one up to take a peek at it. You see Union County, he's leading now with just early vote, where, Sherry Beasley, again, a lot of Democratic votes among the early vote. She's getting 39%. Let's see. When we get up to 75, 80%, let's revisit some of these places and see what happens when that comes in. So if you look at this map, you see the big circles, and you say there are a lot of Democratic votes out there, but just remember, that means the Democrat is leading in that area right now. And so when the Election Day vote comes in, the Democrat is likely in the big urban areas to stay ahead, to stay leading. The question is, can Ted Budd narrow the margins? If he does, that will change.
Well, with 94% of the vote today yet to be counted, and he's up 37 percentage points. I mean, the Ted Budd people know
he's running very competitively.
We got a lot of Ted Budd votes yet to count. Can I take a quick peek at Georgia Senate while we're at it? Just because I'm wondering what.
Let's pull it up and we'll see where we are.
41%, and it's 52%.
41% is 52-46. Just went up to 99,000 vote lead for Senator Warnock. Senator Warnock, obviously the Democratic incumbent. Again, we have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. This is disproportionately early vote. The key there is watch the two leading candidates. Is someone at the end of the night above 50? That number has stayed pretty stable right there. Again, you're looking at this. This is the Georgia Senate race, and you come over to the governor's race. The Democratic candidate in the Senate race is at 52%. The Democratic candidate in the governor's race is trailing at 49%. If you round that up, one of the challenges, we break this down throughout the night, how many Democrats are voting Warnock for Senate but Kemp for governor? We'll get more of that as we play it out. And again, you look at the governor's map as it is right now. We close here on the Senate map right now. Democrats still leading. This is what they want in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Ohio. But, Jake, that's disproportionately early vote. In the hour ahead, we will get more.
We will indeed, because we're just moments away from another chance to make projections as polling places close in Arkansas. And CNN is making a projection right now. CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Todd Young will be reelected in the state of Indiana, the Hoosier state getting another term with Senator Todd Young. In Arkansas, it is too early to call between incumbent Senator John Bozeman and Democrat Natalie James. Too early to call at this moment right now. Let's take a look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate. Democrats hold 36 seats. Republicans hold 36 seats as well. 28 seats remain. Remember, you need 51 seats to control the U.S. Senate. Republicans need to pick up one net seat from the Democrats in order to win control of the U.S. Senate. Let's talk about governor's races now. Boris Sanchez has more there.
Jake, we have three projections to bring you, all three of them Republican holds, beginning in the state of New Hampshire. Chris Sununu, there are rumors he may run for president in 2024. Sununu winning a fourth term, defeating physician Tom Sherman. Meantime, in the state of South Carolina, not a competitive race there. The incumbent Republican Henry McMaster defeating former Democratic Congressman Joe Cunningham to win another 4 years. An update now from Tennessee, another reliably red state. Donald Trump won 60-ish% of the vote there in 2020. Bill Lee winning re-election. The incumbent Republican defeating ICU physician Jason Martin. Let's get a look at some key race alerts now, beginning with that all-important race we will not stop talking about in the state of Georgia. The last time we checked, Stacey Abrams had the lead. Now that has flipped. Brian Kemp, the incumbent Republican, leads with roughly 40,000 votes, with 42% of the vote in. Notably, Kemp above that 50% threshold, meaning he could avoid a runoff. Let's get a look at Texas now. Former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke with a 60,000 vote advantage right now over incumbent Republican Greg Abbott, about 26% of the vote in Texas. An update now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer, I should say, locked in a tough re-election battle against conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. Right now, Whitmer sitting 55,000 votes ahead, still very, very early in the night in Michigan, only 3% of the vote in there. We also have a key race alert to bring you from the state of Pennsylvania, where Attorney General Josh Shapiro has a 287,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano. Remember, Mastriano's an election denier who tried to overturn the 2020 election results in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Still early there, though, only 8% of the vote in. Let's turn it over to my friend Casey Hunt, who has an update for us on Senate races. Casey.
And you know what, Boris? We've got some really interesting comparisons to show you between what we just learned about the governor's races and where we stand here in the Senate. And let's start in Georgia, where Raphael Warnock is leading 51.9% to Herschel Walker's 46.4%. Just to refresh, the governor's race looks the opposite. Kemp at 50.9, Abrams at 48.6. That really shows you the difference here in terms of performance. We got 43% of the vote in Georgia. We expect it to stay close all evening. Now let's check in on North Carolina, where Sherry Beasley is at 52% to Ted Budd's 46.3%. You just heard that great breakdown from John King about where the votes are still out. There is reason for the Budd campaign to potentially be optimistic here. We're going to be sticking close to this all night. 55% of the vote in there. Now let's go to Ohio, where Tim Ryan is out to an early lead, 56.9% to J.D. Vance's 43%. But it is still extremely early in Ohio. And of course, this is a state that has trended very red in recent years. We've got 29% of the vote in Ohio. But now let's go to New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is sitting at 60.7% to Don Bolduc's 38.2%. Democrats in New Hampshire telling me they feel very good about where Maggie Hassan is at this hour. But of course, it's extremely early, just 14.9% percent of the vote has been counted in New Hampshire. But now let's check in on Pennsylvania, because we can compare these numbers here to what Boris just told us in the governor's race. John Fetterman at 80.1% to Mehmet Oz's 17.9%. Obviously, the race is going to end much closer than where it stands right now. But Shapiro is sitting at 84.5%. He's the Democratic candidate for governor. That gives you a little bit of an idea of how Fetterman is underperforming Shapiro, which has been the concern for Democrats all the way along, that potential ticket splitters, especially in the Philadelphia collar counties, would pick Mehmet Oz for Senate and Shapiro for governor. Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. We've been telling you all night there are about 82 House seats that are competitive, races that are competitive, that we're really keeping an eye on, because it is in those 82 races that the balance of power in the House of Representatives will be won or lost. Let's give you an update right now. Right now, of the 23 competitive seats that are too early to call, the voting has ended, but they're too early to call. Democrats are leading in 15 of them. Republicans are leading in 8 of them. It's early yet. That doesn't necessarily mean Democrats are going to win 15 of them, but that is the state of play as of right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall to talk more about some of these House seats. Tell us what you're seeing, John.
Well, to your point, leading the vote. We're not done in these races. And again, if you're watching at home and you're a Democrat, you think, or even a Republican, Democrats are winning, right? Well, that's a better number for Democrats maybe than some might have thought coming into the House, but they need to do better than that in these competitive seats. So let's just come over here and remind people, in the uncalled races here, it's the ahead that matters. So we're going to come over here and we'll look at these competitive races. If you're the Democrats and you're looking at this map, you start in the Northeast. Number one, ranked choice voting here. And we got a long way to go in this district here. Only 2% of the vote in. Jared Golden, a Democrat running in a district Donald Trump carried, if these were the lines, in 2020 by 6 points. This is a very tough lift for a Democratic incumbent. He's done it before. So we'll see how it plays out. That's one. That would be one. This one we might not know the answer for a long time because of the ranked choice voting. So then you come down to the state of New Hampshire and you pop it up and you see 2 districts, Democrats leading in both right now, but we are very early in the count in New Hampshire. But if you're at the Democratic campaign headquarters or the Republican campaign headquarters, these ones here, you're looking at these, Republicans can get a majority without these seats. But if they're red at the end of the night, you're talking about a bigger Republican majority, which is why we will keep an eye on these competitive races. A tenacious Democratic incumbent in a tough race. She knows the district. She campaigns hard. Again, over here, a Democratic incumbent, Chris Pappas. We talked earlier, Governor Sununu is winning big in the state, right? So the question is, can all the Democrats, whether it's the Senate race or the House races, hang on in that environment? So let's pull it out, come back nationally, and drop down. I started my career in the state of Rhode Island. You see red in Rhode Island, you want to take a look at it because this district has been Democratic for a very, very long time. This is a surprising candidate here, very, very close. Seth Magaziner, state treasurer, against the former Cranston mayor, Alan Fung. Republicans, if they can pick up this seat, if this seat is red at the end of the night, Republicans will have a majority, and I would argue that majority would be rather large because this is a Democratic 13-point. Joe Biden, by the lines of this district today, would have won it by 13 points in 2020. So watch the result of about 62%. That's a very close race. We keep watching it. But if you're looking at the map, that would be a big takeaway for the Republicans. We come down here to New Jersey. This has been a race people have been looking at. Again, another Democratic incumbent who's in a tough district. This was a Joe Biden by just shy of 4% district in 2020. Tom Malinowski ahead at the moment. This is early vote, running against the son of the former governor, Tom Kaine. 11%, one of the competitive districts we're watching. Again, if you're seeing how big of a Republican night is it, if they win the 1% or the marginal districts, okay. Can they win the 4% districts? And then you build from there. That's how Republicans are trying to build. And then we'll just come back and we come down in here. We come check back in 2 places. We'll do Virginia first, then we'll check Pennsylvania. And again, Republicans continue to lead. We've been checking on these because the polls closed earlier in 2 of the 3 competitive races in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Just checking on the margin one more time again. That one got closer. You have Jennifer Wexton still ahead, but Hung Kao has closed that to 49% right there. We're at 90%, and we're watching it. And so think about that. Think about that even if Wexton holds on to win this seat. This is an 18-point Democratic advantage for Joe Biden in 2020 if the lines were as they are today, and you have a Republican candidate at the moment with 10% of the vote out. Could change, 10% in the populated suburbs here just outside of D.C. But that is a close race in a district that, if you went back 2 years ago, was not close. That tells you about the environment. You drop down here, and again, Leslie Vega, we're at 89%, a little shy here in a district. This is a Democrat +7 district, and you have the Republican candidate ahead by 4 or 5 points. 5 points if you do just a shy shade of it, and then you come down here. Again, we've talked about this before. The most vulnerable Democrat in the Commonwealth of Virginia is Elaine Luria. 68% of the vote, so you're hoping and hoping and hoping, but that's a pretty healthy lead for the Republican candidate, Jen Kiggans, there. So what does that mean? You go race by race. People at home might start to get confused. What it means is we're starting to fill in the map. Democrats are leading in 18 of these competitive districts, which means they're leading at the moment in more competitive districts, which is good news, but it's not good enough news in the sense that Democrats have to win 2/3 of the competitive races to have a chance to hold the House majority.
Also, I would imagine that some of this is early vote.
Yes.
Meaning that the Democrats are leading right now because Democrats disproportionately vote early, vote by mail, et cetera.
Right. Without a doubt, that's what's happening here. Just to illustrate your point, I bring up Ohio, and I just want to check if the vote count has gone. It's gone up some, but not much. About a third of the vote now. Marcy Kaptur, again, her district used to be cut off about here and come east. They added Republican areas, the Ohio legislature, Ohio governor, Republican legislature. They added seats here. But she's up comfortably at the moment, but it's a third of the vote, so we want to see. And this would be news down here in that this is a Republican incumbent, Steve Chabot, Cincinnati, and the suburbs to there. It gets more rural as you get to the north. Again, 33% of the vote in, though, and it's all early vote.
So let me just bring up, remember, there are 82 competitive races that we're looking at overall. Right now, 27 of them, the polls have closed, and CNN is saying they're too early to call. 18 of those seats, Democrats are leading in of the 27. So Democrats are leading in 18 of the 27 competitive seats that are too early to call. Republicans are leading in 9 of the competitive seats that are too early to call. Again, early vote. We don't know what's going to happen. This does not mean the Democrats are going to win 18 of the 27, but this is some reason for hope if you're a Democrat watching at home.
It's some reason for hope that at least you're competitive, and you hope maybe as you move further west you get more. The challenge for the Democrats is if you come, the House today, if you come back to the House where we are today, turn off the competitive seats. Again, the lines are different this time, so in some ways it's still a tad misleading to show it. But the basic math is not that you have 220 Democrats and 212 Republicans in the House today. And so the challenge is Republicans need only a net gain of 5. So when you come back to this year and where you're looking at this, and this is all of the races right now, you only need a net gain of 5. And in those competitive races, 57 of them are Democratic incumbents, so only 22 Republican incumbents. Joe Biden, of the 82 competitive districts, when we put them up on the map, and let me just bring those up to highlight them, of these 82 competitive districts, Joe Biden carried 60 of them. 2 years ago, or would have if the lines had been as they are this year in 2020. Joe Biden would have carried 60. So the fact that the Democrats essentially need to win those 60.
Right.
They need to win them. They need to win a number somewhere around that number to keep it. And it's just again, competitive. Yes, competitive enough. Looking at this map, we're not done.
Yeah.
The early instinct is probably not.
So put up the House of Representatives as it stands today, because I want to show something to people. If we can zoom in on New England right now, okay?
I can stretch it out for you.
Stretch it out for us. Can you do that?
No, it doesn't want to go. There we go.
Okay. New England is entirely blue, right? We're not counting about New York. We're not counting New York, which is here, and we're not counting New York, which is here. It's entirely blue. But as you pointed out, right now in Rhode Island, where you started out as a reporter,
come forward.
It's red.
And you look some red. And now that Cape Cod district, there's just a few votes in. That's Bill Keating's district, his Democratic district. If that stays red, then we're having a huge Republican night. But that Rhode Island seat, those results are real. You come in here, all the results are real. I shouldn't use that kind of language in this environment. I just mean contextual. You're up to 70% of the vote here. What I meant by that is that if you come to this district here, you're looking at a tiny number of votes.
Right.
Tiny number of votes. So it's not contextual yet. I need to be careful in this environment about the words we use.
My point is just that your point about, like, if Republicans, and we haven't called anything in New England, but if Republicans are picking up seats in New England, which is currently all blue, that says something about what we might see. Again, this is all early, but I'm just saying the fact that it's even competitive.
Right, and in this one here, candidates do matter. Seth Magazine is the state treasurer. Ellen Fung was the mayor of Cranston, which is a city right here south of Florida, south of Providence, I'm sorry. This is where I started my career. He was a popular mayor. He picked up the trash. They filled the potholes. And so you have a popular mayor running against a Democrat who's very well known in the state. His dad was very prominent in Rhode Island when I was there 30 plus years ago. But it's inflation. It's the national environment and a competitive candidate, somebody who is well known in a predominantly white, blue collar working district. And again, remember those words, right? Predominantly white working class district that used to be Democratic. We've seen in other parts of the country they're trending Republican. We're not done here yet, but that's something to watch. We're going to be analyzing. We get Challian in the room, a lot of coffee, go through the exit polls for weeks and weeks after this, if that holds.
All right, we're going to get another big round of results straight ahead, including the high-stakes contest for senator and governor in Arizona. That's coming up after a break. Stay with us.